and we're going to conclude the hearing there. Thank you. I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. And our first item of business are the minutes from April 8th.
I would move that we approve the select board minutes from our meeting of April 8th.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Moving on, we have warrants 22 and 22P.
I'll make a motion to approve bills for payment warrant 22 and 22P.
I second that motion.
Okay, any discussion? Warrant 22 is for a total of $10,351.20. And that covers some payroll transfers, health insurance premiums, the sheriff's monthly cost, and supplies for the highway department, parts and fuel. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right.
Aye.
Doesn't look like we have any visitors. Moving on, the road foreman's report, we have some curb cuts. One for Kipling Road, the Bacon residence, and one for East West Road, the Beach residence. What would you like to do?
I'll make a motion to approve curb cuts for Bill and Pat Bacon on Kipling Road and Richard and Rosemary Beach on East West Road.
I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion?
So the one on the East-West Road is set for driveway with a culvert, but the one on Kipling Road, as noted on our application, is as for just access into the field for mowing or any logging. That's it. It's not for driveway use.
Okay, and Lee's given the his okay.
Lee has given the okay for both of them.
Yep. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Is there anything under correspondence for information that you'd like to discuss? Most of it's reports on the COVID-19 virus.
Right. Yeah, I wanted to just thank Terry for joining certain calls and providing us with summaries. I find that really helpful. I feel a little inundated by, you know, I'm not quite sure all the emails that I'm getting, who they're from, and, you know, what I should be looking for. So Terry, your summaries are really, really useful for me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Thanks. There wasn't a Tuesday, there wasn't a regional one yesterday. They had the training that I didn't need to do this year. So there wasn't one to do, but there'll be a Friday one again too. But really the two reports we get in the evening, especially the situation report, that really gives you the best ballpark of what's really going on.
Yeah.
And who does that come from?
That one comes down from the, I think it says DOS when it comes down.
Okay.
And it'll say situation report on it.
Great, and they highlight all the new information in red. So.
In red, yes.
Yes.
I think I get that twice, yeah. Mhm.
Right.
And there are two.
Yeah, so it is
Yeah.
helpful.
It is very helpful.
Right. Yeah, and so thank you, Terry, for
You're welcome.
on top of that. Under discussion, correspondence for discussion and or action, there's just quite a few emails from the Wyndham Regional Commission, just keeping us up to date, providing information should we want or need to apply to FEMA for reimbursements for costs that are associated with the virus in town. Anything you want to add to that?
So you'd have to have a cost of $3,300 to get any reimbursement. We don't have any at this time. So the Wyndham region was just looking to see what towns would be applying to give them a one-up on it. So it's, so the reason I put this, had it this put on is just so that we could say to Alyssa, we don't have any costs right now. So at this point, we are not going through the process of doing all the application to go forth with it, but it leaves it open should something happen and we do go up over 3,300 weekend in the future. But the time, I think I put it in one of my notes. This is a far-reaching thing, but once the head of the emergency management up there goes from a pause or whatever, they stop at what they're doing now, then the 30-day clock will click where you got to have all your stuff in. But we, at this point, we're not there.
Okay.
And so is there an example of something where the town would be incurring cost that would be related to COVID-19?
Well, if we had like a, well, we're all the emergency management, so therefore our costs are here. I mean, we're it, and we're already getting paid our stipend for the select board. So that would be probably time-wise, especially if you had a nursing home or assisted living or a hospital in there where they're trying to deal with the emergency management, trying to deal with that. And I'm assuming Brattleboro is going to get on some of that with their revenues and we just don't have it.
Yeah.
We've
Okay.
kept everything going along the way it is, and
Mhm.
you know, we're working it as our own group.
Right. We have no loss of revenue from the parking meters.
Right, that's a good one.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, any other discussion about that?
So I'll just let Alyssa know we're just we're not there.
Right. Great.
This time.
Okay.
Thank you for doing that.
You're welcome.
And I saw the list of towns that don't have their local emergency management plan completed. You know, we were not on that list of
No,
late comers. So thank you, Terry, for.
you're welcome. We were the first one to have it done, actually.
Okay, great.
Yep.
We got that distinction.
Mhm.
There's nothing under new business. There was an email. There's a resident, well, not a resident, a resident that's going into a hospital in Connecticut, and his daughter is trying to get a cat down to the Wyndham Humane Society. And I don't know what the current status is in the last couple of days, but if someone wants to check in with her, it's a little, not quite what we usually deal with as animal control, going to catch a cat for someone, but.
Yeah. So Zeke, I'd like to share something relative to the email that we got about that incident, that situation. It seemed to me that a lot of the response and activity fell on Lori's shoulders because we didn't really take responsibility for it as the select board. And so I would just like to be clear about how we as a select board, as a group, are going to deal with being the animal control officers. And then a side question is, so we have a pound keeper, and I didn't know, I mean, David's probably in the same boat. What's the difference between a pound keeper and the animal control officer?
It's sort of like, the difference is the pound keeper is sort of an honorific position with no, since we don't have a pound, the duties are pretty light. And so it's almost like the weigher of coal.
Okay.
That's essentially what it is. And so the animal control is the one, it's the person or persons who are appointed to carry out the, to enforce the animal control ordinance that we have in Boston. Which says nothing about going and catching a cat for someone. So it's a little outside our usual.
It wasn't catching a cat. They were looking for a place to.
No, well, she couldn't catch it, actually. She was having trouble catching it. And, you know, neither Lori, so I was the only one that responded from the select board that I know of. And both Lori and I decided neither of us were interested in going and helping her catch the cat. Neither of us felt, you know, like we would be very good at that. And Zeke, I called you more to just see, so as an animal control officer, what would your response be?
Let's see, she had spoken with me, you know, and I had told her I was in, I simply wasn't in town. And so,
I didn't know that she had spoken with you.
And that she should send an email to selectboard@dummerston.org, so it would go out. I guess in the future, we should just, if we have something come up, if I am around, then, most likely I'll be happy to take care of it, or willing to take care of it, I should say. Or if I'm not available, then, we can chat among ourselves and see who's available, or.
But we just need to know what to do. Like, I was just looking for instruction. Like, as the animal control officer, I wouldn't go and catch a cat. I would put her in touch with the Wyndham Humane Society.
Yes, because our contract with Wyndham Humane Society allows residents to take animals there directly. It doesn't
Right.
have to go through the animal control. If there's a dog roaming around the center of town or the gas stations on the highways, then in the past, Wayne or I have gone and tried to catch that animal, or someone has that's the sort of thing. We generally haven't gone into people's houses to catch an animal for them, or and we don't deal with skunks in the basement or bats in the bedroom or anything like that. Mostly dogs. There are occasional cat problems that fit a little bit more with, the ordinance. But if this person
Plus,
could,
wasn't she was only looking to have, I mean, she basically wants the Humane Society to board it for her until her father comes home,
yeah,
right?
yes,
Yeah.
either, and apparently they're willing to do that, or the situation is they're going to put the cat up for adoption or whatever. But
Right.
so it's pretty much, if let's see, I guess
I guess my thought was it really didn't fall under animal control.
yeah, I thought it was more if someone felt like helping this person out, but that'd be fine. But it
Right.
wasn't technically.
Right, which I didn't know, like, I'm just getting familiar with what it means to be the animal control officer. And I would have contacted her and put her in touch with the Wyndham Humane Society, but I wasn't confident to say, and it's not, our role to come and catch the cat for you. I don't know. If I had been more confident, I would have given her a call directly.
Right. And I sometimes in the past have thought, well, I've gotten these calls where, they can't catch this animal. I don't know why they think I would be able to. We don't, have a lot of equipment in the animal control locker room. So.
Should I call Ron Speck, who is our pound keeper, and since he is a vet in Dummerston, ask him for suggestions of who might be a good person to contact about being an animal control officer?
I think that'd be a great idea. There's in fact someone I've been meaning to call who works as a technician there.
That's perfect.
I thought this person might be interested, and certainly has some, good training. And we do have that $500 stipend now.
Right. Well, would you call that person? And if that person says no, then I will call Ron.
Okay, and I'll let you know.
Okay.
That sounds good.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I'd like to take it off our shoulders. I mean, I appreciate, Zeke, you wanting to shed this responsibility, and you're trying really hard to do that. But I don't think having the select board as a whole shoulder it is really taking it off your shoulders, and it ends up being on Lori's shoulders, which is not a good thing.
Right. Okay, so I'll make a call and I'll get back in touch with you. Anything else under
So-
new business?
So at our
Tuesday-
last,
Oh,
Oh.
right, there is.
What,
Go ahead, Maria.
go ahead.
okay, so at our last meeting, we did some appointments, and then I had sent a list of the still open seats to be published in the views. And now talking about animal control officer, would you like me to send that list also to Lori to list on the website and maybe in her weekly newsletter that she sends out?
I think that'd be great.
Yep.
That'd be
Okay.
perfect.
I
Okay.
didn't see that list. Did you send, I'm sure you sent it to everybody though, right?
No, I sent it to Roger Turner to
Oh.
publish in the views, just the
Oh,
open
okay.
seats.
Okay.
The other thing was when I was talking to Lee about the curb cuts, he mentioned about the town office painting. So I got a hold of Jeff Dixon. He'll be starting in probably about a few weeks. He said it'll be done before the deadline there. And if he has, he'll let Lee know when he starts in case there's any questions or anything, because Lee seems to be the one that's out and about more than all of us now. So, but that will be commencing here very shortly.
And it seems like they should let Lori know too.
Yes, if he calls Lee, I'm sure Lee will let Lori know that it'll be coming along. Yeah,
Okay.
but it'll be a few weeks, but he knows the time frame.
Great. Good. Okay. All right. Anything else under new business?
Oh, by the way, I sent you an email around that the Herald sent me, but disregard that one. He's gonna bring me over the correct one. It's regarding Rescue Inc. for our next meeting. I guess it's a letter from Drew that wants to go to the select board. He just sent me the wrong one, so he's got to actually print this one off and bring it over so I can scan it in. But I believe our contract's up this year with Rescue Inc. for the end of it's a 2-year, and I think this is it.
Okay. I thought it was,
So I haven't seen the letter yet, but when I do, I'll scan it around and he'd be available at our next meeting if we had any questions.
okay, great. Okay, anything else? All right. Guess we're done. What do you think?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll
I'll
second
second
that.
that.
There we go. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you all. Good to see you
Bye-bye.
all. Glad
Yeah.
everybody looks
Bye.
healthy.
Yes.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
No.
We're calling the meeting to order at 5:30 p.m. And actually, we're calling to order the Sewer and Water Commissioners at 5:30 p.m.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. So first, we're talking about the next stage reallocation of sewer water rate. And there should be an email in everyone's packet from Pip Bannister.
Are we talking about the co-op first or next stage?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. No, we're talking about next stage first. I went
Okay.
out of order.
That's okay.
Oh,
So it's a letter from next stage.
they've been closely tracking their water usage.
Yep. So do you want a little history?
Yeah, please, Karen. Thank you.
All right. So back in January, I got a request to change or look at the allocation because they feel like they're being overcharged because right now they're paying a flat rate and they're actually not using a whole lot of water. And they've been kind of tracking it too. Now, they have metered water and sewer is at a flat rate. So I had a conversation with Chris Hayes, he's with Simon's Operations, and he had spoken to Cynthia a few years back, and Josh, you might recall this. And anyone who has metered water should also have metered sewer because water in, water out, and that is based on actual usage, not how many like ERUs, okay? Let me look. Bear with me for a moment and see how many ERUs they have. So right now, for sewer flat rate, they're getting charged 4 units at $164.10 each, okay? They have 4 water bonds, and then they have 1 meter. So what would happen is the sewer flat rate would change from 4 and go to 1. And it would be based on their water usage. Chris Hayes also said that anyone with water, metered water, should have the sewer meter as well. It just makes more sense.
I thought we couldn't meter sewers. Am I confused on that?
No, it would go through that same water meter.
Oh,
You are
okay.
correct. You are correct that we cannot put a meter on the actual sewer, but
Okay.
it goes through that water meter. So
So
somebody
it
who
uses
has
the same
a well,
number.
somebody who has a well, Laura,
Mhm.
you could put a meter on the well to track the usage of sewer, the amount of sewer usage.
Okay.
So
So one of the things that people, can you remind me, what did Chris say the conversation with Cynthia was related to this?
So he said back then he had spoken to her about putting, getting everyone consistent. So anybody with flat rate sewer with metered water, it should be a metered rate. Now he also explained too, and I don't know how this is going to work, but at some point in the future, the select board and I will have to sit down and revisit our policy. Chris explained too that if you have someone like Landmark College, right? So they're all on a flat rate right now. If they were on a metered rate, they would probably be paying more because of the amount of usage up there. So any commercial or multi that has metered water, it would most likely be more money at a lesser rate. So, but the rate, I think we got to relook at the rate too, Josh, and calculate how that would look. Now I started the process of investigating it, so I cannot tell you right now how many people have metered water and are on a flat rate basis. So until we figure all that out, it's too early to tell.
There's two things that come to mind for me that I think are important related to this. One, I believe our commercial and our residential rates are the same. And I don't, you may have already mentioned that, Karen, and I don't know that they should be. Because if somebody has and you know, I mean, I understand Next Stage is a nonprofit. Obviously, we want to be favorable to them, but at the same time, you know, I mean, the system has to be paid for. So, you know, when both of these organizations, Next Stage and the co-op, did their most recent renovations, for Next Stage, that was several years ago, for the co-op, that was more recently, they had to get state permitting based on their size. And so that's what the allocations were based on.
Correct.
So if the state is telling us that's how much they need to have for an allocation, I think that we could choose to or not choose to allow them to go to a metered rate otherwise. And they may well have a legal argument to say, you have to let us be on a metered rate. But as far as the bond is concerned, if the state is telling us this is their minimum requirement, my personal feeling would be perhaps that bond payment stays the same, but I don't know. That's something I think we need to explore also. The other thing that's important, and I explained this to Pip, for these entities to remember, is that that bond payment is, and the number of ERUs they're based on, is, for all practical purposes, a reservation of that amount of quantity of water allowable to them through our system.
Right.
You know, right now, we have sufficient water, so that's not a problem. But if we get, you know, more affordable housing moving in down at Putney Lynn or at Putney Gateways, and we get 12 more residences built in town over the next X number of years, if they come back and say, hey, you know what, it turns out we really need those 9 ERUs and we don't have them, that's their problem, not ours. So I think we have to be very clear on that risk to them, that if they decrease their usage, then they have also decreased their allocation in our system, and that they are not guaranteed to get that allocation back if their circumstances change. But I also think we need to be clear, and I don't know whether this is ANR or somebody else, but we need to be clear what the implications are from the state. If they're the ones telling us this is how much these organizations need to be allotted for, then I don't think we should change that until we have pretty clear guidance from the state to say, A, we can change that, and B, sort of what the implications of that are if we do. So I guess my feeling with both of these is, without a little bit more information, I would be hesitant to change anything unless you feel confident, Karen, that you know those things. And also that we probably should notify these organizations in writing that information that I just said about it, that then they lose their reservation of that much volume of water should they ever need it. I mean, Next Stage, for example, if they were to go to having shows twice as often, their usage may jump significantly. And if we don't have the water when that happens, we don't have the water. So
Right.
that's part of what the bond payment is paying for that reservation. So we just have to, I think we need to be clear on that, and we need to be clear with them before we make any changes. And I'm not adverse to making changes, but I also do know that, I mean, the co-op being the more, it wasn't clear to me in the next stage letter, and maybe I just missed it. I went through it fairly quickly, what their actual usage is versus what I mean, I know they're allocated for ERUs, but was it clear on what their actual usage is? And I worry that if we're, chopping people's bills down, by very significant amounts based on their usage, where does that financial pressure end up? It ends up on all the other users as well. And again, if these are commercial entities, again, nonprofit might be a different category, but if they're for-profit businesses, then somebody's got to pay those bills. So I think I just think we need to have more information before we make a decision. But
Okay, let me make a comment. I agree with you, and I'm not prepared to make any changes without looking at this further. If we start changing ERUs, equivalent residential units, so like this one's 4, right? So we drop it down to 1, so that gives us 3 units, right? So we're going to end up with all these ERUs. It drops, like you said, it potentially can drop the amount that we're going to collect. Somebody's going to have to make it up in the end. And I think eventually what's going to happen, Josh, is we're going to have to raise that rate to cover the loan payment.
Yeah. No.
To run.
I think there's no question about that. I think that it's a question also partially, well, again, for the state to help us with guidance on that, but also it's partially a discussion amongst us. I mean, we have always tried when we're making decisions like this to be fair, and I'm happy to be fair. That's our job, but they need to be fair to us too. And just because they're using a fraction of the water that they thought they were going to use doesn't necessarily mean that we should allow them to just pay for a fraction of the water. I mean, maybe, for example, with next stage, maybe we drop it to 2 ERUs and call that good. Or, I don't know how we do that, but I think until this is something that when the policy was designed, I'm not sure it was foreseen, this potential loss of revenue that then increases the cost for everybody else. So
Right. So I think
if an organization like Landmark were to switch over to metered, there's a potential, from what you're telling me, there's a potential for them to be paying a considerable amount more into the system. It seems like this is not a really great system. It's not really well balanced. If somebody like Landmark is paying less than what they're actually using, and next stage is, and the co-op are paying more than what they're actually using.
Well, the ERU system is based on an average, essentially, it's average of maximum amount. So many people don't use the amount of water, and especially as toilets get more efficient, so on and so forth. I don't think the state has caught up with that quite yet, but it's a maximum amount. One of the reasons that they do ERUs for municipal systems is because it's actually quite expensive to install a meter. So, I mean, like the meter, I don't know what the meter for Landmark would cost, but it wouldn't be cheap. Next stage and the co-op put those meters in probably when they did their renovations. But the idea with ERUs is that you're taking that burden of the added expense off of a meter on the assumption that they're going to use about an average amount. it's clear that that doesn't necessarily happen going in both directions, as you're pointing out. But I don't know what it would cost for Landmark to meter, but I'll bet it would be a chunk of change.
Right.
Okay. So it sounds like we're nowhere near making a decision on this tonight. We have Tom here, who I am guessing has had a very, very busy day and a really full agenda. Can we close this out? Can we table this and close this out and discuss this when we have more information?
Yeah, I mean,
If you want to, I'm happy to talk with you, Karen, if you want me to help you think through what the exact information we might want to have is before we revisit it. But if you're comfortable, that's fine too. But I'm happy to.
yeah, so if we table it, it may be tabled for a while. So
Is there a need to come to, I mean, it sounds like we have to table it because we don't have the information we need.
Historically, what we've done in a situation like this is, as of the time that these requests were put in, we will, if we change it, when we change it, we will retroactively adjust the bill accordingly. So if you record these as having been a discussion that started at this time and the request was placed now, even if it ends up being 2 months from now that we make a decision, we will retroactively adjust that financial burden. Or that's what we've done in the past. Not that we have to.
That fits well with me. What do you think of that, David? Oh, David's muted.
You're
muted.
organizer.
Oh, I thought you were. How do
I can't get him unmuted. Hang
Hello?
on. There you are.
Here he is. Okay.
Well, he was better
Oh,
on
I see
mute.
how I do it. You're with us now, David. Go for it.
Thank you. I would like to know what it means financially to these people, the difference between 4 ERUs and 1 ERU. Is it $100 a month or $1,000 a month? I mean, it seems like the smart thing to do is to keep the system, the whole system, as inexpensive as possible for everybody. How do we do that fairly? I don't know. What's the difference between a nonprofit and a school and a for-profit business? Was any of that thought about when we put the system in place? How do you come up with fair? I don't know the answers to any of those things. I need to know the answers to those things before we decided about it.
Yeah, I agree. I think we need to devote a lot more time to this.
Yep.
So, and
do a thorough review of the existing policy, to see whether add those. I mean, I've certainly looked at it in the past, but it's been a number of years, to see how it, the policy when it was created was relatively loose, and I believe we updated it, I don't know, 8 years ago or something. I don't remember exactly, but it was pretty loose when it was created because it wasn't 100% clear how it was going to work out. So I think that's, again, in my saying we try to be fair, it's sort of looking at the big picture and the time frame that we're in and seeing what we can do. But I think we should look at that policy, decide whether it's appropriate, and decide whether we agree with it, and then go from there.
okay.
I agree.
Well, can I ask
Do
one
we
more?
want? Yeah, go for it, David.
The next stage, does it have a water meter now, or would we have to put one in?
No, it
If
has
they're-
a meter.
Yeah, if they're saying they're metered, then they should be metered.
They're metered already, so expense wouldn't be added. Okay, got it.
And I don't think the expense is ours if they meter, is it?
No.
I thought it was on them.
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
Okay. So do we want to make a motion? Do we need a motion? I guess, Josh, you would be the best to answer this. Do we need a motion to table this, appointing this as the retroactive date? Should we make any decision regarding?
I think it'll be in the minutes. I don't know, Karen. I don't know whether you have a feeling about that. I mean, I'll make a motion to table it if you want.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, and I second that.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to table this. All in favor? Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay.
So Is there a motion to adjourn the sewer water commissioners meeting?
So moved.
Seconded.
Been moved and seconded to adjourn the sewer water commissioners meeting. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, so moved. And now I'm calling to order the select board meeting, the Putney Town Select Board meeting. Sorry?
Vote on that, but we
Oh,
didn't actually.
I'm just moving right along here. No. No. It's, thank you. Okay, so it has been moved. Now we're calling to order the select board meeting at 5:51 p.m. Are there any adjustments to the agenda?
No.
Okay. The approval of minutes for April 8th and April 15th.
Approve the minutes of April 8th and 15th.
Yep.
And I second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. I was going to share some notes. Oh, we do have a caller on the line. Okay. So I was just going to share how we do this again. We'll start every meeting with introductions of the select board and participating staff. I am Laura Chapman. Oh, sorry, Karen. Go, you're waving.
No, I was going to ask who the caller was, but I guess we'll get to that person in a minute, right?
Okay. Yeah. So I'm Laura Chapman, the select board chair.
Josh Laughlin, select board vice chair.
David Babbitt, select board clerk.
Karen Astley, town manager.
Oh, I'll take Alyssa. And
Sorry, I was muted. Alyssa Harlow,
Yeah.
administrative assistant.
Tom, you're unmuted.
No, there he goes.
Yeah, I thought I was.
Tom,
And that is Tom Goddard, the everything man.
Who's caller
So-
one?
This is Lionel Chute from
Hey,
Force for Learning.
Lionel.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. So normally the town manager or myself, I guess in this case, will mute all participants with the exception of the select board and the town manager. All participants should send a message in the chat app if they would like to speak. The mic will always be handed to select board members first and the town manager first. Public comment will be during the following times: the agenda item public comment on items not on the agenda, discussion on any moved agenda item, and the agenda item other business. Depending on time and participation, public comments may be limited. Please state your name before making comments. Video is encouraged if you are able. The easiest way to share your webcam is to click the button on the Grab tab, or you can click the Share My Webcam button on the control panel. And if you are unable to attend a meeting and would like to have a comment submitted, email it to myself or Karen, and we will read it during public comment on items not on the agenda. So moving on, public comment on items not on the agenda. Karen, I don't know how to monitor the chat app because you just made me an organizer and I've never done that.
Do you have a little chat icon up top?
I don't see it.
No.
Typically, if somebody puts something, they direct it to you and it just pops up on your screen. I could try that, Laura, just so you.
Yeah, just to make sure it works. Thank you. And I'm gonna unmute Lionel just to make sure he doesn't have a public comment.
I don't see one from him.
Okay. Oh, here, I got it. Okay, we're good. Thank you. I got one from Karen. So, all right. So we're moving on to select board items. We have the local emergency management plan adoption from Tom Goddard. and everybody should have received this from Karen in many, many, many links.
Yeah. How come I can't unmute Tom. Tom, can you unmute yourself?
Let me try.
How's that?
Oh, there he is.
You're good.
That's good. It's weird. I just can't unmute people. I can mute them, but.
Huh.
So,
All right.
the document that each of you received is in fact what is our draft 2020 LEMP. By May 1st, we have to have that submitted to the Wyndham Regional Commission, who then forwards it to the state of Vermont Emergency Management, and then it's recorded officially. As long as they approve it, it's recorded officially for FEMA. So not only does that, again, just to review, not only does that plan certainly provide us with some framework and guidance during a large scale event or a long duration event, but it also, as long as it's fully approved by the state and submitted to FEMA, it keeps us in line with the ability to receive federal funds from FEMA should that come about. So this year there haven't been that many updates to the plan. There's been a few, again, just to keep us in line with where we need to be. So I'm asking that you folks approve the document as it stands for submittal, and then Laura will have to sign it, as well as Karen, and then we'll get things submitted.
So
All
moved.
right.
Okay.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? I have a few questions. They're really quick questions, I promise. So looking at the available equipment, computers, I'm just curious how old your computers are. Like, when was the last time they were serviced, updated? How?
They range from literally brand new, a couple weeks old, to 3 years old.
Okay. And your printer, copier, faxer, does it have wireless function?
It
It
does
says that
not
it's
at this
hardwired.
point. It's all
Okay.
that's hardwired.
Okay. And then looking at the Emergency Operations Center, and obviously I have a few new questions based on current circumstances. The operations section, planning section, logistics section, finance admin, I believe the finance admin's already been outlined in here, but and the safety and awareness coordinator, do you have people in mind for these already? Have these positions been filled under our current circumstances, or do you have someone waiting in the wings should circumstances get worse and you need to?
Yeah, those will be filled should we need to.
Okay. Do you have people, but do you already have people in mind for that, and do they know who they are?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's not a requirement, Tom, to have those spots filled until they're necessary.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yeah.
Only if we find we would need to, and that would be based upon volume of work being done. Excuse me.
Under hazard analysis, this is more of a comment than anything. In the infectious disease emergency, the economic impacts and the environmental impacts are put down as a 1, and I found that really interesting, and not fully understanding the scale, how it's utilized. I guess I can't make a whole lot of judgment, but it seems like the economic impacts that we are likely going to be facing from COVID probably weren't more than a 1.
Well, you're absolutely right. That was always I hate to use the word, but a generic, if you will, over the years, because honestly, because it had never happened, we'd never experienced it.
Yeah.
So now we are experiencing it, and that will be modified.
It'll be adjusted, and the environmental impacts are probably going the other way.
Exactly.
Depending on how you look at it, I guess.
Right.
And then in the Putney Emergency Management Event Matrix, which I have to say, this document is amazing. Every year that I've looked at it, I've been more like in awe of the work that you do. In this checklist, where are you? Have you been using this checklist? I imagine you're using this checklist actively. Where do you feel like you're at in it?
Honestly, after the first couple weeks, we haven't used that because everything's just naturally been in place.
Okay.
At this point, we're still in the response section, in the response mode,
Mm-hmm.
and obviously approaching the recovery mode. But no, for that's that checklist, if you will, that matrix is more of a. It certainly is applicable in a situation like this, but that's more for geared toward an event that's coming about very, very quickly or
Mm-hmm.
without any warning at all.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that we don't forget anything.
Yeah. I had marked off the continuity of government plan. There were a few, the lack of predetermined successors to key municipal leadership and governor positions could create a significant degree of confusion and seriously affect the ability of municipal governors to make timely decisions when such decisions would be most necessary. It made me really think about, like, what does it look like if something were to happen to everybody on the select board? How do we? And I'm guessing, Josh, you would probably have more input on this, but
it's really just an appointment process. And I mean, we certainly could talk about that and talk about specific individuals that we would invite to do that if necessary. But I think, not having had to do that before, the odds of something happening to all three of us at once, I would think, are pretty low. But thinking about some sort of succession in the event of an emergency would not be a bad idea. I mean, I think that, historically, how we've sort of thought about it and looked at it is that, there are those members of the community who clearly are better informed, more involved in things as it is, and they are the likely people we would approach if it were necessary. We can certainly talk more about that. It probably wouldn't be a bad idea to at least touch base with some people. I think that previous select board members often come up on a list. Just, to be able to jump in and not have a big learning curve is helpful. But certainly there are other, and Karen might have input on that as well, but certainly certain community members are just, I think it would be a process of decision in the moment. Wait, what do we need and why? Okay, who's the best person for that?
And there is a list developed that's going to be brought to you soon. And in reality, it would be much nicer to be able to, if we can, at whatever point we transition back to actual meetings in the same room, it would be nice to go over it then. But like Josh said, that list includes former select board members, former listers, some citizens who have worked in town hall in the past, or certainly could transition into town hall roles very, very easily. So, but we'll talk about those more.
Yeah. All right. I appreciate that. And then I'm curious, there's a section missing from this.
Yes.
Enclosure 8.
Yep. And that's because that's protected information. What's in that portion of the document is all protected information. It's not public.
Okay. Is that something that could be shared with us during an executive session, or can you elaborate on that in any way?
Yep.
Okay.
If it's not appropriate, that's fine. Yeah, as Laura said, can you elaborate on that in any way?
Absolutely. It's our vulnerable population.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, is there any other discussion?
I just have some there's some minor typos, Tom.
Okay,
So, and some are right on the signature page.
okay,
Oh,
We probably want to correct those. So
yeah,
we have,
absolutely.
yeah, we
We
have,
can get, all right, we can get together on them.
all right,
That won't be a problem.
all right.
Great.
And my second question is, there is a form in here, Town of Putney Emergency EMD Delegation of Authority. So signature of Chief Executive Officer or Chief Elected Official, is that something the Select Board signs off on?
No, that's within the document.
Correct. It says
Sure, that's
right.
within the plan.
I don't know if you can see it.
No. No, that would be for use during an actual incident.
Okay.
During an event. And the answer is yes, the select board, the most senior select board member would sign that.
Okay, it just stays in the document.
That's right.
Okay.
So Karen, are you concerned, can we go ahead and vote to approve this with the necessary typos corrected, or are they egregious enough so you're concerned we need to correct them before we vote on it?
No, you can vote on it. And then we'll make the corrections and it'll be good to be, she can sign it. And I'll have to sign it.
I will just amend my motion to approve the LEMP with the appropriate corrections.
And I'll second that.
okay. So it's been moved and seconded to amend the original motion to approve the LEMP with corrections to the signature page. Any further discussion? Okay. Hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it's been passed. So, and now we're going to get an emergency management preparedness update from Tom.
In reality, nothing has changed for us since last week. We're doing the same things. We're still, again, it certainly continues to appear that statewide we're plateauing and flattening out. So that's all good. And it's simply a case where we see what the governor does as far as opening things back up. And hopefully we don't have a second spike. But as far as our responses are concerned, as far as everything else goes, there's absolutely no change in the last week.
Do you want to offer an opinion, Tom, about whether, I mean, obviously we would follow the direction of the governor, but if we have the option to open up things a little bit more sooner rather than later, do you have an opinion about that?
I think if we were to do that, I think if any community were to do that, I think it would be, first off, disrespectful toward the governor, and what he's charged with, and what he and his cabinet are truly trying to do. And I think if we went rogue on our own and something bad came of it, that wouldn't set well for any of us.
Yeah, no, I must have misstated my question, because my question was we would adhere to the governor's recommendation, but would you have any opinion on whether, for example, if the governor were to say municipalities can open up their municipal buildings if they choose, would you rather we wait on that or don't wait on? I mean, I don't know. I'm saying sort of the opposite of I think how you heard.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I did misunderstand your question. No, if the governor's given the clearance to begin to do things, at face value, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't be able to follow suit. obviously we'd have to take a look at things and make, and if something was there that said we might not want to do this right now, then certainly we have a discussion about it. But at face value, to follow the governor's orders, that would be fine.
I can kind of imagine, though, a scenario like what you're talking about, Josh, where the governor puts out because we have such varying populations throughout the state and some areas are more rural than others. I can imagine him saying something along the lines of, depending on your particular circumstances in your community, your numbers, you can make a decision. And I would think that we would probably heavily lean on you, Tom, to decide, to influence our decisions on that if that were to happen.
Okay, that would be fine. Certainly, we'd have some discussions about things. Yeah.
Tom, I don't know. I haven't heard the last couple statements from the governor. As far as testing in the state is concerned, and I would think, to your point, Laura, guiding any decisions of that kind of thing, increased testing, I would think, would be necessary to make well-informed decisions. Do you have a sense, Tom, of where that's headed for the state and or for localities?
I don't. I know it's being talked about. I don't know where it's headed. And one thing that people are also talking about is, yes, we can, or any state, any state in the country can increase testing. A big issue that would come about would be you could test person A today,
right,
and it would be negative. Tomorrow they're positive,
right.
So it's like just how much testing is going to be done, and I don't know the answers to that. Again, I know, just like everyone else, more testing is being looked at. Widespread testing is being looked at. I don't know the logistics of it. I don't know operationally how it would be done. If as we get more information on that, or more information is put across to us on that, then certainly we'll keep everybody updated.
I know they've started some strategic testing too, like Thompson House is being tested, the whole facility.
Right. They had an individual there who was unfortunately infected. So now they'll go in, and that's been standard for the most part after a couple of specific other cases in the state. Now they're going to go in and test everybody.
Is there any talk about test for the antigen and not for COVID-19? The information that would give us to see who has already had it? Is there any?
I know the question has been posed to the health department. There wasn't a clear answer given to that because there's still so much that's unknown.
Yeah. Yeah, my understanding is accuracy in those is a real issue because of the, and I don't fully understand the science behind it, but from what I heard last time I heard something about this on VPR, it has to do with the actual population of people that have already had it. So we don't have the numbers to compare to, and therefore it lowers the accuracy rate of the antigen testing.
Yeah, it's just not a large enough body of data to be able to accurately assess the accuracy of it. The other thing that comes into that is that they're not 100% sure yet, or not. I'm not even sure they're any percent sure that having the antigen necessarily assures any level of actual immunity. And I think they're still working hard on that to figure that out. We may not know that for quite a while for exactly the same reason you're talking about, Laura. It's just there's not enough data until you see a whole bunch of people get sick a second time, or you see that nobody is getting sick a second time. But in order to have enough data to make that accurate, that's a ways off.
Yeah. Do we have any other questions for Tom?
How you feeling?
Yeah.
Tired, but holding my own. Everything's good.
So Tom, do you want to announce you made a shift in your department or? Not a shift.
Yeah, I can. In order to improve things across the board, we've held vacant a captain's position, which was an individual in charge of the EMS division of the department. And we recently filled that position. So Chris Pennell was he's an advanced EMT with the department, considerable amount of experience, knowledge base. So he was actually promoted to fill that position. So that'll be very good for us moving forward.
Chris who?
Chris Fennell.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Congratulations to Chris.
Yes.
And to our town. Hey, anything else for Tom?
No.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, folks. All right.
Thank you very much, Tom. You too.
All right. All right.
All right, so we are moving on to the Forest for Learning property transfer, and I'm assuming that's why Lionel is with us.
What?
Yes, that's true.
So,
So this is ready to go, according to Larry Slyson. So we need to have a date for a closing.
Okay.
So basically, for everyone to know, it's the 4.11 acres that was adjacent to the pool, plus the school forest that we had a purchase and sale for. What was it, 2 years ago, Lionel?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. So both are going to be transferred to Forest for Learning. The survey has been recorded with the town of Putney, so we're all set there. There is no property transfer tax value because it's property owned by the town and transferring to Forest for Learning.
Do we want to put forth a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the, I can't change screens to bring it up, so I might not have all the language, but I will make a motion that we approve the transfer of properties, both the aforementioned properties from the town of Putney to the Forest for Learning. And before I actually move that, are those now one entity, Lionel, or are they still two separate properties?
I might get it off.
Get what off? Hello, are we there?
Yes, you are.
Yes.
Okay, so you're
Great. It's going to be one property. It's all we're doing is we did a lot line adjustment where we added the wet meadow right in front of where the kiosk is.
Yep.
We just brought that as part of the property as well, and there's no point in Forest for Learning treating that as two different properties. It's really all just one property.
I guess my question to clarify is, for the purposes of our motion at this time, is it recognized as a single property now, or is it still recognized as two separate properties?
It's recognized as a single property because it was a boundary line adjustment. And so
Okay.
it was we've gone through the whole process, and it is one property right now.
Okay, so I will restate my motion to say I would like to move that we approve the transfer of the property belonging to the town of Putney that we've been holding for the last 2 years to the Forest for Learning.
And I'll second that.
Is that sufficient, Karen?
Yeah, I just want to mention that the forest is a total of 167 4.7 acres.
That was breaking up. Lionel, you got quite a bit of noise coming through on your end.
I'm trying to.
I'm sorry. Is it any better? We're trying to drive to Brattleboro.
I just muted Lionel. So, Josh, I want to clarify that the forest property is 167.7 acres, and then the pool property is 4.11. So right now it's two properties merging together as one in the
Right. But that's what I was just asking Lionel to clarify, is that has already occurred.
And in this quitclaim deed, it says it's 163.6 acre forest land and a 4.11 acre parcel for the adjacent town pool lot.
So it'd be a total of 167.7 acres.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification, Laura. I was looking for that, and it's like, it's got to be buried in here somewhere. But
so do you want to just unmute Lionel for a moment to make sure he agrees with that?
Sure.
Yeah.
I
think I did it.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's correct. The quitclaim deed takes into account the additional 4.11 acres. So I believe the total amount, and also the boundary line adjustment, the DRB's ruling over the boundary line adjustment also references that total number as well. So as far as I know, I think it is 167 point something. I'm sorry, I'm not in front of my computer.
167.7.
Correct. And I have to agree with that statement.
Okay.
And
so I think
the Schedule A does, I'm sorry, Josh, the Schedule A does actually say containing 167.7. So I think we're all on the same page.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So Josh, both parcels are going to be transferred in this one deed.
Right. So that was the nature of my motion. My motion was to approve the transfer of the parcel from the town to the Forest for Learning.
Yes.
So it's been moved and seconded, and we've had some discussion. Is there any more discussion? So the only thing I'm going to point out, because I am that woman, is that this quitclaim deed starts with "know all men" by these presents. And in the future, I would really love to see gender neutral paperwork. No.
I don't know if you can change that. I think that is just the language that's.
I'm not. I'm just saying. It doesn't have to be changed. I'm just saying for.
I think that if it can be changed, it should be, though. I would agree with that, and I don't think we need to have that in the motion, but I think it should be reflected in the minutes that we would like to see that changed if possible. I don't know where that document was generated, but I totally agree with you, Laura. That's pretty offensive, really. It should just say all persons.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Should say all persons. Yep.
Something we can ask the attorneys, right?
Yeah. So I am willing to sign it as it stands, just because I recognize that we're going through changes as a society and these things are going to keep coming up. But as long as we're recognizing it and in the future being more aware of it, I'm okay. I'm okay signing it as it stands. I hear you, Josh, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, and I think if it can be, yeah, I mean, I would agree.
Yeah.
I'm sign it too, but I would like to see the document amended if that's not unreasonable at this time. I mean, if it's
I don't want to hold anything up.
Yeah, and if it's $600 worth of work to get it changed, I'm not sure it's worth it. But if it's a matter of somebody printing a new one before Laura or whoever is officially signing it, I would be in favor of that.
Can I comment that the signature page is on the second page, so we might be able to get that one word changed.
Okay, that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded and it's been discussed. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion has been passed. Sorry, I'm not at my normal state. All right, here we go. So we are moving on to, go ahead.
Before we move on, I just want to say thank you to Lionel for all his work, because I know he has put a lot of time and effort into this, and I think this is a win for everybody. So thanks, Lionel, for the work you've done on it, and others, Karen included, I'm sure, and those who have made this happen. I think it's a good thing for all of us.
Agreed. Thank you, Josh. It's actually pretty amazing to see this coming to a close.
Yeah.
It's been almost 3 years total for the whole process.
Right. So when do you want to schedule a closing, Laura?
I can I can do that this week, I'm sure. Tomorrow or Friday, if that works for you.
Now, how about Monday?
Monday could work. Do you want me to just get in touch with you tomorrow to schedule it, or does it need to be scheduled now?
No, it doesn't need to be scheduled now because I need to talk to Lionel too to make sure that we can line everything up.
Okay.
Karen, was it inherent in the motion that we approved that Laura would sign it, or do we need a motion to approve her for that?
I think
it's in the document.
Okay, that's fine.
All right.
Yeah, Monday's pretty good for me. Oh,
we should probably have that changed too, Laura.
What's that?
On the signature page, it says chairman.
I didn't even notice that one. I get.
I'll accept a friendly amendment.
So I'll work with Larry on getting a couple things revised.
Okay. Thank you.
Let's shoot for next week for a closing. You and I and Lionel can coordinate together.
Sounds good.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. So we are moving on to rules of procedure, policy, paper of record, and attorney of record approval. And this is some housekeeping that we normally would have done.
Yes.
It's weeks ago, but just because of circumstance, it's been delayed. So in your packets, there should have been a rules of procedure for Putney Select Board. And this came from something that I checked into after you pointed something out to me, Josh, was how strictly are we supposed to be adhering to Robert's rules? And I went into our handbook and actually found that the Vermont League of Cities and Towns recommends that we don't use Robert's rules as our rules and procedure for our meetings. That's their recommendation to select boards and committees, that they adopt this standard that they've put out. So Karen updated it for us, and I've reviewed it. The only thing I'm going to say again, Karen, is that there's a lot of gendered language in this, and I would love to see, instead of his and hers, or he and she, their and them,
Okay.
just to reflect the possibility that not everybody serving on this board at any time may identify as any gender.
All right. I can make those changes.
So did everybody have a chance to review this?
I did not. I had missed it. So I mean, if we want to go ahead and do it, and others have reviewed it and they're comfortable, I'm fine with abstaining from that vote. Or if I can't bring up two screens at once, so I can't really look at it right now.
So I'm really comfortable. I think that we we function pretty well, all things considered. And so I'm comfortable tabling this for our next meeting if you want to take time to review it. It's 3 pages, and then I think we could discuss it at our next meeting.
That'd be good. Thank you.
I'd like to table it too. I'm actually looking it over right now. I did once before, but I'd like to read it more.
Okay. And it's something very similar, if not exactly the same, can also be found in the back of our handbook. So, all right, well then, paper of record. Normally we have gone with the Brattleboro Reformer, and we've had some discussion about changing that at times. It's the last 2 years, at least, that I've been on. I know it's come up, the thought about changing it to the Commons. I know that the reasoning behind the Brattleboro Reformer is it's an everyday print, which makes it, if there's a need to warn in a really, in a way that wouldn't work on the Wednesday print, that's been part of the decision-making process behind it. I will put in a pitch that I feel pretty strongly that the Commons is available to everyone, and so it feels like it's maybe more equitable to our community to have access to that. I don't have.
I think the language, and I can't remember whether you were part of this discussion or not, Laura, but that we've used in the past when we've been talking about that, this is to have the Brattleboro Reformer be our official paper of record, but to make all reasonable efforts we can to include the information in the Commons as well. For exactly that reason, that I mean, essentially, the wider we can distribute the information, the better. And when it comes to equity, also, I think that's a good observation as well. So I think we could, whether we move it that way or whether we just have that as included in the minutes.
Karen.
So I want to make a comment. I know Westminster uses the Commons, and the Brattleboro Reformer is expensive. And I have to use them for legal notices for like Development Review Board. I have to use it for, putting out bids for projects and stuff like that. So it is costly, but to do 2 papers, it would cost more money. And I will let you know that the Commons is less expensive for what I'm sending to Brattleboro. So our legal ads would be less expensive in the Commons. So, and we can get on their schedule because Westminster makes it work. So I'm not considering them.
Okay. I really like the idea of supporting a community newspaper like the Commons, and knowing that actually makes a big difference to me, knowing that we would be paying into them where we might not have been in the past.
I certainly don't object to that. I think it's the question of timeliness. If you're comfortable with that, Karen, I guess the other thing that I would say, and I have no idea, is readership numbers. And I also am very aware that in the current circumstances, newspaper readership is shifting rapidly. And so I don't know whether, I have no idea whether even if we had the data on readership, it would be even remotely accurate now compared to 6 weeks ago. But I don't have a problem with it being the Commons as long as you're confident, Karen, that you can do what you need to do.
Yeah.
David, does this, you realize we are obligated to have a newspaper of record? So we just have to be clear about that.
I think if they both provide the same service and it doesn't cause any problems for you, Karen, we should go with the one that costs less, and feels better to everybody. And seems like Laura has it's important to her that we support that paper. Frankly, I don't read either one of them very often, so I don't really have an opinion. But I certainly think if you can get the job done with the less expensive one, go with the less expensive one.
Right. Laura, the Commons is online as well too, right?
It is, and I want to point out that the Commons actually distributed in the first week of the COVID crisis, they sent their paper out through the mail to every post. If I'm remembering this correctly, it was every post box in Windham County, but it could have been a smaller area than that. But if I'm remembering correctly, it was every, and that's kind of the importance behind a community paper to me, that's the kind of thing a community paper does.
Right.
So
yeah, my last comment about the newspaper is, from my experience in Westminster, if we did not meet the deadline for the Commons, we were able to put it into the Brattleboro Reformer. So we have a backup plan.
What's the difference in money? Like, you say it's much less expensive. What is that?
So when I run like a development review board, depending on how many applications I have, it's close to $200 every time I run an ad, for a legal notice. So, and I know the Commons, the Commons is a lot less. It's probably not half, but you do save probably $50 every time you run something. So you will save money with the Commons.
And on average, how many ads do you run, say, in a year? Just
I can do as many as 12, and then if I have to add select board legal notices, we're over budget right now on our advertising in the newspapers.
Depends on how many hires we have. It depends on, tax sales. It depends. There's a lot of variables that have legal posting requirements in a paper. So that, I would say, that varies quite a bit year to year.
Right.
It could be as many as a couple dozen, and you're saving $50 a shot or more.
Yes.
Absolutely. That's
a lot of money.
Yeah. Yes. Especially now when things are so uncertain. Any way that we can get the good enough service for less money, that's a good thing. Yep.
Let's see. So I don't mind shifting to the Commons because I know we can make it work.
Is there anything else that we should consider? I have no experience with this, but does the Reformer provide us any service besides this that not using them in this way would be detrimental to us? Do they do anything else for us, Josh or Laura, that I don't know about?
Terry will best answer that. Sorry.
No, again, I mean, if we wanted to be as thorough as we could be, probably knowing readership numbers would be helpful for that. But again, I just can't imagine that the readership of the Reformer is going to be the same, or either of them for that matter. But the fact that the Commons, I think, I mean, not that the Reformer isn't online, and I don't know if there's public announcements, you may not have to have a subscription to see them. I don't know. I mean, we could put this off and gather all the data about it if we want to, so we know what the cost difference is and what the readerships are. But I'm open to going with the recommendation of going to the Commons as long as the confidence level is fairly high that it will save us money and that we have reasonably complete coverage.
I think readership would be a hard thing to fully assess because the Commons distributes for free. So, they do drop-offs in widely visited areas, and people pick it up and read it that way. And then they also read online. So that may be easier to track. but I think it would be hard to compare them apples to apples.
I agree, especially a weekly versus a daily. I don't know. I know that's been part of the discussion in the past, but I have no idea how those numbers look. So, and I'm not sure there's any reasonable way to assess it. But.
Okay.
So do you want a motion or do you want to wait on it, Laura?
I think as long as Karen's comfortable and feels good about this, then I think we should make a motion. So I'm going to throw the ball into your court, Karen.
Yeah, no, I'm comfortable that we can make it work. And like I said, it's, we have a backup with the reformer. So.
Okay. I can't remember. There was one other part on the agenda, the list. It was approval of paper of record and
attorney of record.
Oh, okay. So that's separate. So, okay. So I'll make a motion that we approve the Commons as our newspaper of record.
And I'll second that.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? No? All right. So it's been moved and seconded to make the Commons our paper of record for the town of Putney. And hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's been passed.
And I will make a motion to approve Salmon and Nostrand as our attorneys of record. I don't think it needs to be specific to Larry. Would you agree, Karen?
I agree.
So Salmon and Nostrand as our attorneys of record. I'll make that motion.
And I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded to appoint Salmond and Nostrand as our attorneys of record for the town of Putney. Any discussion? I guess my only question is there any reason to consider anybody else at this point?
No.
Okay.
And may I also add that our, so Salmon and Nostrand is primary legal counsel, with Robert Fisher being a secondary if there's a conflict of interest.
Okay.
Do you think that needs to be in the motion? I don't think it does, right?
I think it should be. Just
okay.
Yep.
So I'll withdraw my first motion and make a second motion to approve Salmon and Nostrand as our attorneys of record and Bob Fisher as our backup attorney of record.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I'll second that. Yes.
So it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
I think just the one thing I would say is that, Larry, they give us a pretty good deal, or a very good deal, I think. And that idea of considering somebody else, I don't think it's unreasonable that we would consider somebody else, and maybe at some point we might want to do that. But we've been with them. I mean, it goes back as long as I can remember. Richard Coutant, who was a member of that firm previously, and since passed away, but they've been doing our legal for a long time, and just having the historical knowledge is very helpful for us, I think.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Any further discussion? So it's been moved and seconded for Salmon and Nostrand to be our attorney of record and Bob Fisher to be our alternate should there be any conflict of interest. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passed.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, yard sales. This came up to me from a couple of concerned residents that have noted that they're already hearing discussion from people regarding potential yard sales coming up quite soon, from what I understand. And I was asked if I could bring it up to the board that maybe we should consider a yard sale ban this summer, or at least for the time being as a town. So new territory for me. I don't even, it's,
I looked for a policy or ordinance on yard sales, and I wasn't able to find anything.
Yeah, I'm not aware of one. I would have to guess that I don't know whether you looked in any information from the governor's office, Karen, because I would imagine that if they haven't addressed that yet, they probably will pretty soon. But
Right.
I don't I don't know whether I don't know what our legal rights are as far as that's concerned. I guess my feeling would be we probably should check with VLCT before we make that decision.
Okay.
I'm certainly not opposed to it, but I would be interested to see what VLCT had to say and/or the governor's office. I mean, I'd be amazed if they aren't, or the Secretary of Commerce office. I'm not sure. I'd be amazed if they aren't thinking about this, but it may be premature and it'll hit the radar pretty soon. I don't know. But
maybe by us bringing up the question, it'll hit the radar.
Yeah. No, and you know, my only concern is that in these challenging times, taking any way for somebody to generate income away from them is unfortunate, but I understand the logic behind it. So I guess it would be my preference to let somebody at a higher level make that decision if we could encourage them to. But I think we'll find out what we can find out and then decide from there.
Yeah.
So, Laura, are you just talking about during the COVID crisis, or?
Yes, not permanently, but yes, just during this crisis, there is a concern that people are going to go ahead and do it, and that we as a town should make some kind of statement on that. And I'm not Josh, as you said, I really don't know. It's never been on my radar. It's not something I've thought about before, but I do think it's something that we should bring up and explore further.
So Laura, I'm in weekly meetings with different groups, and I might be able to ask that question because maybe it's been asked already, but maybe not. And when I'm finding out that if they don't have answers, they get them to us like
pretty quickly. Yeah.
Very quickly.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Yeah. So let me investigate a little further. I'll start with VLCT, and then I do use Michael Maricki sometimes too, because he's a point of contact that might get, an answer quicker too.
Yeah.
I just pulled up Vermont yard sale law during COVID, and I've got nothing specific here. I got conflicting information from two different places. One saying that it's legal to have them as long as you observe social distancing, and another one saying it's not legal to have them during COVID. So I don't know. Anyway. So.
Well, I mean, I think you'd have to be able to assure that you don't have a gathering, that goes outside of the governor's mandate, and how can you assure that during how can we rely on private citizens to make sure that they're assuring that every time? So it's
also, I would have a hard time imagining that it would be considered an essential function, but I again, if it generates income, I don't know. So yeah, we should find out. Given that we're meeting again in a week, I think, maybe there will be a spate of them this weekend, but I sort of doubt it. And if so, then we find out the following week.
Yeah. And I'll just take a moment to encourage folks that have the accessibility to use online mediums to sell their goods and do that in a safe way that has no contact, rather than bringing people to their home, which could be dangerous for them and for those people.
I was wondering, it makes me think about the farmers market rules that they're working on still. And I'm wondering if this isn't falling under that category too, if they're thinking about that kind of stuff.
Might, yeah.
And-
Yeah, although
and it-
the difference again to me would be essential versus non-essential. I mean, you
Yeah.
know, food acquisition is obviously essential. Acquisition of yard goods is not necessarily. So
Mm.
It's only essential, and it's probably one of my favorite extracurricular things to do in life is to go yard sailing. I just absolutely, which is
I would think there would be those that would debate. Well, and actually, I mean, the other point that it raises for me is, you know, I don't know. For example, there's that property up on 5 just south of the Putney-Westminster border, and I don't know whether that's technically a business or technically a yard sale. And if it's a business and it's a primary source of income, I don't know, a little tricky. I do, since I mentioned that property though, I do have to say it does sort of fall in the same lines as another piece of property that we've been having a discussion about. There,
Oh yeah.
You know the one that I'm talking about, Karen, on 5 just south of the 91 overpass
Yes.
on the right. Basically across from just north of Santa's Land.
Yes.
It has some similar features to the property just north of town of Putney, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And it looks like Cynthia was keeping an eye on that. So that's a potential zoning violation.
Yeah.
So,
No, and actually, I mean that would highlight perhaps for us the importance. I mean, one could probably argue that that is a yard sale and therefore would not necessarily fall under zoning. But if without an ordinance to clarify what a yard sale looks like and its duration and things like that, it would be hard for us to argue the opposite. So that's something we might want to explore. And in fact, if you're gonna call VLCT, see whether they have a yard sale ordinance document that they recommend. We could at least have a look at it.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Good discussion. So I feel comfortable moving on. Does everyone else?
Yep.
Great.
Yes.
Putney public pool discussion.
All right, so I wanted to put this on there thinking about the future and trying to be optimistic, after May 15th, hopefully. So Alyssa and I met with Katie and Beverly. So Katie does the swim lessons and Bev, gets all the lifeguards in the pool pulled together. At this time, we're usually doing swim lesson registration. And because there's no school until, June, and that's when the pool opens up, usually right after the kids get out of school. My intent is to be optimistic and plan to open the pool, but I have a question to Michael Maricki, who is going to go to the governor's office regarding what is the criteria for public pools. Now, if we sit on this and wait, and then the governor says, yep, so restrictions have been lifted, we can have general swim, you can have your swim lessons, the camps are open. See, that's the thing. So summer camps are not open right now. We're limited to small groups, possibly of maybe 10. So when you have swim lessons, you have parents, you have other children. General swim is going to be out of the question if you can only have a small group. I want to prepare the pool, but there's a possibility that we may not be able to open it. So I'm curious what everyone's thinking about the pool.
I personally think the steps that you're taking are the right steps. There's no way for us to really know how this is going to play out. My guess is based on the approach that he's taken thus far. We may not have a pool this summer, and I'm really grateful to you for doing the prep work in case there's a possibility of us having a pool this summer.
Okay. Go ahead, David.
Besides the paperwork and the communication to prepare getting ready to go, what does it cost for us to actually prepare the pool? Are we under contract for that already and we're paying for it already for them to come in and shock it and do the chemicals and make sure the filters and pumps all work? Or do we, if we find out we're not going to have the pool functioning, do we save the cost of not doing that?
So Joe, who works for Simon's Operations, has always drained the pool in the fall, and he gets it ready in the spring. So he does all the chemicals, he does the shocking, he opens the pool up. So there is no extra cost, David.
Okay, all right.
There is an issue with the pool right now, again. So the ramp leading into the pool, so it has this fiberglass skin on it. Last year there was a crack in it, and Tim Carrillo had helped Joe repair that crack. Now, because of our winters being cold, and then it warms up and it thaws out, and then it gets cold again, everything freezes, and then it warms up again, there is another crack on that ramp, and it's worse than last year. So I went ahead and I called Tim, and I had Tim work with Joe on it to determine how to repair it and see what it's going to cost. Now, Tim has not gotten back to me because all this just happened this week. I haven't been up to the pool. I should go look at it and then talk to Tim and come back to you, but the pool is going to need some money. I think it's been overlooked for several years now, but if we want to maintain it, we're going to have to put some money into that pool. And people enjoy it. You know, the kids enjoy it. It's a good asset for the community.
It really is.
Who is Tim, Karen?
Tim Carrillo has his own pool company.
Okay.
And he and Joe went to school together. So
okay. I was wondering whether it was a fiberglass repair guy or a pool company guy. And I think having a pool company guy is probably appropriate. You know, the one thing I'd say overall, I agree that proceeding as you are makes sense. The only thing I would be cautious about is not entering into any contractual agreements that are going to, I think any contractual agreements need to be, you know, I'm blanking on the term, but that we are not obligated unless the pool is open, conditional on the pool opening. So, I mean, you know, for example, with Beverly, much as I would like to be able to hire Beverly and say, yes, definitely go ahead, this is what we want, I think we should be cautious about spending money on something that we aren't likely. So maybe we could do, you know, in preparation, do per diem with her or something that is fair compensation for work that she does, but doesn't obligate us for a longer period of time than we need.
okay. So I called Brattleboro Carol a lot. She's in charge of the rec department. They're going to proceed ahead too, and they're going to do interviews for lifeguards. They're not even going to have a start date. It's a tentative job with a date to be determined.
Yeah.
And it's not guaranteed.
Yeah.
I think that's how we're going to approach it. You know, if we don't have the camps, if we do not have the summer camps at the pool, That's like $1,000 of revenue. So we'll be relying on swim lessons, which is 6 weeks, and those could be pushed back as well. So, you know, she usually starts in July. So if we're looking at August, you know, she may be able to consolidate her groups, but it's going to be a short time period for the pool. So we may not make money on the pool this year. We don't make money anyway, just to let you know and be honest, we do not make money on that pool. So if we're okay knowing that, I mean, we still might have a short summer, but
I don't know that we ever looked at the pool as a big money maker. I mean, I think that it's like having a town park.
Right.
In fact, maybe it's better than having a town park, because I think the pool normally comes close to breaking even, correct? Where a town park might cost us. No, doesn't break even.
it depends. You know, it's
It's not a huge number in the hole, though. I mean, in my recollection, we've never profited from it, but we've never lost a fortune either.
No, we haven't lost a fortune, but
I think of it as an asset. I don't think of it as a money maker. But yeah.
No, and I you know, it's possible, because I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Karen, I think that our single largest expense is employment.
Correct.
It's possible that a short season might actually work in our favor in that sense. And you know, not that we're looking for it to work in our favor, but it might prevent us from losing more than we might otherwise. So.
Right. So, I mean, again, I want to move forward opening the pool, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah. I am hopeful. I did see some really controversial information coming out of New York with their pools closing, the concern about kiddos and families using swimming holes that maybe weren't appropriate, and more accidents happening because of you know, people having to find ways to cool down and using inappropriate places to do so. So it feels like our pool also helps keep people safe.
Yeah.
And not that I want to discourage people from using Vermont swimming holes. We have wonderful swimming holes, and I want them to use those too. But having the pool is great for little ones, and to have some kind of responsible oversight.
Huge asset to the parents of young children.
Yeah. No, we'll see.
Okay, well, I'll keep you updated on it.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
All right, so we're moving on to the town manager's report.
Okay, so moving along. Sandglass Theater grant request update. Just to let you know, so we know the history. You know, they came to us in February. I tried to work with them to get the application packet together. I finally received it at 3:30 in the afternoon on April 8th. The grant, Josh, was due April 15th.
Right.
So I was not able to accommodate that deadline. And, you know, before I knew it, it was Wednesday, and they had sent me an email and asked if I was going to be able to complete it. And unfortunately, it didn't happen.
So and they
go ahead.
I saw the communication, and they sort of implied that they would just wait for the next round and go ahead in the next round. Is that, yeah?
That's what they had stated. So in the fall, now that I know what I'm looking at, and I can, you know, if I had had like 3 weeks, I probably could have got it done, but that wasn't the case. So if they want to resubmit in the fall, I'll make sure that we pull it together, and we can be ready.
And you've communicated that to them?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's that. So dog complaints, running at large, and a reminder to license your dogs, please. So I've gotten some dog complaint calls, whether it's a barking dog or, you know, a dog just coming out of somebody's driveway and a walker, the dog comes towards the walker. I've talked to the person about it. We had another incident where a woman was walking a dog and the dog latched onto somebody's arm. They did not break the skin and the person did not seek any medical attention, but all of a sudden we have all these dog issues. We still have an animal control ordinance that's in draft format. And right now we can't get a public hearing pulled together to vote on that ordinance. So I'll watch the governor's orders and try to get that scheduled for the select board. I think it's important that the Animal Advisory Committee put a lot of work into it, and I think we should move it forward.
Agreed.
So I just wanted to mention that. Also, Laura, I want to mention that there are, let me see, 168 dogs that have been licensed. And then we have 121 that are unlicensed at this point.
Oy.
Yes.
Is that how different is that from other years in the past?
John seems to think that it's there's more this year, and he's done his due diligence. He's sent out 2 letters now, and I just want people to know that if I get a complaint on a dog and it's on the unlicensed list, I will be coming. I'm going to call you. So last year we had Jonathan. I had Jonathan send out certified letters.
Mm-hmm.
And people came in and they licensed their dogs. So
it's a lot of certified letters, though.
Please do the right thing and license your dog, because we don't know if your dog's not licensed, we don't know if it's up to date on its rabies certificate.
Mm-hmm.
If a dog bites somebody, especially a child, there's going to be bigger ramifications than paying like a $12 license fee.
Yes.
So please get your dog's license.
And just remind us, Karen, that can be done by phone and or by online, or just by phone, or? You
can call the town clerk's office. He's at extension 13. You can email Jonathan at clerk@putneyvt.org. Yeah, and all the reminders went out to everybody. So everyone on this 121 unlicensed dogs list has a notification, or 2, or maybe 3 at this time.
It seems like, go ahead. Go ahead, Josh.
No, go. All right.
I just wanted to say that from my small picture of the window of the world here, there's at least 4 or 5 times as many people with dogs walking as there normally are. My loop here, the Black Locust Road, Hickory Ridge Road loop, is a really popular loop. And there are so many people out walking with their dogs, and they need to be more responsible than ever, because there's so many, the possibility of encountering people and other dogs is so much higher now that people have the time on their hands and are walking.
Right.
So I've seen many near incidents from my driveway alone where dogs came together. They didn't know each other on
Yeah.
unfamiliar territory.
Yeah.
And so hopefully people
And
will do the thing.
what are the penalties for not licensing your dog?
All right, so back to having no enforcement. Okay, and that's part of the new draft ordinance, Laura.
Mm-hmm.
So without an animal control officer, which like a retired person would be really good, and we could issue tickets for fines. Okay. I have the books in my office, the tickets, but whoever writes a ticket, they're the one that has to go to court to defend that ticket.
And you have the right to write those tickets, though, don't you, Karen?
I do.
Okay. Not that you want to be running to court regularly, but
No, but what is the fine for an unlicensed dog?
yeah.
I think the first offense is like $50.
Yeah.
And then it goes up, I think the highest it could be like $100.
And remind me what the licensing fee is. My husband takes care of this, so I don't remember.
I don't know if I know, because if you have one dog and, males,
It's $14.
there you go.
So 14 versus 50 and
Right.
headaches.
Maybe it ought to be more than 50. Maybe it ought to be enough so if you have to go to court, it covers some of your time. Maybe it ought to be enough so if someone does it once, they never do it again. I mean,
that's a good point, David, because
really, maybe it ought to be $250. Maybe it ought to be a bunch so people take it seriously.
Yeah.
Well, that will be
but
when we
if we don't have enforcement, and if we don't have any way to back that up, it doesn't matter what it is. And we also, if people don't know that fine exists, then it has no relevance in their life either. I think helping people to understand the importance of I hear what you're saying, David, and I tend to think that helping people to understand the importance of licensing their dog is probably the better route. But I hear what you're saying too.
Well, my biggest fear too is if a dog attacks a child, that's a big concern. And it's like, just do the right thing, be a responsible animal owner, and it only takes 2 seconds. It's, you can mail your payment in, call Jonathan, he'll tell you what you owe. It's a pretty simple, responsibility. It doesn't have to be difficult.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the state has given us the right to forgive penalties for late licensure at this point, haven't they?
Correct.
Due to COVID?
Yes.
So even more incentive.
Am I remembering correctly that we did have that on the sandwich board for a period of time? And or do we still, and or should we if we don't?
Now there's something else on our sandwich board. It's
eat local, buy local.
Farmers. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, if we have other sandwich board opportunities, then maybe dog licenses should be included also.
Maybe we just need more sandwich boards. I say more sandwich boards.
I just need sandwiches. So.
We'll give you a sandwich if you license your dog.
I want to say I believe that the honor system and believing in people doing the right thing is basically how I think we should function. But I also think that there's going to be a certain percentage of the people who don't do the right thing, even though we put the information out there. And if there's going to be a consequence, it ought to be enough so that it covers any expense we have, Karen's time, and it's a fine big enough that people don't think, oh, well, what the hell, who cares? It's just $50. It ought to be enough so that it teaches a lesson, and then they run their mouth to all their friends, and then all their friends get their dogs licensed because it costs them some money. But
you know,
I would be supportive of that. The question I have for that is there an opportunity for a hardship appeal? So,
yes, of course. Of course.
I think that's a topic that should come up in the public hearing when we're looking at the dog ordinance.
Right. So Laura, just so you know too, so licensing your dog is an annual responsibility.
Yeah.
And dog licensing is due by April 1st.
Right.
So, and I know this year has been a little bit tougher because of the COVID and the stay at home. I understand that, but there's still ways to get your dog licensed.
Yeah. And as we said, the governor has given us the right to forgive penalties. So just mail in the $14 and the paperwork and get it done.
Yeah, call Jonathan. He'll give you the fee and you just mail it in. It's pretty simple.
Okay.
So that's enough of that. So requests for proposals, we have, Alyssa and I worked together this week. So we put out the heating oil and the propane request for proposal. And we've also put a proposal out for auditing services. So we're supposed to advertise every 3 years for the auditor. So that went out this year. We're working on mowing and landscaping. So mowing of all public spaces and cemeteries. Okay. So, and I'm going to look at that on a 3-year rotation. So it's going to be a 3-year contract versus, you know, putting it out to bid every year, because that's kind of specialized.
Does the cemetery commission, they do that separately though, don't they?
They do it separately because there's so many cemeteries and it's kind of a specialty because they got a weed whack and you know, all the headstones that they have to mow around. So it's a little different than just mowing like the town hall or the library or the fire station. So yeah, that's going to be a little bit harder. I'm not going to put them out together, Laura.
Okay.
So
we have bundled them before, and then last year the cemetery commission went ahead and contracted separate from us. So whether we want to do them as 2 separate RFPs or as a single, we could do, as long as we're not competing with our own cemetery commission to get bids.
That's why I was asking, because last year
well, all I can say too about the cemetery is the mowing costs more than what we appropriate to them. So I think we're going to need to look at that budget hard next fiscal year. So I'm putting it out to bid because I want to see what we can get for competitive prices.
And you have confirmed with the cemetery commission that they are not doing that also?
Yeah, okay. No, I've already talked to Jonathan. He's one of the commissioners, and Greg sent the contract to me. So
yeah,
they're all on board with it right now.
That's good.
And I think too, the cemetery, you know, we got a few complaints about, you know, headstones knocked down or chipped. So I know these people are in the business to make money. So the faster you get it done, you can move on to the next, you know, contract or the next property. And I'm kind of looking for somebody that's going to take a little more care when they're mowing the cemeteries, because those headstones, you know, they mean something to somebody. And when you go there and there's a chip out of a piece of granite, you know, you want to know why, you know, what happened. And I think care needs to be taken when they're mowing in the cemeteries. So I will keep you up to date on that. Of course, with landscape services and mowing, we got to get that out soon and get bids back. So you might see them in like probably a couple weeks, maybe. Alyssa, did we put a date on that? Yeah, like May 15th, right?
May 8th.
May
Does that
8th.
seem right?
Yeah.
No, 18th. Sorry, 18th.
Yeah, we might push that up.
It was Monday, May 18th.
Okay. So we still have time to get somebody, you know, contracted to get our lawns mowed and our gardens taken care of.
Historically, we've gotten sort of depressingly few responses to our proposals for that, but what it is.
I've found a few more that were never, I don't think they were ever
Solicited.
sent.
Yeah.
Yeah, solicited. So I've got a bigger list together. Still not very many, but I have a, so if you know of anybody that maybe I can't find online, let me know.
Whoops, Laura, you're muted for some reason. All right, she's back. The other request for proposal is going to be cleaning. So I'm going to put that out for some competitive bids as well. Again, like Alyssa mentioned, you know, cleaning, there's not a whole lot of companies out there, but I just want to see what we can bring in and see if we have some competitive prices.
And what I had said about the mowing also holds true for the cleaning, and I don't think you heard the mowing, was that they all need to be insured, and that's a part of what might limit the pool for us a bit.
Right. Yep.
They also need to have workers' comp if they have employees.
Right. So broadband communication union district development. Because there's a lot going on right now, and we can put this right on the table too. So Deerfield Valley has created a communication union district. There are 7 towns that have joined that district. They are Wilmington, Halifax, Marlborough, Reedsboro, Stratton, Wardsboro, and Whitingham. So, as you know, we have a grant to do. We did the survey. We got some pretty good results. They're moving forward with a feasibility study, and then they're going to come up with the business plan. And all of this should be done by August, okay? At this point, I want to let the select board know that any town right now can join any communication union district at this point. And, you know, so we can do that now if we choose to do it now. But my recommendation is that we allow Wyndham Regional to continue getting data and then deciding on what to do.
Is there any advantage to us joining now versus later? Is there any penalty to joining later? I mean, why are people joining now, I guess, is my question.
There is no penalty, Laura. So what has to happen after the business plan is in place and I don't know how far Deerfield Valley has gotten. They're having meetings, and I have not been privy to them because I just learned all of this. This is all brand new, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know where they're at in the process. So once you've created that district, so you have to put a RFP out for providers, to come in and give you the service, okay? So that's like laying the fiber and then providing the service on, the particular plans that people buy into.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm not quite sure about that end of things because we're still in the front part of this process. So I just can't answer too many questions because it's still all new and it's still evolving.
Karen,
Yes.
You said the 7 towns. Can you name them again? I didn't type fast enough.
Oh, sorry. Wilmington, Halifax, Marlborough, Reedsboro, Stratton, Wardsboro, and Whitingham.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So once the RFP is out, Laura, and then the costs come in,
Mm-hmm.
then the district decides, who that service provider will be. So right now we know that it's $18,000 per mile, through EC Fiber to lay the fiber. Okay. So somebody like maybe Consolidated Communications could lay it for $10,000 per mile.
Mm-hmm.
So that's part of this whole process.
Mm-hmm.
But again, you can have more than one communication union district too. And yes, we could join this one that's already created. But I mean, it's not going to hurt us to wait and see what the feasibility study and the business plan looks like. And, we may get that plan and it may be, higher than what this new district might have. So.
Yeah, just geographically, it doesn't make sense to align ourselves, in my opinion, with that group of towns that has already formed a district. But
Right, because I think too, Josh, if you look at, those towns right there, somehow you got to run that fiber over to, the lower section.
yeah.
So I just don't know, Laura. I don't have enough answers to, be clear on how it's going to set itself up. Wyndham Regional Commission is trying to set up a meeting for May. It's probably going to be a virtual meeting, and they're going to update us, okay? So they're my lead with this whole communication union district. They agree that, it's good that a district has formed because now it allow other towns to join just through a select board approval. And that was part of that resolution too, the work with Wyndham Regional.
I guess I'm curious, like, you said that we could form more than one district within the region. Is that what we're being geared towards, or is it going to be one large district? Or we just don't know at this point?
We don't know at this point, but it potentially could be one big district.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm certainly not adverse to aligning with those towns if we're forming one big district, but I wouldn't want to see us try to align with the Pioneer Valley District and then have a Connecticut Valley District formed,
Yeah.
and that just doesn't make. So I think until the Wyndham Regional Commission has done their work and we really know what the possibilities are, we just wait it out for now.
Yeah, and
Keep an eye,
it's not going to
as
hurt.
you, yeah, no, exactly. And I think you were sort of alluding, Laura, if at some point there's an incentive or a reason to do it sooner rather than later, then yes. But at this point, that there doesn't seem to be a clear benefit of doing that. So I think we wait it out.
Yeah, I don't think we should jump right in. I'm not confident that's the right move.
Yeah.
And I think aspirationally, we're supportive of this process. We want to see this happening, and but we need to know all of the details before we make any commitment on behalf of this town.
Correct.
Okay.
So highway department update. So all the dirt roads in Putney, except for 2, which were not that bad, have been graded. So I just want to share that with everyone. So they've all been done once already. So Brian's been running trucks. They've been trucking sand. And they've also been helping Dummerston. They do it every year. So they get sand and they bring it over to the Dummerston Highway Department. So they've been doing that. They've been busy. And right now, the governor, with his restrictions for the highway department, it's possible that we might be able to get signage taken care of now, Laura. Brian and I have had a conversation about the fence at the end of the sidewalk. So we're going to come up with a solution about that, and I've asked him, it needs to get taken care of.
I'm curious, is that section vital? Does it have to be there? Because from what I saw in community conversation, it's going to be very difficult for any plow truck to be able to move snow in the winter and not hurt something that's there. And so
yes, something has to be there, because that is a steep drop off.
Okay.
Once you get beyond that rock. So Brian and I talked about maybe having something that we can remove in the wintertime. So snow can get plowed between the rock and the tree right there. The other thing too is for many years, debris like leaves and brush and that kind of stuff has been dropped over there. And Saluzzi did a really good job of cleaning it up. And what I don't want to see over there is people dumping leaves and debris, because it's just going to make it a mess. And there's some over there right now. And
people are actually bringing their leaves and debris and dumping it over.
They used to do that before. So, yeah. And there's footprints over there. I was over there this week and I looked and I'm like, somebody's bringing leaves over here. I'm like, oh no. And it's like, so I just don't want to have it. The grass is growing right next to the rock right now too. So I want to keep it clean. And, so we have a right of way. So we have like 25 feet. And then the state has that whole bank where all the rocks are. The state has that as a right of way. So, it's clean right now. Let's keep it clean.
There are several places around town, Laura, where that occurs. historically and ongoing. Hard to enforce when we don't have enforcement.
Right.
It's also
Yeah.
hard, people back a pickup in at, whenever.
3 in the morning.
6 o'clock
Right.
or 8 o'clock at night or whatever, and it's what it is.
Yeah. So Brian and I will work on getting the fence up there. It'll be, spring, summer, and fall. And then we'll take it down and then, so the fence doesn't get wrecked again during snow season. But other than that, they're staying busy. The only time they're not working is if it's raining, because they're usually home. But everybody's been healthy and they're adhering to protocol for COVID. So.
Good.
One other item I wanted to bring up is digitizing the land records. And I know we've talked about this in our emergency preparedness meetings. I was on a conference call today, a virtual meeting, and John Gannon was on that call. And he is pushing for town clerks to get their land records digitized for this reason with the COVID. So if everything was online, your attorneys, your title researchers, your appraisers, they can still do some work. The fact that no one can go into, the town clerk's office, and right now the governor has lifted some restrictions with the town clerk. So appraisers and attorneys and title researchers now can start going to the town office and doing some work. It will be a case-by-case basis in Putney. People will have to come in, sign in, wash their hands, first wash their hands, sign in, sign out. They will have to have a mask and they will have to have their own gloves. So hopefully most of the time people will come in and they'll get a grand tour and a grantee list and they know what they're looking for right off. So they can usually print it from the computer to the copier, but anyone touching anything in the office, it'll have to be washed right after as well. So we are lacking disinfecting wipes, but Alyssa scored today with Staples. So we have some of those come in. We have sanitizer in the office. And anyone coming into the office, it's going to be limited because it'll be the town clerk and one other person. So Tuesday and Thursdays is when the town clerk's office is open, or that's when Jonathan is there. I won't say it's open, but the town clerk is physically at town hall on Tuesday and Thursday.
Is it by appointment only?
It will be by appointment only.
Okay. Can I offer just an observation? If you're having folks bring in their own gloves and they're washing their hands and then putting on gloves, if you're not sure that this is a new pair of gloves, they could be using a pair that has been used over and over and over again, and the gloves could actually be more harmful than their bare hands.
Okay,
so I would suggest either supplying gloves or asking folks to really wash their hands well when they come in and then disinfecting everything afterwards and ditch the gloves idea altogether.
Okay.
It's probably not an idea to have them wash their hands and then sanitize them as well.
Yeah. Do you have plenty of sanitizer?
Yes.
Hand sanitizer? Okay.
And I know Tom has a lot because he would need to get some from Bar Hill, and then he got a 5-gallon drum of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's going to probably be the criteria, and I don't know when that may start. the difficulty, Laura and Josh, is that you can have somebody come in to do research. It might take somebody 15 minutes, but it might take somebody all day.
Right.
So it's going to be difficult to schedule by appointment.
Mm-hmm.
And I think right now it's more of an emergency than it is a convenience. So
It's also hard to.
Yeah, I'm going to monitor that and figure out what's going to work best.
And
Jonathan's also pretty confident that he can get most of, what people need to them.
Yeah.
Good. Wearing a mask all day is hard, especially if you're not used to it and depending on the kind of mask you have. And so it may be something you want to keep a few masks at town hall too, in case somebody shows up without one.
Well, if they don't come with one, they're not coming in. Sorry.
Yeah.
We have limited supply in our office, and I'm not willing to give them out. If you're going to come to Putney Town Hall, you need to be prepared and have, your mask. I'm sorry. And again, like Alyssa said, Jonathan can help people, and he can get them the information that they request, and then we just invoice them.
And at the same time, if people don't have masks, that means that they're out in public without masks. And if we have a way to source them and provide them, the more people we're getting masks onto, the better off we all are. So I don't know if I would just turn people away that didn't have masks. I think I would try and find a way to get masks so that we can give them out.
Masks are not easy to come by.
I know, Alyssa.
They are running about $50 for 25 to 50 of them, depending on where you can find them. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I am very, very aware of what the mask situation looks like. And
terrible.
I will say that there are many people out there that are sewing them and willing to provide them for organizations, including towns, if we were to get ourselves on the list. And I know Josh also was able to acquire some, and maybe it's something that we put in town hall. I feel pretty strongly that we need to make sure that we're getting them onto people's faces. And if these are people we're dealing with regularly and people that are a part of our community, then I think it's really important that we're making the effort, even though it's expensive and hard. And that said, there is a community sourced list of people that are sewing many, many masks, and we have been able to fill our need entirely at Groundworks. And every time I put out a community ask, I've been able to get them. So I could put out a community ask for town hall and probably come up with 50 for you in a very short period of time.
I think the other thing is, though, Laura, that this is not the people who are coming in to research these things are not typically folks who are coming in. I mean, it's on an emergency basis. And I'm not disagreeing with you, and I'm happy. I mean, I have boxes of masks if you want to have a box of masks there. But I do think that the clientele who are coming in for the purpose of researching records are more likely than not people who are coming in to do that as a commercial, they're researching real estate things, stuff like that. I don't think that's an unfair burden to place on them. I agree that there are some people who, if you were coming in because you needed to research a death certificate for your spouse or whatever, and you couldn't get a mask, then we should provide them. But I don't think that's the typical ask for why somebody's coming in.
And we're not letting anybody else come in for any other reason.
Right.
Because they can be helped on the phone and be sent what they're needed. Like, we're not going to let people come in to pay their utility bill. They can drop it in the box or mail it. They're not coming in until everything is said and done.
I understand that. I think having an extra supply of masks isn't a bad idea. And if somebody shows up without one, that's unfortunate, and we can help educate them and get one on their face. So the more people that have them, the better off we all are. It's not about, it's really about all of us. It's protecting us.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you, but I think that I don't think it's unreasonable. I mean, I've been surprised at the number of businesses that are doing business and allowing people in. I mean, there's a statewide order that you have to wear masks if you're out in public. You know, and I realize there's a shortage as well, so that's not easy. But you know,
There's
I
not.
think
Actually, no, there's not. I mean, I'm sorry to correct you, but I believe that the statewide order is, it's suggested that anybody that's out in public wear a
right.
mask. Anybody that's doing business has to be wearing a mask at this point.
But as we're seeing, a lot of people aren't doing that. So,
Right.
Oh, I hear you. I've had a whole frustration with it last week, and
yeah, no, I mean, I just think, I think that, yeah, I agree with your sentiment completely that we need to get masks on as many people as we can. I think that if somebody who's coming in doing business can't provide their own mask, then sorry, we're not going to provide. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's sort of a philosophical difference. If you're coming in and you know you need a mask,
Right.
then you need a mask. That's what it is. And that should not be our responsibility to provide somebody in that situation with a mask. I think we should have as many masks as possible available to anybody who wants one, who can't afford one or otherwise acquire one. But if it's part of your business, you got to find yourself a mask. I mean, I don't think that should be our responsibility.
But how are you gonna? How do you decide that? How do you decide who can afford them and who can source them, and how are you deciding that?
No, I think you're right, Josh. I mean, if they're an attorney or a title researcher or an appraiser coming in to the town clerk's office, like anyone else, like us, Laura, you know, they're doing business. They're going into a public building and they should be prepared. We're not talking about like, you know, a resident coming in, you know, I mean, like Alice Mays, if she had to come down, I'm sure she'd have a mask on. I'm sorry, but you know, it's like these are business people in the public. And so that's what I'm meaning by if they don't have a mask, then they can't enter the building, you know, but we would tell them that too before they came because it's
Right.
by appointment only. So,
Okay.
yeah. So
I think we all agree with the sentiment that everybody should be wearing masks, but
right.
you know, I don't go anywhere without my mask on, and that's because I'm accepting responsibility for that. You know, I realize there are people who can't do that, and but I don't think that's the group of people that we're talking about. I think, and you're right, that's tricky. I don't know. I mean, maybe I don't know. I mean, maybe we have masks there. I would much rather have masks available to the public and through some venue other than town hall, because I don't think that's necessary. I mean, you know, can we provide masks to people? Yes, I dropped 1,000 off at the food shelf the other day. Can they go to Tom to get one? I just don't think we should facilitate that. I don't think that's our responsibility in this context. If somebody's coming to us for the purpose of doing business, it's not our responsibility to provide them a mask.
That would be like Shaw's having to give me a mask because I don't have one.
I think that there are, I mean, okay. We're not Shaw's, we're the town hall. And I think that we're supposed to hold people a little bit better, but I'm not, that's fine.
It's okay, Laura. I understand where you're coming from and I get it. And so it's not like we're going to have like 10 people right off anyway. So we can manage this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And
so this is what I have to say. I have masks because I'm responsible. And I'm so grateful that you offered me one the other day, Laura. Both things are right. both things are right.
I don't know.
All right.
I mean,
Well, I think it would be responsible for us to have some extras and to be able to offer it. And whatever a person's reason for showing up without it, whether it was a mistake or something happened, I don't know. But I
We
think it
do
would be
have some.
responsible. Okay.
We do
So,
have some. We just don't have boatloads of them to give to every single person who may or may not want one.
and as it's been
Not gonna be the
pointed
reality.
out, that we won't have boatloads of people showing up to town hall, but
Right.
So,
Should
and
be
you know,
fine.
yeah, and another thing too, Laura, if we have a soft opening and we still require a mask, you know, there may be a shortage at some point, you know, because they're not easily available right now. So
I hear what you're saying. I think masks are going to be a part of our lifestyle for quite a while.
I agree with
You
you.
know?
I honestly
Yeah.
agree with you because I'm shopping online and buying ours, you know, and I know Alyssa's family's made them, and you know, you're absolutely right. I think we're all going to be wearing masks for a while. Period.
and I think the other thing that sort of, as David was saying, I think that we are happy as a town and as a municipality to provide a mask to somebody who is in need of a mask.
Right.
I think that sort of offering that to people who are in need, and I totally again get what you're saying about how do we determine that. But I think that, you know, we're asking, I guess maybe, yes, we should have masks there for people if they can't get a mask, and we provide it. And we, of course, don't ask them what their reason for that is. But if we're allowing people to come to town hall for our services, it should be incumbent upon them, if they are able to provide their own mask. If they're not able to, then I guess you're right. We should provide it. But I think we're just coming at this from different angles, you work with a clientele for who the circumstances are very different, and I can understand why that sort of sentiment comes with it. But I think that we also, as David pointed out, people who are being responsible need to be responsible too. We can't say, oh, hey, oh, you didn't bring a mask? Well, here's one. I mean, we can, but I don't think that's our job, really. And I think it goes both ways. So.
Can I go backwards here for a second? Didn't this conversation start about digitizing the records?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey,
I don't know. We just spent half an hour talking about masks.
So
what are we doing to digitize the records? Are we doing anything? Is there a plan? How much is it going to cost? Are we
yes.
required to, or is it just a suggestion?
No, it's I have Jonathan working with towns to get prices to see what they're using for formats, and we talked about it regarding, you know, if anything ever happened to town hall, you know, how would you get to land records? So it's very important, and the state of Vermont is pushing all municipalities to consider digitizing land records. And the thing too, David, I want to comment is that if our land records were digitized right now, somebody coming into our office who didn't have a mask, they wouldn't need to, because they could get that information online. And
Okay, so
there's a means to pay for the copies too online. So one, it's efficient, and two, it's, you know, it'll reach anyone that needs to. They can just jump online and get what they're looking for. It's gonna make things a lot better.
I think it's a great idea, but as of yet, it's still just a suggestion. We're not required to do it, so we're not pushed up against a time frame yet. And we
No,
don't even know how much it will cost, but we do know there's companies that can do it for us. Didn't we talk
Correct.
about this a little bit last year? It was a
Yep.
little short. I thought we did. Anyway.
Yeah, and we have a significant budget for that purpose. Every year, a budget, there is allocation from state money, I believe, towards digitization of records. So we've got 80 some odd thousand bucks, as I recall, for
Yeah,
this.
it's
So-
built significantly, but we spent some of it down recently too.
Yeah.
Not a significant amount, but
I can tell you, we have $85,010.98 in the Records Restoration Fund. The
mhm.
state increased the recording fees so people could put the money into the restoration fund to do things like digitizing the land records.
And do we have any idea what it will cost to do it?
I don't have any idea yet. I just had Jonathan start doing this process. What's important for this process to work is that people can pay online, not have our office invoicing people.
Got it.
So if they want to go online and print records or just even look at them, there has to be a means for them to pay for it. And like Brattleboro has a system, and you pay with a credit card, and then you can print what you need. So it's no different than somebody physically coming into the office. So.
Yep. No, I think it's a great idea. I think the sooner we do it, the better. I think the whole broadband study is probably more important now because of COVID than ever. I think there's so many things that need to happen that way. I don't know anything about them. That's why I'm asking all these questions. And so.
No, we're looking at it, and I'll keep you posted on that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So that's all I have.
Okay. Thank you, Karen. So
You're
we're going to do warrants.
I'll make a motion to approve and execute the warrants as presented.
And I'll second that.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to approve the warrants as presented. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Hang on a minute, because I'm like.
There was one thing. I did have a question. So.
About the warrants?
Yeah. Anyway.
Sorry, too late.
Go for it. No, go for it. Ask the question.
I'm kidding. Who are we giving $51,000 to? That's what I wanted to know.
Can we wait till I read the warrant and then I can explain to you?
Perfect. That'd be lovely.
Yes. All right. So we're going to do payroll warrant dated April 24th, 2020 in the amount of $15,027.85. Hello?
Hello?
Josh?
Yeah.
Do you want me to read that again?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I looked them over.
Okay. So that's payroll warrant. And then, so do you want to pass that one, or you want to do both of them together?
Well, we already approved. We don't have to, we just have to sign them. We've already approved based on review. So as long as there aren't questions on review, all we have to do is sign them. We've already done the.
So accounts payable warrant dated April 11th through April 24th, 2020 in the amount of $87,147.98.
The answer to you is it's a bond payment, David.
It is a bond payment. It's for the fire station and the water sewer.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for telling me that.
Is there anything else that you guys noticed? Do you have any questions?
No.
Look good.
Okay, so Laura, there's a copy of each warrant in your mailbox at the office.
Great.
So if you want to go ahead and sign that, and then David and Josh can stop in at any time and sign them.
And
Can take care of it
what's the,
tomorrow morning.
what's the required time frame on that, Karen? Is there a required, I mean, you know, I forgot, as you will maybe recall, last time I forgot to come in and sign them until Monday morning. Does that,
Right.
that doesn't hold, I mean, as long as they have Laura's signature, they've been authorized to be issued. So it, I mean, obviously I'm not going to ask to come in 2 weeks later, but as long as it's within a few days, that's fine, right?
So, yeah, as long as there's one signature. Now, you can vote, make a motion to assign one person to sign
We
the
already,
warrant.
we already did that too. We did that for the duration of the COVID.
Okay, okay. So as long as she comes in and signs them, it should be tomorrow, Laura?
I can do it tomorrow morning.
Yeah. And then we can release the checks.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Do we have any other business?
I
Anybody?
don't. No.
Anybody?
I will, Laura, I will make sure that I still have some of the masks in my possession. I will make sure that we get some to town hall so that they are available for those who need them. I guess in doing that, and I'm happy to do that, however we can best distribute them as obviously the intent. I also would strongly encourage anybody who's coming to town hall to bring their own mask if they are able to.
I totally agree with that sentiment. And I think it's important that we're able to support if there is, for whatever reason, somebody isn't able to.
Yeah.
Yes. No. I appreciate that. Thank you. We need an executive session, it looks like.
Yes.
Okay. So do we have a motion to enter executive session under Title I VSA 313(3), the appointment or employment or evaluation of a public officer or employee, providing that the public body shall make a final decision to hire or appoint a public official or employee in an open meeting and shall explain the reason for its final decision during the open meeting?
So moved.
And seconded.
We have to shut off recording now. Great. So we left executive session. No decision was made. We are going to meet again to have further conversations. And our next meeting date is May 6th, 2020. That is our special COVID meeting, and that begins at 5 p.m. Is that correct? No,
that's a regular meeting.
That's our regular meeting. Okay.
Yep.
So our COVID meeting is
29th, I think, right?
the 29th at 5 o'clock. And then our regular meeting is May 6th at 5:30.
You got it.
And is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
And seconded.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any conversation?
No.
Hearing no conversation. We are adjourned. So thank you, Austin. Thank you, everyone.
officially open the Brattleboro Planning Commission online meeting on April 8th, 2020. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to have to move over to my agenda. So now I can't see it. Okay, meeting called to order. Announcements. Who? Anybody?
I do have a couple of announcements. Well, I have one, and I want Andrew to make one. He might not know I'm giving it to him, but the first thing I wanted to mention is that the U.S. Census is out and active, and we really want to encourage everybody to complete the census. Right now, there's an easy option to go online. If you don't make that, you're probably going to be contacted by a census worker, and failing that, which we're hoping to avoid, is enumerators will come to your house. So we just really want to encourage people to please respond to the census. It's always important, but maybe more so now than ever, because a lot of the federal funding that trickles down through the states are sorry, got distracted. I had to hit record.
This conference will now be recorded.
Sorry. The federal funds flow through the census, so having an accurate count is really important. So please take the census. Please encourage all your friends and family to do so as well. And then Andrew, I'm hoping that you can talk about the NDA.
Quick question.
Yes, Josh.
The census, you said it's easy to find online. Is that like Brattleboro specific or Vermont specific, or is it the same census link or website that everyone has to take?
It's the federal census, so it's census.gov.
Thank you.
Yep.
You should.
Right.
I've got numerous letters with like a login number. They just come to resident at my address.
Yeah, I've done it. My household, Sarah and I have done it already, but I'm just thinking of like to link to an easy link for people to get to.
Oh, I see.
I can like share on social media so that people can just click it and get there easy.
I will share something
Yep,
on
I can
Facebook.
put something
Josh.
together.
Yeah.
If it's simple, I can find it. No worries.
I can still post something though. It's a good idea.
I planned on doing a little, iBrattleboro front porch forum, another push to get that information out there. So we'll put it on the Facebook page and get it out in those places too.
Anyone else have any other questions related to the census before I move to the NDA? Yeah. Jess?
Yeah, I was just wondering how you get that view so you can see everyone.
At the top of your screen, there is like a view everyone. There's two arrows. So you kind of open up the view. If you want to do view everyone. Are you seeing it?
No, I'm doing it on my phone, so
oh, it might look different.
I like to see all of you.
All right, Andrew, why don't you talk about the NDA?
All right. So as most of you know, as from a few months back, myself and Sue presented that we're seeking to get neighborhood development area designation for a portion of Brattleboro. And 2 weeks ago, or I guess more than 2 weeks ago at this point, we met with the downtown board through the State Department of Commerce and Community Development. It was an online meeting conference call. We were going to go in person, but obviously that didn't happen. So it was a very quick meeting, but we got approval. So we got the NDA designation, which is really exciting. So basically at this point now we're going to developers and people looking to develop the housing that meets the criteria that we presented about, could get potentially waived Act 250 fees or a reduction in fees, cap on water fees, et cetera, the benefits that I mentioned before. And if you want more information, again, we could definitely send you that. But we're really excited. We think this is really going to help further our housing efforts in Brattleboro. Does anyone have any questions?
Oh, great. Congratulations. Good.
Thank you.
Any
All the
further?
announcements I have.
Okay. Anybody else? Any of the other commissioners have an announcement? Okey doke. Kate and Jess, I can't see you, so you'll have to turn yourselves on if you wanna, or start talking.
I'm here. I'm just on the show me if I talk thing.
Okay, cool.
Hello.
So, is there any public? Do we have a public? Is there a?
I do not see any public on here. No, there is no public on this.
Okay, so we cannot, or we're recognizing this is the opportunity for public comment, but having no public, we'll move on to item D, approval of the minutes of March 2nd, 2020 that were circulated. Did everybody get a chance to look at them? Or you want to look at them right now? I need a motion to approve them.
I motion to approve the minutes from, what is the date again?
March 2nd, 2020.
March 2nd, 2020.
Is there a second? Yes, Tom is seconding. And Tom, are you making a comment? You're seconding. You're muted. I can't hear you.
Tom, we can't hear you.
Tom, you have to turn your volume up.
This is Kate. I can second if Tom can't.
Okay. All right, good. Second. So is there discussion? Great. No discussion. They look fine to me. All in favor of approving the minutes of March 2nd, 2020? I guess we'll do a hand vote.
Who? Kate, yes.
Okay. Prudence? Oh, you weren't there, so can you not vote? All right, anyway, minutes are approved. Anybody abstaining or voting against? No, the minutes are approved.
Just abstaining.
Okay.
Prudence is abstaining. Okay.
Prudence, minutes still pass. All right, section E, or E. Section 248 petitions, A and B. Do you want to take that away?
Sure. So we have two section 248 petitions that have come in. The planning commission gets notification of them, and as well as the select board. There's a lot of static. Are you guys hearing a lot of static? Jess, can you put your mic off? That might help. Better. Thank you. Okay, so section 248 petitions are to the Public Utilities Commission, and the town has the opportunity to file a notice to intervene in these if we wanted to. The first one that came through is the petition of Green Mountain Power for a certificate of public good pursuant to 30 VSA section 248, authorizing the rebuild of the North Brattleboro substation. You may recall we looked at this in January because part of the process for a major project is they have to give you an advance notice. So that's what you had originally seen. And we brought up a couple of concerns with them regarding lighting and landscaping and stormwater. Andrew and I met them out on site. They kind of explained what was going on there. And we were and what some of their limitations were in meeting what our regulations say. First of all, regarding the lighting, their plan is to install a couple of 18-foot light poles with kind of emergency lighting. So it's not going to be on all the time. It just might be if they have an emergency at night and they need to be working in the little yard. So that would comply with our regulations. In regards to the stormwater, they are not increasing the impervious surface there. And so under the state rules and under our local regulations, they are not required to make any improvements to the stormwater. Looking at the site, there is a lot of overland flow. So we were comfortable that it was not degrading the riverbanks or even the West River. It wouldn't flow towards the Connecticut because the rail line sits up higher. And then regarding landscaping, they have a bunch of mature, I don't remember, do you remember, Andrew, what species it was along the fence line? But a bunch of bushes and shrubs that are pretty mature. I mean, they were leaf off when we viewed it. And so we would have been taking, if we pushed them, putting in some street trees, it would have, first of all, they would have had to go smaller than what we wanted because of the utility lines. And so in the end, we were really kind of feeling like the landscaping that they had provided some buffering. We weren't going to get the street trees because of the utility lines that were already there. They would conflict. So we were satisfied with the landscaping and kind of the limitations that they had there. And part of that site is town owned. So improving landscaping over by the memorial, that's town owned land. So that's not their responsibility. Andrew, does that sound like inaccurate? Do you have anything you want to add?
Sorry, I was eating dinner. That's why I kept turning off my camera. I didn't want you to see me eating. I think that's pretty accurate. Regarding the stormwater, that buffer that goes to the West River, it's at least 100 feet or more. So after seeing it in person, I feel a little bit more comfortable. Like, well, obviously not much is going to really change in terms of the runoff and the potential to hit the river. And hopefully by the time it gets there, it's already been mediated by the natural vegetation that's in the area. It's not a big site. The railroad in the back also acts kind of as a buffer to the Connecticut River, kind of slopes up, and then there's the railroad, and then obviously it slopes down from there. But yeah, the temporary substation is up. You probably noticed it. And then yeah, other than that, that's really it. So
yeah. So I think the question for the commission right now is, are there any concerns that you have that we now want to bring to the select board and make a suggestion that they intervene in this case, or at least be a party to the proceedings? I mean, we'll still get all the filings and that kind of thing, but if we have any concerns that we want them to address in the process, now would be the time to let the select board know.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Were we able to, did we reach back out to the abutting neighbors? They came in, there were some of the public that came in a couple months ago. Curious about where things were. Was anyone, did anyone get in touch with them on the findings, especially with light?
We did not in the office. I'm not sure if Green Mountain Power had some more conversations with them. Do you have something to add, Andrew?
no, they knew about the fence, but I'm not sure if they know about the lighting.
I think that was one of their questions. They were really curious about the lighting. I'm comfortable moving forward knowing that the lighting is only being used for emergencies or for fixing things at night. You know, that the lighting isn't on continually, I feel is a good thing for them.
Hey, you guys, Tom put something in the chat. His connection isn't strong enough to talk. So can we make a provision that Tom can participate via chat? Because I think Except for that means that somebody needs to read it out loud, so it's recorded for BCTV. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be good.
At 6:14 p.m. It's looking like my connection isn't strong enough to handle this. I'm delayed when I speak, maybe video too. And the mouse moves very slowly, but I can hear you all as well. And then at 6:17, he says, has GMP replied to our requests for the project? So do you want to respond to that, Sue?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that they have. They met us out. I mean, we had hoped that they would look at some more ways to handle the stormwater, but our regulations don't require it, and neither does the state stormwater regulations. So could they have done more? Maybe. Is there any jurisdiction to require them to do more? No. So, I guess that would be up for you to determine.
Tom says, okay, understood. It is what it is.
Regarding Josh's point, we can definitely reach back out. These abutters, actually, they should also get notification, so we can make sure that they've got notification of this filing and go over the lighting with them, so that they know it's emergency lighting. And GMP had talked.
That's night too.
Are there any other, do you want to take any action? Do you want to make any recommendations to the select board on this? Or we can just let them know that we reviewed it and we had some correspondence with them.
That seems fine.
I agree. This is Kate. I agree.
Okay, so we got thumbs up from everybody else.
So just to check in, what we're agreeing to is that we're not going to wholeheartedly support and endorse this exciting proposal, but we're going to acknowledge that we had concerns and they addressed them, or they gave us valid reasons why they couldn't address them. And so
yeah, I think that what I'll do is I'll prepare a memo that goes to the town manager and the select board that just lets them know that the planning commission reviewed this, that we had seen the early notification, we spoke to Green Mountain Power, we had these concerns, and we talked about it with them. This is what they told us, just kind of walk through that and just say at this time we don't have any further concerns, or if that sounds okay to you.
I have one little question, which is, do we not have any concerns because there's no point in us having a concern, or do we really feel like it's all okay?
I'm satisfied with it right now.
I feel confident in being satisfied with it also. The biggest concerns the abutters had were, is a footprint going to be larger? Are there going to be different fences being put up? And what's the deal with the new lighting? And I think we've had all of those questions answered. So I feel that they're going to be pretty content with what's happening over there. I can definitely not speak for them, but what they were addressing, or what they were concerned about, has definitely been addressed. Unless I'm wrong, which I've.
No, you're correct. I think it's addressed.
Okay, next one.
The next one is a de minimis application, which basically means it wouldn't even have a hearing if there's no notice to intervene or any interveners on it and who ask for a hearing. It would be administratively approved. So this is it's AT&T has a site on 884 South Street. It's a private property. They have some antennas on a telecommunication tower there. There's actually 4 equipment cabinets, 4 different companies that have cabinets at the base of the tower. And AT&T is looking to upgrade their antennas, and then some of the equipment in the pad or in their equipment box there at the bottom. They're looking to go to LTE, which is long-term evolution technology. It's a 4G technology. Let's see. Most of the equipment upgrades are going to be on the inside, but then there's going to be antennas and some equipment on the tower as well. This property is not in the special flood hazard area or in a historic district. There's going to be no increase to the height or the width of the tower. There will be, the surface area is going to increase a little bit because the antennas and then the equipment on the tower are going to be a bit bigger. So but it's not going to increase more than 75 square feet. And there'll be minor impervious surface increases, which will be less than 300 square feet. So again, they wouldn't trigger any of our regulations. This is just equipment upgrades. It's an existing approved tower. This kind of thing happens all the time, and I would recommend no further action on this one either.
Doesn't sound very, no, it doesn't sound very impactful.
And this has, just for clarification, this has nothing to do with 5G technology, correct?
That's correct. LTE and 5G are different technologies, the best I can tell. So is it fair to assume, everybody, that this is a pretty straightforward upgrade and we don't see a need to ask for a notice to intervene? I see yeses from Prudence, Josh, Felicity, Jess is shaking her head. Tom is got a thumbs up, I think.
Yep, Tom thumbs up.
And Kate's thumbs up. So
what is that?
Great.
All right. So we're good on E. F. Discussion of the role of planning and design in the pandemic. This is really a broad brush. We put it in here because we were assuming that the Planning Commission would want to talk about this since it's what's happening. But there's no agenda in it other than if people want to have, comments, ideas, thoughts. I can put up a copy of our charge, which is mostly, is all about planning, and there's nothing about disaster planning in our charge. So if people want to be reminded of our charge in the context of this discussion, or if people just want to talk, this is the opportunity.
How long is the charge? Is it like a paragraph?
It's a series of bullet points. It's like 10 or 15 bullet points.
I don't think I need a reminder.
Okay.
It pretty much comes out of state statute what planning commissions can do.
So what conversations are happening right now on what the planning commission can do?
None. We haven't. The only thing that I was thinking about personally is that in this particular pandemic, public space is an issue. To be thinking that I certainly haven't thought about that before. One of the features of new city planning is the so-called pocket park. This particular pandemic makes the pocket park totally unsustainable. You can only one person can be in a pocket park. So that's an example of what I'm thinking about.
That's a great point, Felicity. I was listening to a webinar today about when cities will be kind of, reopened, and how moving forward, this pandemic is going to really change cities and towns, just like every other pandemic has, in history. seen the blue, we really got the birth of sanitation systems, and coming out, and that was a big urban planning kind of endeavor.
Andrew,
So I think that the big ones that they talk, yes.
Can you repeat what you said? You kind of went.
Really, you're really breaking
Am
up.
I,
I
can you
wonder if you're breaking up a lot. I don't know if you are for other people. I wonder if you turn off your camera, if we'll hear you better.
Can you hear me better?
Right now we can.
Okay, well, I'm going to try to say it again. I'll be make sure I'm slow. I watched a webinar today on the reopening of cities after this pandemic. And one of the big things that really came out of it is that cities and towns are really going to be transformed from this. Just like in 1918 with the Spanish flu, we saw the birth of sanitation systems. This one is really going to be it's going to be the transformation of digital infrastructure. And another big one is public spaces. And how are we going to reimagine public spaces, both big and small? And they didn't really dive too deep into what they would look like. I think that's really up to the locality. But it's something that we're going to consider going forward, because the recovery stage is not going to be quick. It's going to be a long-term effort. So I think that's something that as a town we can really focus on. And I was really even thinking about the downtown plan, if that will need any changes, but it's just something to think about.
Yeah.
I hope you could hear that.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. That was
Okay,
better.
yep. Good.
I had tech issues on this webinar, but I thought it was really interesting, and they have taped it so we can send it out to everybody. But this was Richard Florida. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Richard Florida. He came up with the creative class, which is, yeah. Which is about the big criticism is about gentrification. But anyway, I went into it pretty skeptical, being Richard Florida, but this was put on by the International Council of Municipal Associations. And what he talked about was kind of how the cities and suburbs and rural areas are going to be reshaped. And he pulled out a couple of factors that I think are relevant to this conversation. Some of the pulls to the suburbs and more rural areas will be the opportunity for remote work, people who are afraid to use mass transit, the desire to have private amenities like backyards and play areas. And so, all this could lead to some gentrification. The push factors, like what, again, my connection to this conference was not very good, but he had push factors for cities and urban cores, where people might still be going into the cities because there's cluster of different industries and high tech, finance, media, entertainment. If we come out of this and there's air travel restrictions, people might want to live near hubs. He pointed out that walkable and bikeable areas will become more desirable, and that they also expect that there's going to be a return to a lot more car commuting and single traffic trips. So anyway, I just thought those were some interesting things to be looking for and to think about when we're planning planning into the future.
Wow. So anybody else? Comments, thoughts?
I'd be interested to see that. It sounded like you said you might be able to share the link to it and we could watch it.
I think that I can. I mean, I had to register for it, but ICMA did tape it and they sent out a link, so I will send it along to you all and put it up on the webpage as well, in case the public is interested.
Looks like Tom has a
Tom has a comment.
Yep.
Yeah, Tom has a comment. Tom's comment: this may be entirely the purview of building/life safety codes, but what about changes that reduce chances of transmission, like all public doors needing to be openable by foot motion detecting, or at least handles that can be grabbed with arm rather than hand? That's such an interesting question. Anybody want to address
Yeah,
that?
I think I think it's interesting, and kind of as we reopen, what Richard Florida was saying, as we are reopening cities and people being in them, and not just cities, towns, whatever, as we reopen after this pandemic. He talked about a couple of key dimensions that we would need to think about moving forward, which is health screenings and temperature checks, and personal protective equipment. And so that kind of falls under the personalized protection equipment. Like, how do we, sorry. When we're in these public facilities or public spaces, how are we protecting ourselves? Is it gloves in parks? Is it, you know, those neat door foot openers and stuff like that? So it might not be something that we exactly deal with in planning, because I do think it's more of a building code, but I think it's an interesting observation.
So vis-a-vis that, so what's the time frame now for the downtown plan? And is there going to be any kind of opportunity for us to modify it given, or to ask Brandy to modify it given this?
So we need to finish up by the end of May. And so I think budget-wise, we're not really in a position where we can ask her to modify it, just because most of the budget is spent in finalizing the plan. But if we want, I think we can ask for an extension to the grant, but it doesn't change the budget aspects of it. So I guess the first step would be to get it into our hands so we can kind of be evaluating it.
Jess had a comment. Jess, do you want me to read your comment? Okay. Who is it that develops and manages emergency preparedness plans? Is that an internal town staff?
Yeah, that's primarily the fire chief has that up.
The WRC has a disaster planner, right?
They have an emergency planner who assists towns with that, but it's usually the local, it's the local people that write the plans.
Okay.
And they do a lot of hazard mitigation as well, not necessarily pandemic, but in the past they have done pandemic.
So back, if it's okay, can I go back to the downtown master plan conversation? Given that you're a planner, Sue.
Yeah, Jessica does have a question.
Oh, did you have another question, Jess? Oh, where does the economic development planning sit?
The town does a lot of work with BDCC on the economic development planning at this point.
Is that good, Jess? You want more? Okay. So can we, even if we don't have Brandy writing the plan anymore, is it going to be, can we change it? Or does whatever she gives us, we have to take when she gives us the final thing? Or can we modify it ourselves, given the fact that we have 2 planners on staff? Like if we wanted to modify it in order to incorporate some thinking about COVID.
Yeah, we could, and if we want to begin thinking of a preface or something, yeah, I mean, I want to be careful about agreeing to modifying it, knowing that she hired a lot of landscape architects and other professionals that have skills that we don't have. But, you know, we can certainly do text edits and that kind of thing. And we could prepare some stuff to give to her to insert it into the presentation.
Sorry, I was muted. I said, okay, that's great. All right, does anybody else have any comments? All right. What? Thought I heard something.
That was me. I was just saying that makes sense. I was going to ask about, isn't there a public comment for this, that we'll have to think about how to do that?
We did have public comment in the beginning of this, or are you talking about for the downtown plan, Kate?
The downtown plan. Sorry, I'm jumping a little bit.
I'm going to turn my mic
Yeah.
off. Bernie Sanders is on.
There will be a public presentation. Well, our plan all along has been to have a public presentation of the plan and discussion of it. So, yes. What that looks like, because how we're able to meet, I'm not really sure. I mean, you know, this is an interesting experiment, but as everybody can see, there are some limitations to holding meetings like this.
Sue, and a thought, if we were going to do a presentation, and it was during this time where we can't have a physical meeting or place to meet, we could do something maybe similar to like a webinar where we would just present, so it's a little bit more streamlined in terms of the process. So, you know, there isn't all these video screens, but then there's the chat option, and potentially maybe we can send something out beforehand so people can send in comments as well that we can address. That's just a thought.
Because are we talking about like?
Those are good thoughts. Well,
sorry, don't want to interrupt you, Sue.
no, go ahead.
Because are we talking about like changing the plan now to meet COVID-19? No, Felicity's shaking her
Yeah,
head.
no. I was just thinking about, because of the particular focus of the plan is public space.
Yeah.
And we didn't really think about spatial like criteria.
Yep.
You know, public space was public space, you know, 3 months ago. And now all of a sudden viable public space has to be a certain size in order to be able to have the public in it safely.
Yep. So you're just trying to think of how to utilize something that we have already to be beneficial somehow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just sort of thinking about the fact that we went into this process of having this downtown master plan, and now we're about to have it, and there may be parts of it that are no longer useful or as useful as they otherwise have been.
Yeah, parts, if not a majority of it.
Well, I mean, at least we had we had the bicycle stuff, but even that I mean, if there are going to be more and more people riding, I mean, who knows? Because there's all that stuff about truck traffic and cars and parking, all those things that are now going to be different. If there are more cars, fewer people. I mean, I don't know how we're going to incorporate more cars here, because I think everybody who can afford a car has a car in Vermont. But anyway, all right, Kate has a big thing. Kate, you want me to read your thing? I guess so. That would limit people. So, Kate, I like Andrew's suggestion on the public webinar with the presenter and people can enter questions. That sounds like a good way to get the public eyes on the presentation without being in person. Jessica says, me too. Maybe a recording could be shared on the town website. Kate responds, that would limit people without computers. So maybe we can find a way to solicit responses ahead from them and read them.
I think we can work out creative ways, even getting it up on BCTV. They're taping this meeting, so that could be a way, and then we can get the comments back. I know Andrew's been sitting in with a couple of planners on these kind of discussions, so we'll definitely be able to do something like that. And to the downtown master plan, I mean, I guess I would say that to think about some of the themes, we do talk about widening the sidewalks, So I think that's a good thing where you need more space. We know our sidewalks are tight. I think, people are still, if you look around, I mean, it may not necessarily be safe because they're crowded, but the public trails are still actively used because people need to get outside. And while, yes, there might be more cars, maybe that's not something we see as much in Brattleboro. I think that, people are still going to want to bike and walk. It's just, we might see people moving to this area because they're tired of the super dense areas and they want to come here and still have kind of this downtown core that we have, but be able to do it by biking or walking. So I don't think that we'd be totally abandoning anything in the plan.
No, but
My thoughts.
Yeah, it stresses the notion, we want people to move here, but we don't want a whole bunch of people to be building in the rural areas. We want them to be staying in our towns.
Mm-hmm.
In density is another kind of really big question to think about. I was reading an article and they talked about the whole idea of what kind of density are we talking about. There's the rich kind of density, as they're calling it, or more affluent people, where maybe some more affluent people live, where they can work remotely, they don't have to leave their apartment, they can get things delivered. But then you think about like the more poor density, like in the global south, where it's a bigger issue. There isn't sanitation like there is in other complexes, and it's like, well, how do we address outbreaks in those settings? I thought that was really interesting.
Especially too, because our poorest communities are the ones getting hit the hardest right now also.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wonder if there's, where in the planning, where does planning for hospital populations sit? I know that some Vermonters have been concerned around the influx of second homers, given that our hospitals are by and large for the local people. And I mean, how does that fit into planning?
That's not anything I've known local or regional planners. I mean, I think it's pretty much been the hospitals and the Green Mountain Care Board. I know back in the 2008, even a little bit earlier, there was a lot of long-term care planning that came out of the state. But again, not necessarily done at the local level.
And hospitals, got very small grants for emergency preparedness from the health department. I'm sure that will change now with this experience, but.
Call from Bernie Sanders.
Sorry.
That call I got. He's inviting you to a town meeting.
I thought Bernie was going to jump on ours.
I thought Bernie was just calling me. Darn it.
No, he called me first. All right. Are we good? It's 18:45. It's 6:45. Are we good with this conversation? We want to move on to next item.
You on your phone? It's a Dr. Seuss game. Have you ever tried that Dr. Seuss game?
I'm good to move on.
Just one quick thing for me again regarding housing. There could actually be more opportunities in affordable housing in terms of funds, because of where the market is going to be leaning in terms of there's going to be some type of housing and other types of commercial development that aren't going to be ideal anymore. So we could actually see more opportunities in housing, which is a good thing. But also, what does that housing look like? Just a thought.
Great. Welcome, Kathy.
I have a thought also. Can we add this same discussion to next month's agenda? Because I'm sure that we'll have more to talk about again in a month from now.
Yeah, absolutely. We should probably have it as a running agenda item.
And I'm really interested in seeing the webinar if that's possible. That will help me think about it.
Yeah. I will send around that link maybe as we speak.
Tom says agreed. Okay. How are you, Kathy?
I'm okay. I'm late. Sorry.
Yeah, no
It's
worries.
so hard. Like, I had a hard enough time with my own schedule. Now it's like the children on Zoom meetings and, I remembered at 5:30, but by like 5:40, I forgot. So sorry.
I understand. It's all right, Kathy. I'm in the same spot.
So we are now at item G, planning values discussion based on the design for the Just City Lab. So this is going to be kind of unwieldy. So please, I'm asking your indulgence as before we start. You all got I assume you all got the PowerPoint that I sent you with the sort of basic instructions. And so I thought we could do the first two parts, which the first part, this one, the where I'm from piece, I think I said we could do it while we're talking, but I don't know necessarily if it's really going to work if we do it while we're talking. But the idea is that this point, I mean, my understanding of this is to get you to understand the relationship between the values and an actual planning process, the planning decisions that you make, because sometimes the values are sort of abstract. So in thinking about specifically your own place where you're from, where you grew up or where you live currently in Brattleboro, do we want to go through this with the idea that thinking about the relationship between the values that are present and the values that are absent as you see your own neighborhood or look back on your own neighborhood? And that way we'll get, I hope, a better understanding of the actual practical planning aspects of the values. And the values list is seriously unwieldy. And I wrote to the Just City Lab, and they oddly didn't write back to me to see whether or not they could give me a list of the values. But they didn't write back. So it's that great big poster. I can share the screen and then you can see them. Do you want to do that while you're thinking? Or did anybody get an opportunity to do their little sketch before the meeting? No, shaking heads. Okay. So I'm gonna pull this thingy up and show you the list of values, I hope. So the way to so can you make me can you make me capable of sharing my screen? Why do I have that? Oh, yes, share. So I divided the poster up into two slides so that I could see it better. So these are the big ones: acceptance, aspiration, choice, democracy, engagement, fairness, identity, mobility, power, resilience, rights, wealth, welfare. And then these are the definitions for each one. So acceptance is belonging, empathy, inclusion, reconciliation, respect, tolerance, trust. Aspiration is creative innovation, delight, happiness, hope, inspiration. Democracy, or choice, is diversity and spontaneity. Democracy is conflict, debate, protest, voice. Engagement is community, cooperation, participation, togetherness. Fairness is equality, equity, merit, transparency. Identity is authenticity, beauty, character, pride, spirituality, vitality. Mobility is access and connectivity. Power, accountability, agency, empowerment, and representation. Resilience is adaptability, durability, sustainability. Rights is freedom, knowledge, and ownership. And welfare is healthiness, prosperity, protection, safety, security. So as you're thinking about your own spot, I guess the only way we're going to do this is everybody just sort of takes a minute and thinks about their own spot, and I will leave the small slides up there with their definitions. Can everybody now see the whole thing? Great.
Is it possible to expand it a little bit more, Felicity?
Yeah. It'd be great to see the bottom, the main words again. I can only see the last few letters of each word.
Let's see, there it is. I'm gonna put them at the top and see if I can put these at the bottom. So I'm sorry, I don't have a big enough screen.
And are we doing this from the perspective of Brattleboro, or?
I don't think it actually matters, because I think in step 2, we're going to do it from the perspective of Brattleboro. But the point here is for you to get a sense of how the values operate in terms of what you know to be the case of aspects of planning. And so that when we move to our discussion about housing and density, we have a sense of what a value like transparency would mean vis-a-vis planning.
So like we're supposed to like choose one word. Is that the situation right now?
Yeah, one word that equals a value that is roughly defined as they've defined it here.
So for instance, like the one that stands out to me is resiliency. Adaptability, durability, and sustainability, especially these days in this COVID-19 world, like especially with adaptability, and then sustainability, that's like what really pops out to me, at least.
Yeah, I think at this point Josh, we're looking back as the next step is to look forward. So if you can think of a place, I mean, if in your own accounting of your neighborhood, are those values present?
Not yet.
Yeah, so I think that's the idea, is that when I'm looking at my little neighborhood, I think there were a lot of things there, but I would say none of the sustainability values were there, except for maybe durability.
So we're looking at this retrospectively, like historically.
Yeah, you're looking from your own experience. And again, I think this is really just, I mean, this is why we don't have to take as much time as they sort of suggest, because this is really to get the juices flowing and thinking about the application of the values to a planning effort, a specific planning effort.
Tom had a question. Are we choosing from the bottom big values or the many in the columns?
We're choosing from the ones in the columns that are really they're subsets of the big ones. So I mean, if you choose the big ones, then you basically get all the little ones. And yeah. I have to turn the light on.
This is really tough. It's really hard for me to think about the past right now, with the future being so uncertain.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's a difficult exercise, but this is exactly the time, because so much is going to change, to be thinking about what is really, really, really important, and something and things that you think are going to endure.
How is my mic doing this time?
Not bad. I can hear you very clearly.
Hey, great. No static?
No static.
Great. I was curious what the green big word in the middle is, because I can't see it.
Identity. This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, identity. So I wonder if I can type. No, I can't type on this. Maybe I can. Hold on.
You maybe not. Can I start
Yeah,
talking,
please.
answering the
Yes, go right ahead.
So starting with looking backwards. Oh,
Yeah.
look, you can write on it. So cool. I think that for me, the town that I grew up in, the place I grew up in, was very much oriented around that big central green one identity. And I think that it had its own sense of who it was. And I think that there were definitely community members that got left out of the value because they were different. But these were values that were really important in the community that I grew up in. It was a conservative town in southern Maine.
Okay. Anybody else?
I almost agree fully with Jess on that pertaining to Brattleboro, though. You know, like out of all the columns, out of all of our choices that they've given us, I feel like those are probably, you know, the most closely related, I would say.
I can't see what I'm typing. What have I typed so far?
Identity,
Mommy,
mobility, power.
I'm gonna go like that. Resilience. So basically these are, so from left to right, this is acceptance, acceptance, aspiration, choice, democracy, engagement, fairness, identity, mobility, power, resilience. Okay, so there they are.
I can throw in a couple. I grew up in a suburban town outside of Hartford, Connecticut. Maybe around 60,000. Maybe a bit smaller than that. I'm not actually sure of the population. I think in my little world there was some of the values that I saw reflected were knowledge, access, and then I think about voice because I had a very big high school and there were lots of different people in the high school and a lot of different opportunities. So it just seemed like students had a lot of voice. But I think some of the missing, you guys had both pointed out identity. I felt like there was no authentic place in my big suburban town with strip malls and malls and all the other stuff. And there wasn't really respect amongst the various groups of people. And I think representation was missing.
I can't see the chat box, so if Tom types in, will somebody read it?
Yeah, he hasn't entered anything yet. I just checked. This is Kate. I can speak to the town where I grew up in was in southern Connecticut, was extremely wealthy, a suburb of New York City. So for me, the big ones would be identity, mobility, and power were most prevalent where I grew up. But most of the it was predominantly. Hang on, hon. It was predominantly populated by single father earning the money on Wall Street and mom home with the kids kind of place with a lot of new McMansions in Rose, where I grew up. So yeah, identity, mobility, and power. And it was, I never felt like I fit in because I was a very odd child. So it was identity, like, you know, along one very narrow track, which is one of the things I embraced about being very different about Brattleboro is there's a lot more acceptance of different sorts of identities here.
Yeah, Kate, I agree. I also grew up in a town outside the little suburb of New York. Well, actually, more New Haven, Connecticut, but same thing. Identity, safety, and power and mobility were present, but it was a very white community, so diversity was missing, and I would also say equity. Compared to where I lived in Seattle before I moved to Connecticut, where I lived in the neighborhood area that had a little bit more diversity, and you know, 98% of the kids weren't white. It was more, I think, like a 70-30 or something like that. But still, the contrast you could definitely see. And you know, if someone being in that community, it was more of that very conservative, we are who we are kind of vibes.
I can talk about the town I grew up in, which was an industrial town, about 18,000 in Western Pennsylvania, outside of Pittsburgh. And like what others have said, I think identity was a big focus, safety, security. It was prosperous. Most people, most people's fathers worked at two, you know, steel mill and Pullman Standard, and so people had stability, you know, and I think my perception of poverty was pretty much when there wasn't a man in the house and it was the mother by herself raising children. Those seemed like the folks that were poorest. But anyway, that's just a kid's perspective. There was no diversity whatsoever. There was really, I think, an active attempt to try to keep African Americans from moving from Pittsburgh into our county. And I think that well, I don't know if there was a real entrenched power structure. There could have been. I was really happy to get out of there when I was 18 and didn't move back, but
Kathy, have you said yours?
No, I really struggle with this because I think partly I don't know, my brain just doesn't think like this. And I'm also, you know, it was hard to see, so I actually downloaded it from the website. And I feel like if you look at the big word, some of them might apply, but not all the things that are the little words that are with them apply. So slicing and dicing a little bit. I mean, I would say, so I grew up in Point Pleasant, New Jersey, a beach town in New Jersey, and there was definitely an identity aspect. But I honestly feel like, you know, I left when I was 17 and I don't actually have any awareness of what the town was like. You know, I mean, it was white, it was somewhat working class. I think it felt safe. I don't know how I would characterize it. You know, in a lot of these like descriptions, I kind of feel like I really just don't have any idea, you know. Little diversity, probably not tolerant. I don't know. I feel like I can parse this out in the smaller words, the smaller things, as opposed to how they've lumped them together. In the big ones, easier.
Yeah, I think the smaller words are actually more helpful. Plus, they have the definitions, although the definitions also, like, I would describe my neighborhood as under togetherness. But then when I look at the small print, it says a sense of solidarity within and across populations. And I think, I mean, my small town of Amherst, Massachusetts, was not diverse at all. So there was not, it's a sense of solidarity and then period, no within and across populations. So do we want to, I mean, we've got a good sense of these things now. Do we want to move to the, oh wait, Tom, yes, Tom. I can't see the chat, so. Andrew,
Why are
can
you upside down?
This is Kate. I can read it.
Okay, great.
So from Tom, for the suburban middle class town where I grew up, it seems that there was a valuing of aspiration, mobility, and identity. But like Prudence said, that's my kid's perspective. My memory is of strong valuing of career and conformity and materialism. Sounds similar to what Prudence and Andrew and myself said, interestingly.
Very, very interesting. I'm sorry that that we can't, I mean, I'm writing some of them down, but I guess we're gonna record this, so. What about the ones that we're missing, Tom? Did you say?
Tom said to give him some time to write it, please.
I find it so interesting that so many of us are reflecting that we came from a community that was very, what was the word that he used? Conforming, or white, or suburban, or middle, like feeling middle class, feeling like, and that we all ended up in Brattleboro. And I wonder if there is a difference that we saw in Brattleboro that drew us here, or if there is some sort of aspiration that we all sort of may have around what we think Brattleboro is and means.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Well, I think we'll get to that next.
Tom said what was lacking was acceptance, democracy, and engagement.
Wow. Okay, so turning to the next one. Now this is going to get really hard because, oh no, it's not going to get really hard. It'll be fine. So the next one is, you all take, there's the charge of the Planning Commission. For your enjoyment, that's a view of the city of Florence taken from Giotto's Campanile. Oh, it's down there, sorry. Okay, so the next step is to figure out what we as the Planning Commission think are the key, and we're supposed to get 10 values that we want to use as we address the zoning changes in the denser neighborhoods, as we talked about 2 meetings ago, I believe, when we were talking about zoning. So here they all are, and you guys will just call out, and I can type in just like I did with the other one, or I can circle the ones, and then we'll have a conversation to see if we can get it down to 10.
And this is what we're aspiring to have?
Yeah, these are the values that we think we want to be utilizing as we do our work on zoning.
And this is current. This isn't where we grew up.
No, this is current. This is Brattleboro. This is our work in Brattleboro.
I apologize for my confusion. I'm not really understanding this exercise, but I think I'm following along a little bit better now.
Okay, good.
first one above acceptance. I love that little pen.
Yeah, isn't that cool? You guys
I'd
can
like to
just,
put out ownership.
Tom said he likes vitality.
I like
somebody tell where, oh, there's vitality.
I like inspiration. Yeah, top right.
Yeah, got it.
So this is for the densely developed neighborhoods. It will be possible with our new designation. Is that true?
Yep.
I would say connectivity then,
Connectivity.
under mobility.
Whoops.
Can I change mine?
Yeah, you can
Does that
do
penny,
more.
does that
You can do-
penny erase?
You can add one.
Yeah, you can add one.
Because diversity on the rightish.
On the right. There it is. Yeah, under
Yeah.
choice. Okay. So we have one.
Kate also said,
Go ahead, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Kate said also diversity and equality.
So we're gonna put 2 marks around diversity. And can somebody point out where equality is?
Yeah, right, man. Where is equality?
It said, I'd vote for equity.
Equity.
Right above equality.
I want to include something under resilience, but I'm not sure which one is the right one.
Does anybody want to help out with that? I'm going to turn off my mic because the phone is ringing.
I would say sustainability or adaptability.
Yeah, of the ones under resilience, I vote for sustainability. We've talked about that a lot in planning, and I think that's a pretty important value to folks in Brattleboro.
Do we have to choose one of those, or could we just choose resilience?
I don't know. I don't make the rules.
Well, for my vote, I think sustainability is what I would want to go with. Both for the sustainability coordinator and the fact that the word can mean lots of different things.
Yeah, I think the next step of this is going to have to be that we're going to actually have to define, once we've narrowed down our list, we then have to define what we mean by it. Because
Tom also said happiness.
I think it's fascinating that we have not chosen anything under democracy or engagement. And they seem to be really important in our process with the downtown plan.
I agree. I was struggling with which one under engagement to pick.
How about cooperation?
How about togetherness? I mean, I feel like cooperation is like there's more love in togetherness. Like togetherness implies cooperation. Maybe.
Okay, they race cooperation. I go with togetherness. I like that.
Yeah, I agree with what Kathy said. I think you can be together, but you don't have to agree on things. Like part of togetherness is accepting disagreement. So I like that.
Okay, that gives us 11. I mean, if we, the question is, how many of these do we actually think we can get? Or do we want them all? Can the person who picked ownership explain?
That was just.
Well, why did you pick ownership?
I think not only literal ownership, creating opportunities to have homes that are owned by people, but also owning the process, owning the changes. And I guess that is sort of part of the engagement piece as well. To me, if people can say, I agree to that, or I put my name on that, or I voted for that, or they will own the change. But I also think that it's important to allow for owners' self-direction in this new zoning and owner's choice. I think that was a big part of what we were talking about, opening up the change in restrictions.
Right. Yeah. So maybe it's helpful for people to actually explain what they meant, and then we'll have it recorded so that because ideally what we'll do is we'll type these up, and so when we sit down, we'll have these in front of us when we sit down to look at the zoning changes. But it will be helpful to have the descriptors next to them, so that we don't have to remind ourselves what we meant when we put it down. Is that okay, Sue, if we do it that way? And then this is all being recorded, so we can type it up. So does somebody want to define belonging?
Wow. I suggested that one. I think it's like sense of place and feeling comfortable and safe and included.
Okay, cool. Inspiration?
Just one more thought on belonging. I wonder if there's something in there about allowing for people to make it, I guess that's ownership as well, but make it their own, or make it designed or shaped or laid out so that they feel like they are allowed to express themselves and be themselves and are accepted for that within this, whatever structure it is. Belonging.
Huh. Okay.
I chose inspiration, and I sort of really want to erase that one now. Because I also went ahead and chose diversity too. I'm not sure if I'm the first person to choose diversity or not. But for me, what that means is a healthy community is a diverse community, and not just, race. That it's also class. It's also like a diverse business community. Diversity for me is like such a big, all-encompassing word, and it's really, really important for a really healthy community, for a healthy town. So that's why I'm way more excited about the word diversity than inspiration. So I don't know if we're trying to dwindle the list down, but if we are, inspiration can definitely go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the Just City, they suggest 10, because I guess 10 is sort of workable in planning purposes, but I mean, if you want to jettison it, it was your choice. We can get rid of it. chose Tom chose happiness. It's on the chat. Somebody want to read it?
I can. I chose
So Tom
vitality.
wrote,
Oh, okay. Tom wrote, I chose vitality because it brings to my mind an image of the neighborhood development promoting community vitality, vibrancy, liveliness. For happiness, simply that the built environment should aim to promote, nurture people's enjoyment of life.
Great. Connectivity.
I was thinking kind of literally just that, you know, we want to make sure that that new development is has good connection, you know, sidewalks, streets, whatever, good sidewalks for sure. But anyway, good connection to the rest of the town. I took it really literally.
Yeah, I mean, can I add to your definition, Prudence, and just say that it might also be that we want people to be connected virtually as well. I mean, like we want all of the future planning to include all sorts of electronic capacity for every community. I mean, that would certainly benefit us a great deal if everybody had high-speed internet right now.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I wonder if I could just add that we know in Brattleboro that there's a lot of single households, and so connectivity can be more than just the physical or infrastructure, but it can also be the human connection. Do you need to put an accessory dwelling unit or another unit on? Are you going to have this little co-created community because you're looking for those connections as you age? Or you're at different life cycles? Maybe that's going too far, but just throw that out there for your consideration.
Yeah, that's good. Equity and equality.
Equality was me. This is Kate. I picked equality because if you know, if any of my fellow citizens of Brattleboro aren't free or being treated equally, then I'm not really either. You know, I think that everybody has to be for everyone to really be free and really be a full citizen of the town and be able to have all, you know, the advantages they deserve.
And similarly, equity, I think, is the conditions, the existence of conditions that permit, you know, full participation and opportunity for everyone.
And we got a definition of togetherness, right? Because Kathy defined that. I haven't added one. Can I add one? I mean, I feel like I have to do something under something having to do with aesthetics. So I would put creative innovation, just because it seems to me that we have to be thinking about the built environment, at least, as contributing to our aesthetic pleasure. And for me, at least, that can be construed under the notion of creative innovation. So I guess I would say that in the design of built space. So it's not just buildings, but also space. So I'm going to circle that. Oops, made myself a paw. So I'm cognizant of the time, Kate, because I know you need to go, and it's we got 4 minutes before it's 7:30. Are we feeling pretty good about this? We do want to keep going, or are we ready to call it a night?
I'm interested in what the next steps would be after this.
Mommy, this is about learning.
Well, the next steps after this is that we actually approach, we look at the zoning and we actually try to do some work and see whether or not in the decisions that we make and the regulations that we write, if we can have these, all of these exist within it so that we actually plan for diversity, creative innovation, happiness, belonging, ownership, sustainability, connectivity, vitality, equity, equality, and togetherness.
Is there either some sort of rubric that we can then apply to the work that we're doing, or are there recommendations to specifically in zoning work to apply certain values to the work of zoning or rezoning?
I'm sure there are. I mean, this exercise, there's a next step of this exercise, but I didn't think we were going to have time to do it. So I didn't read up on it, and there seems to be a fault in the PDF that they have, because one of them is the exact same as the other, is the one we've just done, but the worksheet is different, so it's confusing as to how you're actually supposed to do it. But the three-step processes reflect, align, and then actually generate. So actually start to do the planning where you figure out how to make planning decisions that would bring about these values. And I believe that's what you're supposed to do in step 3. But again, I haven't heard back from the Just City Lab. I can email them again, or I can call them and say, we would like some assistance in moving to step 3. But we wouldn't be able to do that tonight. You're all quiet.
It's the silence of consent, I think.
Was there?
Okay. So does that mean we're the next step? I mean, I think we could probably do step 3 in advance. I mean, right before we get into the zoning discussion. It may be, I mean, it's going to be hard. I would imagine it's going to be hard because we applying values to actual zoning decisions should be challenging, I would imagine. But it seems like we got to do it within the context of having the zoning material in front of us, as opposed to speculating on how we might do it. Okay. People can see your screen. I want to unscreen. How do I unshare my screen?
I think that sounds, I think it's fine. I guess one of the things I'm thinking is that there's all these things that we didn't circle, and it makes me feel a little nervous to actually try to have the conversation. Like, to a certain extent, this is an experiment. And, I would want to, I don't want to apply the experiment to one small piece of the overall zoning work, right? So I think if you're comprehensively going over our zoning, and then we chose to actually work through this fully, that would be one thing. It seems almost unfair to me to take this as kind of an experiment and then apply it to this one aspect of our zoning conversation when it hasn't been applied to anything else. And it's also like there's other words in here that, I'm sort of thinking, well, are we leaving that out, or are we, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, access, or, so I'm just voicing my slight bit of maybe confusion and or discomfort with like putting the lens over this one piece of our work without it having been applied all along, or understanding how we might apply it in the future,
I agree with that too. Go ahead, Sue.
Well, what I wanted to say is, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I think zoning is kind of this weird beast to begin with. But what I think that this provides Andrew and I guidance in, okay, you've picked out these words, and when we're doing our work and we're making choices, we're going to be able to defend it, the work that we present to you, and that ultimately you might end up suggesting onto the select board in these terms that these are the values that we were looking at when we were looking at these denser housing districts. I mean, if we were doing this out in a rural part of town, there might be some different words. I don't know. I mean, I feel comfortable with it enough that, you know, moving forward and kind of the things that you would be looking for us to come up with in the zoning, if that makes sense to you. But
when we first talked about this, it was because I went to this show in New York City that had all of these different, or not, there were 4 different projects, planning projects, intercity planning projects that had been done by 4 different design labs using this system. And I think I mentioned that on the Just City Lab site, there are videos that show they show the whole process. So they show the values that they chose, that the planning group chose to apply to that particular situation. And then they go through and show how each decision underpins the value. And I think if you watch those videos, you'll understand how I think when we originally started talking about this, we were talking about sort of large scale values that we would always apply. But I think as I read more about it, I thought, well, it's true that different situation requires different values. And it's not to say that the things that are not circled are jettisoned. So obviously access is, I mean, we're legally bound to have accessibility. So there are some things that are always going to be there. But we might, in a particular neighborhood, we might choose one thing to stress over another. And then presumably there are going to be some of these that we are always going to circle. And I also think this is, if we have to start somewhere, so we're starting with this. And we can change it or undo it as we go along.
Just to add to that, Felicity, I agree. Like as a planner, like when I'm problem solving or coming up with something that involves something that's affecting people, I'm always going to have like a social justice lens, just because those are my personal values as a planner, and I want to make sure they're applied. So when you're talking about things that may be missing, like access or whatever else, I'm just looking at these values and saying, well, how can that be also included in something like diversity or belonging? Because I'm already going to be thinking about that, especially when we're talking about certain areas like the more dense areas near downtown.
So does that make you feel better, Kathy, and Josh, or no?
Yes, what the 3 of you have just said definitely makes me feel a lot better. When you first approached us with this, you know, it was like it's still a really good idea, but last month or a couple months ago when you first brought it to us, I was way more excited about it. I'm less excited about it because it'd be awesome to be able to participate with you guys doing this all in the same room, you know, instead of like awkward social distancing, you know, from our personal houses, you know, over our computers. Like I think I would understand it a little bit more. I would understand what's going on a little bit more if we could do this normally, like as a group in a room together. So I'm wondering if we want to hold off on this until things normalize. I don't want to crush or squash, you know, the work that you've done already at all, though. And what Andrew and Sue are saying about using this as a tool to help them navigate, to help them with their jobs, I think that's fantastic. If that's what we're doing here, then we should just keep pressing forward and keep doing it. So I feel good about it.
Yeah, I agree with you on the notion that I mean, it's obviously designed as a physical exercise where you get up, you walk around, you have small conversations as you're putting your Post-it notes on each thing. And without that, it's clearly a much, it's not as much fun and it also doesn't generate the ideas that it clearly would spontaneously when we would all be in the same room together.
Exactly. I also saw this as a tool to get to know each one of you better too. You know, so that's part of my excitement for it back then. Right now though, like my mind is just so focused on the future and COVID-19 and protecting this community and helping businesses, that this sort of practice right now, to me, like I don't want to sound offensive or mean, but I feel like this isn't like the best use of our time right now. You know, 6 months from now, this could be fantastic. But again, I don't want to crush the work that we've done so far, especially what you've done, you know, to get us this far into this.
Okay, so what should we do now? Call it a day?
Keep moving forward.
Okay, I mean, this is we've sort of wrapped up what it is that we wanted to do today. And I don't know if Kate is still here or if Kate has left.
I'm still here. Kate's here.
Okay. So we'll meet next month, same deal. And we'll have these typed up and we can either continue to move forward with them or we can postpone depending upon the situation that we find ourselves in a month from now.
Will we go back to the first Monday of the month timing?
Yes, now that we've got the open meeting law set up and we've got BCTV set up, yes, we'll go back to our regular meeting time. Is that okay for you, Prudence? No answer.
Prudence, you're on mute.
Yes, that works.
Okay, great. Okay, so do I have a motion to adjourn?
This is Kate. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
There a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor, raise your hands. Is everybody's hand raised? I only see 3 people. I'm going to assume when the motion passes, we are
It looks
adjourned.
unanimous.
Yep.
Thanks,
Okay.
everybody.
Thank you all. Take care.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
everyone.
Point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 368th edition of Energy Week with me, George Harvey, and the other guy who is the amazing Tom Fennell. In the flesh. I knew you were going to say that. Okay, we've had a bizarre week. I mean, totally bizarre. And so what I'm going to want to do here is kind of rush through things a little bit until we hit the really meaty stuff, which is in a couple of days. The first day that we're working with is April 16th, and today being the 23rd. And the material that we have here is all coming from my blog, geoharvey.com. And you can get it by going there or by using links or a file download that is available from the material that DCTV puts up online and at its site.
Well, some of these are well worth following up on. I mean, I read all of these, and some of them, as I say, are well worth reading. And I'll try to mention some of the better ones. And you go to George's blog and click on it, and see if you can read directly from the link.
Well, there's two things that I'm going to want to do in the course of this. One of them is to explain the futures market.
Yes, I got a little bit of a blurb on that.
Did you?
Yeah, I did, because it's confusing.
It's confusing. The other thing that I want to explain is what I call Harvey's third law, which has an effect on things like the oil industry collapsing.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what it is, and then I'll explain it further when we get to the point that the story is relevant.
Sounds like a plan.
Harvey's third law, Harvey's first and second laws were like Murphy's laws. They were something I made up for a lecture. But having done that, I came to a point where I realized there was a law that is a real law. It can be proven mathematically, and it is the likelihood of something extremely unlikely happening is extremely high.
You better say that again.
The likelihood of something extremely unlikely happening is extremely high.
I like that one.
Well, you know, it's like if you sell 1 billion lottery tickets, each one has a 1 in a billion chance of winning, but somebody's going to win. And the chance of that somebody's extremely unlikely event happening is 100%.
Yeah, very high.
Yeah,
Really higher than that.
Yeah, looking at things in retrospect, you say, what were the chances? Well, if it wasn't that, it was going to be something else. So with that having been said, let's go up to our first little, this is not a big item, it's from Energy Leader.
Let's start with this one. We got a little picture there of solar panels.
Pretty picture of solar panels out in a meadow.
And what it says is, Colorado Springs Utility announces the start of its largest solar project. This is significant.
It is. It's a very short article, though. Duke Energy Renewables Colorado Springs Utilities announced the start of operation for the Palmer Solar Generating Project. The 60 megawatt project has more than 220,000 solar panels on about 700 acres of land southeast of Colorado Springs.
60 megawatts isn't all that big.
60 megawatts is a big solar plant, and this is huge when you consider that it's the situation for Colorado Springs.
Well, it's 220,000 solar panels, and it takes up 700 acres of land. So I guess it's significant.
Yeah, and it'll give them a significant part of their energy needs.
And a quick takeaway from the article, the utility has increased its renewable resources from 19 to 114 megawatts in the past 6 months.
That's
So they're doing something.
Yeah, they are doing something. And this article refers to the solar farm actually running, not to the thing being started.
So it's not just an idea. This is real.
Yeah. And by the way, I'm hearing an echo here. If people online or are watching this hear an echo, I should explain. With the coronavirus pandemic, Tom and I are both working from home. So we are not going into the studio because we don't want to get infected. We are practicing social distancing of about a block and a half.
That's close enough.
Yeah.
Close enough for me.
Okay, we've got an article here from The Guardian.
Yeah, we do. We got a picture of a meltwater canyon, which is interesting.
Yes.
That's a glacier in Greenland, presumably.
Yes.
And that's a river.
Yes, running down a canyon.
Melting ice.
Yeah, running down a canyon that the river carved in the ice.
That's kind of scary.
Yeah, it is.
When you think about it, when you want to think about it, it's even more scary.
Yeah. This is
Well,
really
scientists confirmed the dramatic melting of the Greenland ice sheet.
This is from The Guardian. Greenland's ice sheet melted dramatically in the summer of 2019. Researchers confirmed this. A study revealed the loss largely down to a persistent zone of high pressure. If such pressure zones become regular features, future melting could be twice as high as currently predicted.
Well, this melting phenomenon happens every year. This is nothing new.
Yeah.
But what is new is 95% of this ice sheet melted in 2019.
Yeah.
Compared to an average of 65% between 1981 and 2010.
Yeah.
Only 2012 had a higher meltwater runoff in recent years.
Yeah.
That's almost all of it.
Well, what this refers to is not the percent of volume of the ice, it's the percent of the surface area of the ice that is in melt. And
that would change things a little bit.
Yeah. And I remember one point several years ago, it might have been in 2012, when and in fact, I think we talked about this at the time, they found that 100% of Greenland's ice at one particular time was actually in the process, the surface was melting. But, Greenland's big and the ice is thick.
Well, the ice on Greenland is on land, so if it melts, that water will raise sea levels.
That's absolutely right.
It's not like an ice cube in a drink.
No, it's not. It's not.
So that's kind of something to be aware of.
It is indeed. Okay.
Let's move along here.
Yep. Our next item is from the Daily Pennsylvanian, and there's a picture which is titled University of Pennsylvania Campus. And I got to tell you, that skyline that's silhouetted there, that's not the university. That's Philadelphia, I'm pretty sure. University
for the Daily Pennsylvanian, and it says University of Pennsylvania Campus.
Yeah.
But it may not be.
I think that is the University of Pennsylvania campus, except
it's downtown Philadelphia.
Yeah. You can't see the campus because it's kind of in shadow in the foreground.
Yeah.
Anyway, what do you got for title?
Penn. That's Penn at the university.
Yeah,
Penn signs power purchase agreement to supply campus with solar energy by 2023. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah. The University of Pennsylvania signed a power purchase agreement for the construction of 2 new solar energy facilities with a combined capacity of 220 megawatts in the central part of the state to supply the campus with renewable energy.
It's interesting. It's the central part of the state. It's pretty far away.
You mean the solar array is...
The solar array is somewhere in the middle of Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And Philadelphia is on the East Coast.
But they invented this really nifty thing, Tom. It's called a transmission line.
Well, I don't think this is going via a transmission line. I think they're putting in the electrons here and taking other electrons out there, and it's all done by a computer.
It's all done by computer, but the only connection is the transmission lines.
They're there already.
Lines that are there already, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I should have mentioned, if you want to read these articles in depth, you can go to geoharvey.com and click on the date that we give you on the calendar. Those three were from the 16th of April. We are now up to Friday, the 17th of April, and we have an item from BBC.
Well, just before we hit this one, give you some idea of what's going on here. The facilities they're talking about for the University of Pennsylvania are 220 megawatts.
Yes.
Okay? We have in Fairground Road, our own, it's only 5 megawatts, and it looks huge to me.
It was indeed when it was built, and it still is.
It's still pretty large.
220, I think the largest array in Vermont is still 20 megawatts. And so that means this is 11 times as big as anything that's in Vermont.
If it got any bigger, it'd be in New Hampshire, wouldn't it?
I suppose. You mean the array we have here in Brattleboro? Yeah, it probably would be. Okay, we have a picture of Lake Mead.
We sure do. Now, Lake Mead is a reservoir.
Right.
And it supplies water to Las Vegas.
Yes.
So it's a very important reservoir.
It also, this is behind the Hoover Dam, isn't it?
Exactly.
And so it supplies electricity as well.
It produces electricity. It preserves water. Yeah. Without Lake Mead, there would be no Las Vegas.
Yeah, and we've talked about Lake Mead many times before with the water level being low. This is the first time I've seen this particular picture. But you can see, it's way down from what it should be.
It's way down. Well, that's what it does.
Yeah.
That's what it's been doing for years, but this is probably as bad as it's ever been.
Yeah.
And the title of the article reflects that. It says a U.S. mega drought is already underway.
A drought equal to the worst to have hit the western U.S. in recorded history is already underway, according to scientists. Researchers say the mega drought is a naturally occurring event that started in the year 2000 and is still ongoing. Climate change is having a major impact, making the drought more severe. We covered this drought a bunch of times, and I guess a couple of years ago, we kind of came to the conclusion that it was over, and these guys are saying it's not.
I don't think they're saying, they're saying it's far from that.
Yeah.
Well, what they're talking about, a mega drought, it refers to a multi-decade event that contains periods of very high severity.
Yes.
And there's only been 4 mega droughts in the western U.S. over the period of time from 800 to 2018.
Yes.
That's a long period of time.
Yeah.
And they figured this out from using tree ring records.
Right.
When they compared the worst drought events in the past to soil moisture records from 2000 to 2018, they found the current period is already worse than 3 of the 4 recorded mega droughts.
Yes.
So this is nothing to sneeze at, folks.
No, this is nothing to sneeze at. Not at all. You want to move on, Tom?
Yeah, I think we got another one coming up. We got a picture of the GM corporate office.
Yeah, this picture actually came with the article, and I'm kind of sorry I used it because it's so fuzzy. But, it's from Clean Technica.
It is that. And it says work begins on GM/LG Chem, Gigapower Plant Battery Factory. And LG is a Korean firm, I guess it is, isn't it? And they make a lot of electronics. I have an LG phone.
Yes. Actually, so do I. Tesla isn't alone working toward an electric automobile future. Just one day after getting approval from the Army Corps of Engineers, work began to clear the land for what GM calls its Gigapower Factory, a battery manufacturing facility on 158 acres in Mecca Township, Ohio. Gigapower, do you suppose that's a takeoff on the Tesla Gigafactory?
Well, they're doing the same darn thing.
They're doing the same thing.
But giga means bigger.
It sure does. And this is GM. This is not a small company doing this.
No, that's General Motors. We're not playing. We're playing with the big guys now.
Exactly. And, when Tesla started work on its Gigafactory, it was still relative.
It was novel.
It was novel. And
GM is planning to roll out a number of new battery electric cars. And its factory is a joint venture with LG Chem.
Yeah.
And it's going to produce 30 gigawatt hours of battery cells annually, which is enough for 500,000 cars.
Yes. Clearly, they're
500,000 cars.
They're clearly planning on building a lot of cars.
Well, it's coming, guys.
I guess it is.
The electric car is coming, guys. There's no way around it.
Yes.
We got a nice picture here of Kansas coming up.
Yep, wind turbines in Kansas, as a matter of fact. And you know, this is a weird picture because those turbines are all lighted up, and they're against a sky that in places is just about jet black, but it has a rainbow in it.
Well, it could be a composite picture.
I kind of have a feeling that this is actually what it is. The sun was well behind, and you know, it's just my feeling.
By the way, that picture when I first took a look at it was quite dark.
Yeah.
And in Word, anyhow, the Word is an easy way to lighten them up.
Yes.
It probably is in most word processing programs, but I light the picture up and it's a lot easier to see.
Ah, well, this article is from the Kansas City Star.
Yes, it is, and it says for the first time, wind energy overtakes coal in Kansas. We're going to be talking about stuff like that a little later on.
Yeah, we are. Wind energy has overtaken coal in Kansas for the first time. The American Wind Energy Association reports that wind accounted for the largest share of energy production in Kansas and in Iowa in 2019. It is the first time that wind was the top source of electricity in any state. And I want to point out, this is wind. This is not renewable energy, which would
It's just wind.
It's just wind.
Well, there's a lot of wind in Kansas.
I was born in Kansas, and I tell people, you remember the Wizard of Oz?
Yes.
And that sequence at the beginning where it shows that woman riding her bicycle through Kansas and so forth. And
yeah.
All very great. That was right across the street from where I was born.
Oh, no kidding.
Well, I am kidding. But I know about Kansas because I was born there. Okay.
Well, there's a video here that's worth looking at.
Ah, yes.
It says, see how wind turbines capture and convert wind energy to generate clean electricity. It's an interesting video.
Yes.
Well, there's some quick takeaways here. Kansas wind power increased to 41% of generation last year.
Yeah.
Coal fell to 33%.
Yeah.
And as it says, Kansas has an abundance of wind. And over 3,000 turbines to utilize it.
Yes, and they're going to have more.
Well, they could still add, from what the wind is generating in Kansas, 500 gigawatts of wind production. That would be 200,000 turbines.
Yes.
I don't think they're going to do that, but they got enough wind to do it.
They got enough wind. I don't think they're going to do that.
Let's move on to Saturday, April 18th.
Yeah, let's do that.
We got a nice picture of a dragster. Wow.
Yeah. And
5,000 horsepower it is.
Yes, that's right. I did a little calculation on this. I'll tell you about it after we talk about the article.
Well, a tiny 1,340 horsepower electric motor is driving the Hyperloop. And there's 4 of those motors there.
Yep. Reading the specs on the Hyperpower's electric motor is a dizzying experience. At 18 inches by what looks like less than 4 inches, each motor reportedly delivers 1 megawatt power, or 1,340 horsepower. Hyperpower has developed the motor units so they can be ganged in a common engine shaft, and that car has got 4 of them, but it's 5,000 horsepower.
That's amazing.
Isn't
That's amazing.
Now, I'm accustomed to dealing. I used to work with various pieces of old electricity, and a half horsepower DC motor. I would not want to hold one in my lap. Those things were big.
Absolutely.
And this thing is not a whole lot bigger, if it is bigger. And it's not half a horsepower, it's 1,340 horsepower.
Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, but Tom,
Nice picture of the motor in this ad, in this article, by the way.
yeah, I want you to consider something. This thing is 18 inches by what looks like less than 4.
That's about right.
If you
Think it's right behind the wheel in this particular car, and I'm sure it does.
if you could gang 26 of these things together,
Yeah.
23 of them together, I'm sorry. If you could gang 23 of them together, you would have a set of motors that would be about 18 inches by something on the order of, say, 10 feet. 18 inches by 10 feet. Now, you couldn't gang them together on a single shaft because their shaft isn't designed to be strong enough for 23 of them to be ganged up. But if you did that twice, and you attached each of those to one of the screws of a Fletcher-class destroyer from the Second World War, that would power the
ship.
That is amazing. That's absolutely amazing.
Well, you know, somebody's going to do that sometime soon.
They may be doing it already, for all I know. I mean, when I got my Prius, which was 2001, it had I think it was a 35 horsepower motor that was about the size of a grapefruit can. And
okay.
It was, I mean, you couldn't see it. I just knew that it was buried in the engine system somehow. But
wow,
these new motors they've got are built using super magnets, and they're powerful.
Yes, they are.
Okay, you want to move on?
Well, there's the quick takeaway here.
Ah, good.
The Hyperpower, which is the name of the company,
yeah,
is developing an electric dragster. That's, I think, this one.
That's what it is.
It's offering 0 to 320 miles per hour in 3.7 seconds.
Yeah, and when you're all done, it's hard to stop the car because the guy who was in it passed out.
The top speed is only about 380 miles an hour.
Oh my
The
God!
acceleration is going to blow your head off.
And here, you know, you look at that thing and you say to yourself, "Where's the engine?"
Yeah, you would.
I mean, it almost looks like, I don't know, it looks like a joke, and it isn't.
And by the way, that's being done in Australia.
Yes, that particular company is in Australia. Yep.
It's not a California dragster.
That was from Clean Technica, in case I didn't say it before.
Well, you said it now.
I've said it now, and we've got another one coming up, also Clean Technica, and it's actually a reprint of an article that was appeared in 2017, and we talked about it then, I believe.
I'll touch base on that. I got the name of it.
Yeah.
Well, 200,000 Americans a year die from air pollution. Well, that's kind of kept secret, isn't it?
Well, it's kept secret if you're talking to certain politicians in Washington, but this information's been around, you know, and if you want to get the information from MIT did studies on this, and the American Lung Association did studies on it. There's a lot of studies on it. We lose about 300 people a year in Vermont, which is almost one person every day. And the reason I wanted to put this up again at the site, it did appear again in Clean Technica, but the reason I wanted to put it up at the blog again is because think about that 200,000
What's going on,
and what's going on with this coronavirus epidemic. The number of people who are dying of air pollution is extremely high, and it's something that we should have dealt with long ago.
That's what this says. Air pollution leads to a higher likelihood of death from COVID-19.
It does that. It exacerbates COVID-19. So we're going to be hearing.
And the article has a list of 16 problems caused by air pollution.
Yeah.
And there's 16 links to it.
Yeah.
And there's also a link to the original article, which was called This Stealth Terrorist Killed 53,000 Americans last year.
Yes.
And it's worth reading. It's a good article.
Yes. Okay. We have a picture of an offshore wind farm.
That's what it looks like to me.
From
gotta go hard to see those wind towers, though.
Yeah, it is. And you know, every time
horizon.
Every time I see those, I think about being on the beach or something like that, and seeing a sailboat or seeing a ship in the distance or something. And I I don't think these things, I've never seen offshore wind turbines. I don't think they would bother me in the slightest.
Wouldn't bother me any.
Yeah. Okay, this is from Renews.
And what it says is COVID-19, UK wind farms could be switched off.
National Grid warned that it could ask UK power plants, including some wind farms, to switch off in order to avoid the network being overwhelmed with electricity as the COVID-19 pandemic hits demand. The UK network operators said there has been a 10% drop in power demand.
Well, that's true, and it could rise to as much as 20% in the summer if the impact of this coronavirus continues.
Right.
Now, this drop is mainly due to decrease in energy use by industry, not by people staying at home.
Right. But you know, there's something here that people should understand, and that is baseload power plants are designed to supply the base load, which is the least load that is expected on a power grid.
Well, they're not expected to be turned on and off.
Yeah, and when you get to a point where your power demand is dropping below the base load, that means the base load power plants have to shut off.
Yeah.
So
that's expensive.
It's expensive. You know, when I watch, because I do this every day, I watch. I look every day at the current status of nuclear power plants and so forth on an individual basis.
Which are baseload plants.
They are baseload plants, and a lot of times I'll see a plant start up, and it'll struggle for about 5 days when it's below full load, and then it'll go off again because of some quirk that happened, you know, startup problem, and then it'll start over again, and sometimes it'll take 3 weeks for a nuclear power plant to get back to full load.
I didn't realize it took that long.
Oh, usually it takes at least like 5 days, but it takes a lot of time. Those are big plants. Imagine having a tea kettle with, you know, 10,000 gallons of water in it. It just takes a long time to heat it up.
It's a big kettle for sure.
Yes. Okay, you want to go on, Tom?
Yeah, we got an interesting one here.
Okay.
The world's energy order is changing, and China is set to reap the strategic benefits. And there's an image there of a solar farm in China, and it's big.
It's big. It doesn't look much like solar farms in Vermont, I can tell you that, because it follows the contours of the hills.
This is a good article. It's long, but it's interesting.
Yeah, this is, we've got up to Sunday, April 19th, by the way. And this article is from ABC Science Online. And I don't remember whether that's ABC in the United States or no, that's ABC in
Australian Broadcasting. I looked that one up.
I recently had an article that was ABC News, and it was American Broadcast Company News, and it looked identical to the ABC News that comes from Australia. But you know, I've decided it's probably nice to be careful of that. But what do you have for title for this?
The world, I think I read it.
Oh, maybe you did.
I'll read it again. The world's energy order is changing, and China is set to reap the strategic benefits.
You did read it, and thank you for reading it again. The production cap agreed on by OPEC Plus, the instability of the markets, the economic fall due to the coronavirus pandemic, and the ongoing technological changes are playing out in a power shift, and it looks like China is going to be the main beneficiary.
I'll mention OPEC Plus because it's confusing. Since the 1960s, a cartel of OPEC, which is a cartel of 14 oil-producing countries, has controlled a huge amount of the world's oil supply. OPEC has now expanded, forming a super cartel with 10 non-OPEC countries called OPEC Plus.
Yes.
Control roughly 55% of the world's supply.
Yes. And my understanding was the United States was represented in this.
They are. They're one of the 10 non-OPEC countries.
Yeah, and so is Russia, which is one of the really big players. Yeah. And we're going to be talking about the problems for oil, but
China... This article mentions something that we're going to visit a couple of times, I think, before this one's over.
Yes.
This week, oil price descended to negative values.
Yes.
Okay, due to limited storage.
Which means that if you went to buy the oil they would have to pay you to take it away.
That's exactly what it means. Well, China is now the world's largest producer, exporter, and installer of solar panels, wind turbines, batteries, and electric vehicles, placing it at the forefront of the global transition.
And that's new technology, you know, and if we're going to insist on trying to promote coal and oil and natural gas, we have to remember that
lose.
Huh?
We're going to lose.
Yeah, because it's like backing buggy whips and horseshoes when the automobile is
absolutely
moving in, you know. So it's not I think it's extremely important for the future of the United States to get involved in this in a big way.
They have to. We have to.
We have to.
China sees what's going on and they're doing it.
What's that
Just
again?
twiddling our thumbs.
Yes. Well, I mean, we've got policy that's driven by people who imagine that they're going to have problems if renewable energy supplants them, which is probably true the way they do business. They just have a business plan.
Absolutely. Well, this one's from CNN. It says, designing an end to a toxic American obsession, which is the lawn.
Yeah, and this is a beautiful picture of greenery. I just titled it greenery. It didn't have a title at CNN. It did have a thing saying credit Jennifer Roper, but it's kind of a pretty picture of a front of a house with
a garden.
With a garden that does not include grass.
Well, they mention that's kind of ridiculous when you come right down to it.
Yes, unless you happen to keep sheep or goats.
Well, this is a good article.
Yeah,
there's a lot of pictures in there of front gardens, and it's worth considering.
Yeah, lawns cover 2% of the entire United States. Maintaining them produces more greenhouse gases than they absorb. They are biodiversity deserts. Think about that for a minute. They're not places where a lot of things live. You know, the robin hops around and gathers worms, and the worms will live there. But from the point of view of a lot of biodiversity, they're just not good. And if you're going to use toxic chemicals to keep them under control, the worms don't. You got toxic worms.
You got toxic yourself.
Yeah. Biodiversity deserts that have contributed to vanishing insect populations, they require more irrigation than any agricultural crop grown in the country. And we've got alternatives. And that picture is actually a picture of an alternative to a lawn. So,
well, the article is full of pictures of front gardens.
Yes, it is. And imagine that picture with all of the greenery and all of the wood just cut out. So you've got a white building with a door and steps, and then have a lawn there. This is beautiful.
This is much more attractive.
I think so, yeah.
Well, in 2005, this is interesting, a NASA satellite study found that American residential lawns are nearly equal in size to the entire country of Greece.
Yes. I didn't
50,000
include
square
that.
miles.
Yeah. I didn't include that in the synopsis because I figured that most people don't really know how big Greece is. It's hard for me, and I've got a good sense of the, you know, maps and things of that nature. It's hard for me to picture the area of Greece. I mean,
I bet it's as big, as close as the Atlantic seaboard from Maine to about Virginia.
Yeah, that's easier. Except, how wide is the seaboard? Do you happen to know, Tom?
No.
See, it's
well,
hard.
it's the width of the states. It would extend to the end of Pennsylvania, I guess.
Yeah. Well, you want to go on?
Yeah, let's move on.
We've got an item here.
You mentioned one thing here that I thought I'd mention.
What's that?
Victory gardens.
Victory gardens.
In the time of World War II, virtually everybody had a small garden.
There's actually a town in New Jersey called Victory Garden.
Is there really?
Yeah. It was part of Dover, and the people all had gardens, and they decided they were going to have their own community, and they did.
Good. Good for them.
Okay, our next item comes from
NBC News.
NBC News, and it includes a picture of a woman who has a very big smile. Even a small copy of this picture shows her big smile. In a canoe that she has made, and I want to tell you that every time I see this picture, I think about the Big Rock Candy Mountain.
Oh yeah.
Because there's a line in there about there's a lake of stew and a whiskey too, and you can paddle all around them in a big canoe?
I don't know that song, but
Okay.
no, there's a fungus among us. No. Is fungus the answer to climate change? Student who grew a mushroom canoe says yes.
He grew that canoe.
Yeah.
Catch a glimpse of Katie Ayers paddling her canoe on a Nebraska lake. I didn't know there were any lakes in Nebraska.
There's one.
There's one. I think there's more than one. On a Nebraska lake this summer, and you might do a double take. Her 8-foot canoe seems much like any other until you look closely, and then you see it's different. It's made out of mushrooms.
A little bit of an explanation here.
Yes.
Mycelium, the dense fibrous roots of the mushroom that typically live beneath the soil, is buoyant and waterproof. So she decided to try using it to create a boat, actually to grow it.
Yes.
So she built a wooden skeleton and sandwiched it with mushroom spawn and let nature take its place. The last step of the process was to let the 100-pound boat dry in the Nebraska sun.
Yes.
Now the boat is still alive, which means it grows mushrooms each time it gets wet.
Oh, yeah. I've gotten that. And I don't know what kind, does it say there what kind of mushrooms she used?
Well, if it did, I didn't record it. So
She might have used oyster mushrooms because they grow very aggressively. And if she did, then after she goes out and paddles around, she can take that canoe, and when the mushrooms grow out of it, she can clip them off and eat them for lunch.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, we are up to Monday, April 20th, and we have a picture of cable on a cable-laying ship.
That's interesting.
That ship, by the way, is named Safety First.
Oh, is it? You got the name of that ship, huh?
No, I'm just reading the sign, and it looks like it could have been put in a place where the name of the ship would be. That kind of cable, by the way, is not something that you can tie into a bow easily.
I don't think so. I used to work for a company that made submarine cables.
Yes.
Simplex Wire and Cable it was called, and they're not part of the consortium they mentioned here.
Yeah.
Well, Tennessee, which is the name of a company, launches a 2-gigawatt cable project.
Tenet contracted with an international group of cable suppliers to develop a new 2-gigawatt submarine cable, and I want to tell you that 2-gigawatt connection for offshore wind projects planned off the Dutch and German coasts. The project will deploy a 525 kilovolt high voltage distributed current extruded submarine cable system.
Well, first of all, it's not distributed current, it's direct current. This probably was written in Dutch and translated to English.
Well, very good point, Tom. I didn't understand that.
And it is an extruded submarine cable because virtually all of the cables are now extruded.
Yeah.
But in any case, Tenet is a system operator in the Netherlands and in a large part of Germany. It's owned by the Dutch government. And this particular system that they're building will be ready for deployment in early 2022.
Which is not that far off.
Not very far off.
Yeah.
Right now, well, not right now, but eventually, 40% of the Netherlands' electricity will come from offshore wind farms by 2030.
Okay.
So they're planning ahead.
Yeah, that item came from Renews, by the way. Our next item has a picture of an oil rig, and it's
going under a bridge.
BBC. Tom, can you tell where that oil rig is in the picture?
No, I can't.
Well, you see on the right side of the screen there a thing that looks a little bit like a nuclear power plant with.
It looks like a mosque.
It actually is the mosque. Those are minarets.
It is a mosque, huh?
It is. And I looked at that and I said, that looks an awful lot like the Cathedral of Hagia Sophia, which was in Constantinople, and it was taken over by the Turks, who turned it into a mosque, and now it's a museum. That's Hagia Sophia, which was built. I don't remember the year, but it was built like 1,500 years ago.
I was going to say about 800 AD or something.
Yeah, something like that. Very famous building, very interesting architecture. So let's see. Did you read the? I don't think you didn't read.
I haven't read it yet. U.S. oil prices drop to a 21-year low as demand dries up.
we're going to go further with this.
We'll hit this one again.
What?
We're going to hit something very much like
We
this.
are, yes. The price of a barrel of West Texas Intermediate dropped 14% to $15.65 in Asian trading, its lowest level since 1999. Earlier this month, OPEC and its allies agreed to a record deal to reduce global output by 10%, but some analysts said the cut was not big enough to make a difference. And my recollection, Tom, is that you and I talked about whether it was big enough to make a difference, and we agreed it was not.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Well, there's a quick takeaway here.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk about this again. Oil producers are paying buyers to take the commodity off their hands over fears that storage capacity could run out, which is happening.
We're going to get into that if we will.
Demand for oil has all but dried up due to lockdowns across the world, which has forced the price of oil into negative territory, as low as minus $37.63 a barrel. And we'll touch base on this again.
That minus 37.63, by the way, was not the lowest level it went to. It was the lowest level that it finished the day at. It actually went down to minus 40.
Wow.
Fred. Do you want to go on, or do you want to talk?
Let's move on. We're going to be touching base with that on another, I think, 2 more articles.
Yeah, we have a picture of a big solar array in Mexico. This is from iNews.
iNews, yes, it is. Green energy investment could turbocharge economic growth. Could is the emphasis there.
Yes. A report from the International Renewable Energy Agency says investment in renewable energy could turbocharge economic growth in the aftermath of COVID-19, leaving populations richer, healthier, and safe from future climate risks. And
what it says here is rapid scale-up of low-carbon infrastructure could revive the global economy after the pandemic.
Yes.
Higher renewables investment promise more jobs, higher economic growth, cleaner living conditions, and significantly improved welfare.
Yes.
Move to green energy could deliver a $98 trillion boost to the global GDP by mid-century.
And employ tens of millions of people.
Absolutely. It's a win-win situation.
Far more people than are employed by fossil fuels right now. But we'll have to see what happens.
Well, we got a picture coming up, and guess what? It's pump jacks.
It's pump jacks that look like painted ladies. You know the painted ladies?
There's a good question here. How can the oil price be negative?
Yeah. This is from Tuesday, April 21st, and this is an item from what is called Share Cafe. Oil is the world's most heavily traded physical commodity, but most of the trades are in the futures market, with the oil not actually changing hands until the contract matures. When that happens, the oil has to be stored someplace. In the United States, that usually means it goes into storage tanks in Cushing, Oklahoma, but the tanks are all full.
Well, it's saying here in the article, from the article, all available U.S. storage is now either taken or spoken for.
Right.
Which includes the filling of oil tankers and sitting them off the coast going nowhere.
And
here's the big kicker. Oil costs money to store.
Yes, it does.
So what is the cost of storage when there is no storage capacity left?
Well, all of a sudden, the cost of storage goes to whatever the person who owns it demands, doesn't it?
On that basis, anyone stuck with a futures contract has no choice but to sell at any price. Any price implies you pay just to get the stuff off your hands.
Yeah, and I want to explain here how the futures market works.
Okay, good.
You can buy potatoes today for delivery in November. If you're a farmer who's growing soybeans, you can sell part of your crop that's going to be coming out next fall now. And what happens with that kind of sale is you go into what's called a futures. It's a sale of something that doesn't yet exist, but will exist. And when it does, it'll get delivered at a specific date.
On that date, and this is the price you will pay for it.
That's right.
On that date.
I remember about 45 years ago hearing a woman telling me about a person she knew who was playing the market. That is to say, he was gambling on futures because
they do that.
They do that. Those contracts can be bought and sold.
Well, let me read quickly what I got about futures.
Okay,
to add to you what we know.
Go ahead.
Futures contracts are standardized agreements that typically trade on an exchange. That's like a stock exchange.
Right.
They are financial contracts obligating a buyer to purchase an asset and a seller to sell that asset at a predetermined future date and price, regardless of today's price.
Right.
Well, the price of that asset on that future date is different from the value in the contract. The buyer and seller make a profit or a loss, respectively.
Right.
The traders pay only a fraction of value in the contract up front, which is called the margin, and they deposit that with a broker.
Right.
So the futures market can be used by many different kinds of financial players, including investors and speculators, as well as companies that actually want to take physical delivery of that commodity or supply it.
Yeah.
So it's an important part of the way we do business.
So if you grew potatoes in Maine and you wanted to get a little bit of money right now, you could sell a future on your crop for the fall to somebody who wants to buy potatoes in September, October, November, and you know the person who's buying them is going to be buying a huge quantity in the one market. The woman I was mentioning, her friend was speculating in the futures market, and he bought a potato future, and the price of potatoes went down, and
so he lost money.
He was losing money. He couldn't bring himself to sell the future. And one day somebody called him up and said, "So where do you want the potatoes?" And he very unwisely said, "I don't want them at all." But what he was doing was he was talking to a trucker who happened to be down the block. He wound up having a 14-foot high pile of potatoes on his front yard.
That's funny. That can happen.
It can happen.
That
now,
can
what
happen.
happened here is that people were buying and selling oil futures, and all of a sudden they realized they've got to put that oil someplace, or the person they sell the future to has got to put the oil someplace. So the speculators all of a sudden were not willing to buy futures that were for deliveries in May. So what happened?
Coming right up, we got a picture that shows exactly that.
Let's go to that. We've got a picture of the oil price crash. This is the oil futures crash. It comes from CNBC, and it goes with an article from CNBC. And
which I will read.
I want to point out that the zero line here is not the bottom, it's the middle of the screen. And that thing was, the line was going up and down kind of as people started to realize that there was going to be a problem for May deliveries. And then all of a sudden, May contract, they said, we can't hold this. What are you going to do? Because an oil future is 1,000 barrels.
Yep.
That's 42,000 gallons. That is over 8 of those big tank trucks you see on the road. And if you buy a future, you're going to take delivery on that, or you're going to find some place to put it. And if you don't have it, you're in trouble. Because
they've been going on for a long time, so I'm sure they've got a nifty enforcement mechanism.
Yeah, they've got a nifty enforcement mechanism, and it costs a lot of money.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You're far better off selling the future at negative 37.63 than holding the thing and taking delivery, because that tractor truck loads of oil are not going to fit on your front lawn.
I don't think there's enough room.
Probably not.
Well, let's hit the article here.
Okay, this is from CNBC.
It says anyone who thinks oil has hit a floor, is playing with fire. Yes, prices can go lower.
Yeah, and
there's
oil
two nice videos there that are worth watching, about 3.5 minutes each.
An oil futures contract in the U.S. made a historic plunge, with West Texas Intermediate crude for May delivery falling below zero for the first time to settle at a negative 37.63 a barrel. Oil demand crashed due to the pandemic and storage facilities being full. And Tom, this is where I want to bring up Harvey's third law.
Okay.
You and I have been talking about an upcoming oil crash for years.
Yeah.
Okay, I think probably 3 years. I've even had people as much as a year ago starting to make fun of me and say, George, where's this? When's the crash coming? And I have just said, well, it hasn't come yet, but it's going to come for sure. Now we're seeing that crash.
This is that crash.
How did you and I know that this was going to happen? Well, we didn't know that the pandemic was coming, but
something must come down.
Yeah, the pandemic was that extremely unlikely thing.
Yeah,
that was going to happen, and it didn't have to be a pandemic. It could have been a war. It could have been a discovery of some scientific type. It could have been any of a variety of different things. It just happened to be a pandemic, and all of a sudden, in the face of this huge infrastructure OPEC Plus has to produce oil, which is producing oil like mad, the demand for it evaporates, and there's no place to put it.
And they got all this infrastructure in place that's working, and they're reluctant to shut it off.
Yes. And in some cases,
this is a lose-lose situation
for them.
For them.
And I had never known it, but apparently, if an oil well is under production and stopped, that act of stopping it can damage the oil well. I had never known that, and I don't know.
Never heard that.
I have read that in a number of different places. I don't know for a fact that it's true, but it is something that I've read, and oil companies are extremely reluctant to shut their supply down, their pumps down. But the thing is, we know that companies are going to go bankrupt. One of them already has.
I was just going to say that's happening already.
It's already happening. We know that many.
Didn't our friend Mr. Murray get hit?
He's coal.
Free energy.
He's coal.
He's coal, yeah.
But excuse me, the thing that I saw an article today in which the people who wrote the article were saying, okay, so the price is down, it's gone below zero. What's it going to be next year? We don't know.
We don't know.
What could happen is all of a sudden somebody comes up with a very effective a vaccine for the coronavirus, demand suddenly returns, people suddenly go back to work, and all of that oil could be taken up, all the oil in reserve could be taken up in a situation where oil companies have been going broke. And so the supply declines. So all of a sudden, there's a huge increase in price next year. We don't know. That could happen.
Yeah, it could. Stranger things have happened, I'm sure.
But if it does, I'm going to be expecting another crash afterwards. Because the underlying problem that made the industry weak is not going to be strengthened.
Well, we got a nice picture coming up of a wind farm.
Yes, things are.
I don't know how they got that picture. It must be a composite.
No, it's not. That's not a composite. That picture is what do they call an exposure that goes on and on and on?
Time exposure?
Time exposure taken looking at the North Pole.
Okay, it's looking out from the north. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And
the only place they could take a picture like that was the North Pole or the South Pole.
Yeah.
Okay.
When I was little, I was very into astronomy. I am still to a little bit, but I saw a lot of pictures like that when I was a kid. Anyway.
Now it makes sense because I was wondering about that.
Yep. Okay, this is from mining.com.
Yes, it is. Renewables overtake coal-fired power production for the first time. This time they're talking about the world.
They're talking about the world. The International Energy Agency report on key electric power trends in the world's developed economies released last week shows that renewable energy overtake coal as a source of electricity generation for the first time. In 2019, coal use was 13.4% lower than in 2018. This is
in 2019.
Yeah.
Non-combustible renewable production accounted for just under 26% of the total electricity mix.
Yeah.
Coal made up just over 22%.
Right.
Natural gas right now is leading at 29%, and it remains, as it says, the leading source of electricity in the 35 countries that this report covers.
Yes. Although the our last article, which is the third one coming, will address the position of
We're going to hit it again.
It's going to hit that thing about natural gas, yeah.
Yep. Well, we got a picture coming up, and it's the Strategic Petroleum Reserve sites. I didn't realize they were all down by the Gulf of Mexico.
Well, that's where a lot of the refineries.
Refineries are there, yep. It's a good, but a long article.
Yes.
From Clean Technical.
Yep.
And Clean Technica.
Yeah.
And it says, speculation, hopes, and tweets, and wishful thinking. Negative prices explained.
Yes, and that's what this is about. It's explaining the negative prices. This is from Wednesday, April 22nd, by the way. On April 20th, the price of a barrel of West Texas Intermediate fell below negative $40 a barrel briefly, sending shockwaves through the industry and leading to a 600-point drop on Wall Street. How can a barrel of oil be worth less than zero? Well, here is an explanation.
A quick explanation.
Yes.
If there is an oversupply of a product, it can be warehoused until prices stabilize. However, thanks to the global pandemic, storage facilities for oil are rapidly filling up. There is literally no place to store any more of it. You have to pay to put the oil somewhere.
Yes.
That's the explanation.
That's the explanation. And, you know, this was a weak industry to begin with. And Tom, you and I have been talking about that, and all of a sudden COVID-19 threw a monkey wrench into the works. And
pretty big monkey wrench, let me tell you.
Absolutely. And this is, I don't know, this is, it's hard for me to, I know that the coal industry, the oil industry as it existed 6 months ago is not going to recover. Big companies in that industry might recover. That's a different issue.
The little guys are going to get hit hardest.
The little guys were already in desperate trouble.
Yep.
All of a sudden, they've got this come along. No, this is industry changing. Okay.
An interesting picture here of a ship.
Yep.
And the ship is loaded with wind turbine stuff.
Yep.
Turbines. Well, we don't see the turbines, but we see the foundations and the pipes.
That's what the article is about.
And that's exactly what the article's about. It's heading for the U.S., where they're going to be assembled in Virginia.
Okay, this is from Renews. Dominion Energy and Ørsted are to begin construction shortly at the two-turbine coastal Virginia offshore wind demo project, as key components are now on their journey from Europe. 2 EEW fabricated monopile foundations will be the first ever installed in U.S. waters. We don't have much time left, Tom. If you don't mind, I'd like to just go straight to the next article.
Well, here we go.
Okay.
Desert turbines. U.S. renewable energy additions completely overwhelm those by natural gas in the first months of 2020.
Okay, this is from Solar Power World, and the picture is wind turbines in a desert. A Sunday campaign review of FERC, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission data, has found that solar, wind, and hydropower provided 85.7% of new U.S. electric generating capacity during the first 2 months of 2020, overwhelming additions of natural gas. This is something that we saw coming.
Well, the mix of low renewables will add over 50 gigawatts of new generating capacity to the nation's total by February of 23, while that of natural gas, coal, oil, and nuclear power combined will actually decrease by almost 2 gigawatts.
That tells you something. Now, Tom, I think we're at the
last one.
What?
I think this is the last one.
It is, but we don't have any time left. So I think we're going to have
all right, didn't we?
we're going to have to say goodbye and wish people a healthy and happy week, and hope that they come back. Hope you all come back.
And stay out of the hot sun.
Stay out of the hot sun and stay out of trouble. Have a good week. Bye-bye.
Adios.
Welcome, everyone. We had a little technical difficulty in streaming on YouTube, so I'm sorry we're a little bit late. I want to start our meeting this afternoon with a very brief update from Commissioner Baker of DOC. Just to give us an update, there was a lot of concern over the weekend and the beginning of this week about the movement of offenders. About 28 offenders, inmates from the St. Albans Correctional Facility to the St. Johnsbury. They had proved positive for COVID-19. They were asymptomatic when they were moved. This has created quite an issue up in the Northeast Kingdom because people were caught off guard and didn't expect this to happen so soon and so quickly. And so I just want to give the commissioner a chance to give the committee an update in terms of where we are now and a brief summary of what happened and how. So Commissioner, it's all yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. Our new reality of meeting Zoom meetings. So prior to this being technically challenged, I've now learned to use Skype and Zoom and other means of communications. And so let me start out by, start just with, as of this morning at about 9:30, when I got the daily population count, we're at 1,400 even of people in the system. And that's including the population in Mississippi, which stays steady at, I think, 246 is the number, give or take one or two.
So Commissioner, of the 1,400, Commissioner, of the 1,400, how many of those are detainees?
If you just bear with me, I usually have this spread out in front of me, these charts I have.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Hopefully I can quickly put my hand on it. So as of the beginning of the week, there's 289 detained, and Monday-ish is number. 205 of those are serious Part 1, Level 1 offenses, and 20 are crimes against people, 23 crimes against property, 11 drug offenses, and then the list goes down. Again, it's hard to look at these stats and nuance why obviously people are being detained outside our control. You know, it's by the courts. And I do think this has gone down quite a bit. And as you know, there's confusion when people reach out for us when someone's detained. There's absolutely no control over us to be able to put them over that. I don't have the exact number, but I will say since I got here, even though the number doesn't represent that, it's like by me telling you 1,400, the number I've been using is 1647 was the mid part of February. So we dropped from 1647 to 1,400. That's not really representative of what the true number is, because we have to do some work to do that, a lot of nuances, because some of these folks, you know, more people than that have been released. It's just that people have come into the system, you know, that drove the number back up. And I can nuance that later if people are interested. But the fact of the matter is, I can safely tell you that we've, through the work of us going through the system, and we are being a little bit more liberal than we normally are, not taking overly calculated risks, but we probably released somewhere around 300, give or take, based upon corrections processes. So that's the population as of today. Then what I thought I would do, Representative M, is just spin into, let me give you the numbers of the COVID positive folks, and I'll start with staff first. We have 18 staff members that are positive. We have one, I think I had a chance to talk to this committee. I may not have since this happened, but we have one corrections officer who remains in ICU. He's been there for about 2.5 weeks. Be 3 weeks this weekend. Did come out of Northwest. If I was talking to you the first weekend, I would be telling you I wasn't optimistic that he was going to be okay. But we've cleared several hurdles, and we're pretty optimistic that although he's got a long recovery ahead of him, that we still have him, and he's gonna survive this. The other 18, most of them are asymptomatic. Some of them are beyond the period come back to work. We're just trying to figure out the process with the health department now about how to bring our employees back. You know, what is the process going to be to bring them back as they come off of the quarantine period that's been recommended by the health department and CDC. We did end up with 35 inmates population from the population in Northwest that tested positive. This ties into the conversation about St. Johnsbury. You know, as we had briefed all the committees, we were working on St. Johnsbury as a surge site, and you know, just to be candid, this happened pretty fast last week. As those tests started coming back, we had to quickly move and execute our surge plan, and we could have done a better job of communication up there in St. Johnsbury. But I have to be very clear, it would not have changed our plan about where the surge unit was going to be. Because as we looked out across the landscape, it's the only facility that we quickly could convert and do what we needed to do to seal off the area where we would hold them, including the air handling system, allowed us to be able to have a separate air handling system. And so when the outbreak happened in Northwest / St. Albans, it was happening late in the day, and we had to move very quickly to make decisions. And I made decisions to start moving those inmates as quickly as we could as we continued to test through the system. And it took a couple days for the test to come back. And we're still waiting on a handful of tests of inmates that aren't exhibiting any signs. And it's just a matter of the process catching up with the testing. So we ended up with 35 of those inmates who tested positive. 2 of the inmates have been released because they were up for release, and we worked with the health department and medical providers to transition them into one of the COVID-19 sites that AHS has set up in the Chittenden County area. We did that through our medical staff and working with medical staff on the ground. That leaves us with 33 still in the system, and one of them remains at the negative pressure room in St. Albans, and the others are at St. Johnsbury. Now, the question came up in conversations with legislative staff legislators and officials up in St. Johnsbury, why we didn't follow the plan that we talked about before, where we could hold 6 in reverse negative pressure rooms in St. Albans and 4 over in Springfield. It's because of the number was so big, and we didn't know how many were coming behind for tests, that we wanted to clear it away and get folks out of there. And so all the individuals in St. Johnsbury are asymptomatic. We had our Dr. Fisher, our medical director for our contractor, was on scene there for almost 3 hours yesterday, and met with every single inmate who's there, examined them, and no one is requiring any advanced care at this point. And they're almost at the point now where they're out of that period of, and there's debate about this, about best policies at 7 days or 14 days. Dr. Levine is trying to help us out with that, but most of them have now reached the 7-day period with no symptoms breaking out. And some of them 7 days from when we got their test back. So we're going to be making some decisions very shortly about what we're going to do with that population. The goal would be is to move them back to St. Albans out of that surge unit. Once the quarantine period is up, on advice from Dr. Levine, and bring them back. The question is around issues like what do we do about testing again and so on. But those are conversations that are going on right now. I've been very candid about this in my meetings in St. Johnsbury, and when I've talked to legislators individually, and when I talked to Senate Judiciary the other day. Some of the confusion of what happened in St. Johnsbury is directly on me. As you all know, I'm not a corrections person. So like in every world, there's conversations that happen and you're talking in lingo that's specific to that organization. And in my conversations with the leadership team around me, I was being briefed about what was going to happen in St. Johnsbury and how this was going to happen. And I was told that there'll be laundry, cooking staff left behind. The interpretation that Jim Baker made of that was going to be civilian staff, when in reality, we left 25 inmates behind to be the support staff, not inside the hot zone, but for the rest of the facility to run the kitchen and so on. And I made the assumption based on that conversation that that was civilian staff, employees of the Department of Corrections. And in my conversations with several people at the end of last week, I'm the one that said no inmates were going to be left behind. And that caused, I think, a lot of confusion and clearly cost credibility to what was being said from corrections. And I've been very upfront about it. I own that. And when I trace this back, I think a lot of the confusion came from that conversation of me under the impression that the 25 folks were civilian staff working for us, when it was in fact inmates that were staying behind. We had the fire chief from St. Johnsbury inspect our setup, and I would be more than happy at some point to show you the photographs. I believe BPR is over there today. They asked us if they could go over and take photographs of the setup. We asked Chief Bouffard from St. Johnsbury Fire Department. He's the chief. He's also on the national USAR team for FEMA, and he actually was working the cruise ship off the coast of San Francisco when they started taking folks off that ship that was struck by COVID-19. We asked him to take a look at our setup for safety purposes. We thought we had set up a very good setup. We have a cold zone, a warm zone, and a hot zone. And depending on your level of need for access, very few people are going into quote, unquote, the hot zone. We have the entire area petitioned off. It started out with plastic and then we put plywood up. No one can get in there. People come in and out of there from different entrances, and the staff working in that area do not come in the normal way they get into that facility. We have a decontamination tent that was set up by the National Guard. Our staff leaves and they go and they get decontaminated. They're in PPE at all times, including N95 masks, double gloves, foot covers, and that stuff is taken off and they're decontaminated before they leave. And when they come in, they're checked for symptoms before they go into the facility. So we asked the fire chief to take a look at it, and his report back to us based on his expertise is that we've got a very, very good operation there from a safety standpoint. So that's St. Johnsbury. I don't know how much farther you would like me to go, Representative Emmons, but
let me just.
And I'm open for questions.
Yeah, let me open it up to questions. Questions from folks? Sure, there'll be a few. I do want to thank you, Commissioner, for the work that you've put in this.
No, it's not. Let me just say before Representative Martell, you recognize her. I got to tell you, I'm going to tell you all this. The staff that are around me is incredible. In a crisis, you really figure out who can lead, and we're in a crisis. And as I keep saying to staff, do not waste this crisis. And there are people that are stepping up in leadership roles that are just absolutely incredible. And it's a huge team effort. And the operation we have going on, we have push packages of supplies going out daily. We have a logistics section, a planning section. And the one thing I do want to offer before the question, we just launched yesterday an online on our website where families and friends of inmates can go with their concerns. We were getting overrun with emails. And not that that was a problem. The problem was if they were coming to me, people were not getting timely responses. Sometimes I'm 3 days behind in getting back to people on email. So we've set up an online, it's almost like if you had an Apple product and you had a problem with your Apple product, you go online, you tell them what the problem is, And we are saying within 1 business day, we will get back to you and call you. Not that we're always going to satisfy the needs of the families. I know that, but those families are just as scared as the rest of us are. And so it's important for me as the commissioner that we're getting back to those families and at least answering what their concerns are, even if the answer is not what they want to hear. So that system's been set up now, and we're actually engaging an advocate to help us with that, who better understands being in that position of what the family is feeling. So we have a little bit more sensitivity to what that is. And so I'm hoping that the press release went out today, and it's on our new website, and I'm hoping people take advantage of that. So I forgot to mention that.
That's terrific. Thank you so much for that. And hopefully maybe we could also do that with the unemployment benefits, the UI.
I got all I can handle what I'm doing.
So we do have questions. So I'll start with Marcia, and then there's Butch and Kurt.
Commissioner, I just wanted to tell you this morning on the radio, the town manager was on there and he was giving you big kudos. And I think things have calmed down immensely with all the meetings and stuff he's had. And he's, like I said, he's given you the credit. And tomorrow morning at 8:45, they're going to have a drive-by the prison
That's
to
right.
thank the staff.
Yep. So most of the facilities tomorrow will have a drive-by.
Who's going to do the drive-by?
It actually started with Chief Taylor from St. Albans PD.
Well, who's going to be involved in being able to drive through?
I think you'll be able to. I don't think Springfield is set yet, but we're trying to set it up for every facility. We didn't do
So
this.
is it the public that will be
Yeah,
able
the
to
public
drive?
can participate.
through?
The
Okay.
police department is going to, fire trucks, ambulances. And it's not just for us. I know, Alice, somebody in Springfield set up a sign on Main Street
Oh, I missed it.
thanking not only the staff, but the inmates. Let me tell you
Really?
something. Many of these inmates have gone out of their way to make gowns, masks. I've talked to a lot of them, and it's a pretty incredible story. And so different communities have decided where we have jails that they decided to do a drive-by thanking the staff and the inmates.
Wow, I missed that one in Springfield.
And Representative Martel, again, I know that you and the rest of the representative delegation from Caledonia County have taken a lot of heat, and I'm sorry it turned out that way, but I think you know us well enough that we're doing everything we can to make sure that facility stays safe.
Yeah, and you've kept us in the loop a lot and I appreciate it.
So Butch and then Kurt.
Thank you. Hi, Jim. Hope you're doing well yourself,
Thank you.
besides
I am.
being
I am.
between the years. But
Yeah, listen, I'm healthy. I'm the secretary threw me out of Waterbury 5.5 weeks ago, and that was probably the
Good.
best thing he ever did. So I'm
Good.
fine. Thank you for asking.
Good. So I've got like 3 questions, and I'll get them all out. 2 of them are pretty soft.
Yeah.
To my understanding, I just want to confirm that you said all the 33 that are still up in St. Johnsbury are asymptomatic and about 7 days into their quarantine.
Correct. It's 32 there. We kept one behind at St. Albans because he was positive after we moved them. And instead of transporting one, we left them behind in the river.
Okay. So they're all asymptomatic now.
Dr. Fisher
New
was
word.
waiting for 3 hours yesterday.
It's a new word I've learned in the last couple of weeks, so I
I
like
know,
to use
I
it.
can't keep them all straight, Butch.
Yeah. So at St. Johnsbury, are we concerned, or are we testing, or are we the current inmates that are left behind, the food laundry guys, the folks that are doing the work? How, besides keeping them separated, are you looking at their health on a regular basis? I'm assuming you are.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they're good.
Again, none of them are showing any symptoms at all. And again, haven't been near any of that population we brought over. And the other reason why St. Johnsbury was important is that even though we had tested some staff in inmates, we had no indication that there was virus inside that system. So
Okay.
we needed a pristine place, right?
So
one of many decisions that we made.
So it's going to
Right.
morph into an extra question. I'm sorry.
Sure.
So you still had some tests come back on St. Albans.
Yeah,
There
we
was a
still
large
waiting
number,
for a couple.
apparently.
Yep.
Now you're down to just a couple, and it's
Correct.
pretty clean.
Correct.
Okay. So my final question or comment is there's a rumor going around of untrained COs being yanked out of the academy and put to work and being mistreated and all that other stuff. It was pretty, there were some pretty vicious rumors going around about that. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, so what happened was, we had an academy class going on, which is normally 5 weeks. When staff was briefing me, I became very concerned about where they train in Lindenville is very close quarters. So this was right at the beginning of the social distancing piece. I became rather concerned about if we should keep that academy going. And so over a series of meetings with the training staff, they put together a plan to escalate the training and cut it down to just under 3 weeks. But that included an extra day of training on a Sunday. And we gave them all the skill sets that they needed, the hard skill sets that they needed. And then the on-the-job piece was going to be through online. So that was a skill set that you could give them online. And we brought them there. And they got the exact same training on the PPE, donning and doffing of PPE that everybody in the department got. So that rumor did go around. The one thing that I will acknowledge that came up in a press conference, came out of a press conference with the governor's press conference with Secretary Smith, and this got by me, is that some of those employees fit in, you're all familiar with this because you deal with corrections all the time. They were in those temporary positions without a benefit package that you're familiar with, where corrections historically has brought people in, they're in that temporary position until a position number frees up. When I heard about that at the beginning of the week, I think it was the governor's press conference on Monday, I've directed staff to get those people into permanent positions and get them into a benefit package as soon as possible. I do not want them doing these jobs without having access to health insurance. So we're in the process of doing that. And that means we got to move some vacant positions from other facilities up to Northwest to get them into those positions. But I'm hoping within the next few days that they'll be in those positions and we can get them into a benefit package.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kurt and Butch, you can put your hand down.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. You said there's about 1,400 incarcerated now. Have they all been tested have they all been tested, or where are we on the testing of the rest of the system?
They have not been tested. And the position that we've taken is, and I'll take you back to why we tested in Northwest in a minute to put this in context. The position we're taking is that because of the limit, even though the ability to test has gone up significantly since we started down this path 4 or 5 weeks ago, we still don't have the capacity to just take those tests and test everybody in the system. And I guess I would point out, as I've said to people, representative, a couple times, this is the same conversation that we're having every day inside AHS around nursing homes, mental health facilities, homes for developmentally disabled children. These are the same conversations, and where do you draw the line and use the kits? So when St. Albans, what happened in St. Albans is we had a staff member test, and again, I don't want to get into buildings or what their jobs are because I want to respect their privacy. We had a staff member test that was in a different part of the facility, was the first positive we got. And then we had, and I forget what the sequence was, then we had a second staff test who worked in a different part of the facility. And then we had an inmate test that we didn't believe any three of them came in together. And that caused us, as a term that I often use, caused me to put my coffee cup down and think about that. And that was the basis for us wanting to test the entire facility, because there was no systematic sequence of how they were together inside the facility. So it was a clue for us that we needed to take a look. Those 328 tests that were directed to the facility obviously came off a priority list for other people that were a priority ahead of that jail. And so those are the kind of decisions that are being made. And we are doing the same thing with the rest of the facilities. If we see that type of situation, that would be the basis to ask to test the facility.
And how do you?
Yeah, go ahead.
How do you decide? I mean, tests were done at St. Albans on those first 3. How do you decide when to test a staff member or when to test an inmate just to
because they
for
were
the initial?
Because they were symptomatic.
Okay, so they were showing symptoms, and that prompted.
They were symptomatic, correct.
Okay.
So that's the guideline moving forward for right now. Obviously, if testing, again, if it's just not us. If you follow what happened at the Bennington Veterans Home, and it's not my position to be talking about the Veterans Home, but a staff member tested, and Secretary Smith made the decision to move on testing that facility.
I see. Okay. I'm a little confused about St. Albans in that there were prisoners there, and then these new ones came in, or there was a surge facility being set up in St. Albans. I'm trying to figure out what happened to the previous prisoners, or were there any?
In St. Johnsbury?
I'm sorry, St. Johnsbury. Yeah.
I'm sorry. So
Now
yes,
I really
we moved.
let me start over.
I know what you're saying, sir. No, I follow now, sir.
Okay.
I like your picture in the background there. I thought for a minute you were at the State House. Part of the reason why, another reason why St. Johnsbury was our choice for a surge site, because the population is lower there. And we knew if we had to use it for a surge site, it was easier for us to move the population out. So part of what happened once these tests started coming back negative was a pretty elaborate transportation system that we had planned for and had in place that happened overnight, where we quickly moved folks and put them to 3 different facilities. And I'm going to say this off the top of my head, and I think I'm right, but I could be wrong. I think it was Rutland, Springfield, and Newport. We moved out people that were there quickly so we could prepare really clean significantly the site where the COVID-19 positives were going into, and then the transportation from St. Albans over to St. Johnsbury took place.
I see. So when you moved them out of St. Johnsbury, there were essentially, except for the 25 that you said stayed behind, there were essentially no previous prisoners there, and then you moved the others in?
No, there were prisoners there. We moved them out.
You moved them out.
Prisoners out of St. Johnsbury to those 3 other jails.
Okay. All right. I see. What happens if, or do you have ventilator facilities, or would that mean going to a hospital?
Would be going to a hospital. And our level of care, we have up to including IV solutions on site and medication on site to treat symptoms. When it gets to the respiratory point, and we're not going to wait until they need a respirator now. The medical staff is keeping an eye on this. They would be moved to a medical facility for treatment.
And let's say that 2 or 3 of them need to be moved to a medical facility. What's the process for that? Do they have to have 2 guards with them while they're there? How are they handled once they're there? Or
well, they're in our custody, and we would have to stay with them. We would have to have staff with them. Yes.
Even while they're in the ventilator and they're in a hospital facility.
I mean, I guess when we got to that, we'd have to make that decision, right?
Yeah.
But most of them, I have no control over being able. So if it was someone that was at a point where I could medically furlough them, that would be a consider. But I don't think any of the folks that are there fit that category. In fact, a couple of them are in federal custody, so I have 0 control over them.
So last question then. So at the other facilities, aside from St. Johnsbury and St. Albans, there haven't been any that have warranted testing, or have there been?
We have tested other inmates in the state, yes, and they've all come back negative.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank you.
So we have another question, Sarah.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think Kurt answered most of my question, but I wanted to have a better understanding of how we're doing in the other facilities. It sounds like there are some cases, and can you give us a picture?
Yeah, the other facilities, we have had cases of inmates that have presented symptoms and they've been tested and to date have been negative. I'm hesitant to say this because I'm not 100% sure on my facts here, but I do think we have one inmate test out waiting right now to come back. And that person is asymptomatic too. So some of this is what we're finding out is that they present symptoms that really are another version of a flu, or in some cases, because of their medical history, they're having some issues as a result of their medical history.
Great, thank you.
So just as a little follow-up on that one. So I know that there's not as many folks coming in to the facilities via law enforcement or maybe violations of their conditions. Are they at least having their temperature taken when they're coming in?
So when our staff comes in, couple things. When our staff comes in, they are being screened with a screening device that has been updated a couple times. You know, just because of testing being a little bit more broader now, our employees have family members, for example, that have been tested, right? And they have, you know, people they've associated with have been tested. So we are screening all the facilities. I think I'm saying this with some certainty because it took us a while to find these devices because they were in such demand. All facilities now have an infrared thermometer. So we're using that not only for staff, but the question about are we keeping an eye on the population in St. Johnsbury that are not in the surge unit. We're doing that with these infrared thermometers that are pretty standard out there now. They're in high demand. We were able to find them. Anybody that comes into the system new, anybody that's coming into the system, inmate population-wise, excuse me, that is new is being quarantined for 14 days. So they don't go into the general population. We quarantine them for 14 days. And we've taken a little bit of heat about that because, you know, it's not pleasant to be locked down for 14 days. And we know that. But, you know, we've really, with Dr. Levine's EPI team at the health department, you know, we did the tracing with the EPI team in St. Albans, and they helped us really redesign the population that was left behind that was negative to protect them by doing the EPI work. And so, you know, we're keeping them in quarantine for the 14 days before we put them in the general population, because it's another way for us to prevent a virus from getting in.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? We've gone over a little bit more than we wanted, but this is important information. Kurt has another question. Kurt?
One more. When they're in quarantine, are they individuals then? Individually quarantined? Which must, if so, that must be tough to do. But is that the case?
No, most of our cell setups are not single cells. But if they're quarantined and they're by themselves, no one else is in quarantine, yeah, they're going to be there by themselves. And so I'm pretty proud of the superintendents. They've done a lot of work around, actually, Nora Quinn, the superintendent of St. Johnsbury, before we went to surge. But now that they're in surge, have created a little bit of gift bags with puzzles and playing cards and that kind of stuff. And trying to make sure we're checking on them. The other thing, which isn't up and running yet, but as part of what we're trying to give, we recognize that our mental health services have slipped off because, you know, of the nature of how we've locked the jails down. And so we're getting some materials and to the inmates, especially those who've had a history of mental health. So if we got somebody that's in isolation that has a history of mental health issues, challenges, we're paying particular attention to that because that isolation can be damaging. But, you know, we're balancing out the best we can to follow guidance. If we can keep them out of there for 14 days out of the general population, we got a better chance. They don't show any symptoms. We then can put them in the population.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, are there any other questions before we allow Commissioner Baker to go back to his work?
I will tell you, we're doing, but the last thing I'll say, Representative Evans, is that we've decided once a week now to do a press availability. That's at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Try not to compete with the boss's press conferences on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So
Right.
we decided to do it on Thursday because there's so much interest in corrections. And so there'll be a press availability this afternoon with me and the senior leadership team. And we also will have the fire chief from St. Johnsbury with us. And we'll also have Dr. Fisher to talk about the medical piece. So it'll be that, and Representative Martell, that's really directed at trying to message over to St. Johnsbury the information that we think people still aren't clear on what we're doing.
So Kurt, I see you have your hand up. Is that from the previous or do you have a new question?
No, just a brief comment. I really appreciate your coming in, and because we get a lot of questions from constituents and we get them from other legislators because we're on the corrections committee, and so we're kind of need to have kind of detailed information, and I don't like getting it from the press because I don't trust it as much. So it's good that you came in and that we have some official statements coming out and press conferences that you've mentioned. So that's good. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all your support. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. Thank you. Now you can go back to, whoops, wait a minute. Before you leave, I think Butch has a question.
Okay. Sorry.
No?
Good thing
You're
my
gonna
fingers are, good thing my fingers are slow.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. How do we access the press conference?
I will get Candace to send over a number to Phil.
Beautiful.
Fair enough?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that'd be great. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. That's great.
Be safe.
Thank
Be
you.
safe, please.
Yes, you too. You too.
You too, please.
Thank you.
Take good care, Commissioner.
Hey, good morning, committee. We're live again on live committee meeting this morning. We have a number of excellent people to hear from to see how the business world is making out. And we will be hearing also from Chris Delia towards the end of the meeting to see how the SBA loans are going and all of that. So just want to go over the protocols again. Stay muted until until you are called upon to speak. Make sure you raise your hands, and then I'll call on you. And don't forget to unraise your hands afterwards. So with that, we'll get started. Matt, would you like to start us off and just tell us what's going on or not going on in the construction world?
Well, thanks for having me. If I sound a little hoarse, it's from allergies. I'm not sick. I have allergies, just to be clear.
We're safe distancing from you anyway, so.
Well, I just didn't want you to be concerned for my health. So thanks for having me. Again, I'm Matt Musgrave with the Associated General Contractors. I think you were looking for a little bit of an update from what we've dealt with over the last month, and maybe if we had any ideas going forward. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So flashback to now March 21st. Me and the executive director of the Associated General Contractors called each other on a Saturday morning because we kind of saw the writing on the wall at that point, what was going to be happening across the country and the world. Things were really starting to hit things were starting to explode, and we saw the social distancing becoming something that was going to be a little bit, we were going to end up going farther than that. So what we decided to do was jump in our cars, and we ran to Staples and Office Depot, and we went shopping, and we built a little movie studio essentially, because one of our major missions as an association is to provide certification and training through either the OSHA program, the MSHA program, and now we are positioned to be really the only, that I'm aware of, COVID response training outlet that I'm aware of in Vermont at the time. So we've developed some trainings. We went from having in-class trainings, when the stay home order came out, I believe it was on the 24th, 25th. We were in a little bit of disbelief at that point. We had been looking at other states like New Hampshire and Massachusetts and Maine, and we saw that construction, whether it be all general construction or public works projects, were continuing. And we were aware that we were going to have to figure out a new way to deal with our training, which is why we put together an online training system. But we were absolutely unprepared for the fact that Vermont was going to have a different policy than the rest of the country when it comes to outdoor work and to construction. So that did really hit us by surprise. And as you probably would imagine, that we've been going through the 7 levels of dealing with challenges, and we went through the disbelief on March 24th. We went through some frustration and anger. We went through some confusion, and we have been essentially been dealing with a lot of challenges from both our owners, but also the staff of these companies, because you're really talking about a group of people that 70% of our members do road and bridge work. They've been inside all winter long, and wanted to get out there and start working. And the owners, of course, that's how they make their money. So we have been very challenged dealing with both in-state members, out-of-state members who are confused about the definitions of the critical or essential work. We've also been picking up non-members and bringing them not physically into our building, but bringing them into conference calls and education settings, so that we can really do what we can as an association to follow the governor's order, as well as promote the interests of our members. And in conversation with our board and members and staff, and ACCD and health department, we realize that there's two different things that we're looking at here. One of those is the regulatory side, and right now it's being governed by this executive order. We're very hopeful, based on the governor's comments, that the spigot will start to be opened again. I know that's really their department issue, but we realize that as that spigot's opened, we are now picking up a significant amount of responsibility to not only the staff that work with us, but the general public that's out there too. So what we've developed with a task force over the last 2 weeks was a plan. We stopped talking about, are we essential? We stopped talking about why we should be essential. We're not fighting that fight anymore. What we're now doing is putting together a plan, not if we go back to work, for when we go back to work. Because we don't want to get into a situation where we have to go back home. We don't want to be in a situation where we have half staff all summer long because we're not following protocols that are going to keep our employees safe. And even farther than that, we don't want them bringing stuff home to their families, or we don't want them stopping at Cumberland Farms 3, 4, 5 times a day to get coffee and having all those different contacts. So what we've developed is a COVID response strategy that we've now presented to both the health department and ACCD, and we're in the process of the final stages of that, and really outlines a couple of different protocols for what we intend to do when the spigot opens up and we can go back to work. And these include both OSHA as well as CDC guidelines that we've transcribed, made our own, put it into a plan that we're going to require, well, to the extent that we can require our members to follow this plan, so that we're doing the responsible thing, not only for our members, but for the general public too. And the other side of that is, in addition to the plan, we are asking our members to appoint in each one, whether it's in the office, whether it's out in the field, or dealing with suppliers or subcontractors, a COVID resource officer who's specially trained by us or another training facility, who can do two things. One, can extend that plan out to the staff members and make sure that they understand what the protocols required. And those protocols include things like face covers, social distancing, capacity of a number of people that can be in a space. So for example, right now, I think we're looking at somewhere between 150 and 250 square feet per person in a building. And the other part of the resource officer's job will be to make sure that the staff members are complying with all of the protocols, because again, there's a whole number of reasons that include regulatory, that include liability, that include just general morality, to make sure that we're doing the right thing when these people go back to work and that they feel comfortable coming back to work. So that's what we've been doing. Is really, we're trying to walk the tightrope between getting our people back out to work, but respecting the fact that we are in a serious crisis, and to move forward very carefully. As far as things that we would like to see, I think, with the exception of some of the challenges we're dealing with locally with folks getting on unemployment, we are very appreciative of the efforts that both the federal government and you all here at the state have done to help protect our staff and keep them financially healthy, even though it's frustrating right now. The worst thing that we could have happen, especially in a mobile industry like ours, is someone can't afford the car payment, or someone can't afford to pay for their living arrangement, and that prevents them, it creates a barrier for them to come out to work. So we're really appreciative of that. On the business owner side of it, it's a little more challenging. We've had to deal with, a number of our members are running, very large companies, and they work outside with their hands in these big yellow trucks, and they've never written business plans before. So we've had to do a lot of consulting with our members on how to prepare to apply for a PPP loan or an economic disaster loan. They're appreciative of those. The challenges with some of those, though, are they are loans. And whereas like the PPP, there's a grant formula to that if you're able to keep people on. Some of these other programs are loan programs, that are going to have a lasting impact on the revenue of these businesses, depending on how long they're shut down for. And we're optimistic that we're going to get back soon. But if it's a long period of time, there's going to be some financial hardships for the owners because, again, a loan's a loan is a loan. And I don't think that I'm sitting here suggesting any kind of a corporate stimulus. But things that I would ask that the committee would consider would be to look at the building and general services budget, see what, if any, kind of programs you could put into that, because right now we have an opportunity with a lot of empty buildings across the state that in our discussions with BGS and contractors, we could find ways to reduce the expense of some of the projects based on the fact that we're not having to deal with the health or safety of state employees within the building. We'd also ask that the committee, and I don't have specific suggestions right now, but work with some of the different agencies, particularly AOT. BGS is pretty ahead of the game at the moment, but we need to get our agencies prepared so that when the spigot does open up, that we don't have another 2 weeks of delay. Right now, I can fairly comfortably say that if they said we could go do road work on Monday, that AOT has probably got a lag time of a week to 2 weeks before they can get project engineers and all of their systems up and running. So the two things that I would ask for is look at the capital budget, see where we may have some money available to create some sort of a BGS package or something along those lines that we can address some of these buildings that do have long-term issues that we need to deal with. And then second, look at ways that we can streamline the process by advising or helping with our agencies. And I know that that's, falls under the executive branch in a lot of cases, but anything that we can do, whether it's figure out a way to get permit applications expedited, get people, get building plans and traffic plans agreed upon quicker. Those are the things that are going to really help us.
Questions for Matt? Lynn? Have to unmute.
Yeah. Thank you, Matt. One of the questions I have, and it's a concern that we have personally in our office, and I think a lot of people have, is that this started out as a 2-week thing and now it's like a couple of months. And when we actually ended up with the relief for unemployment for employers, it gave us 8 weeks of non-impact of a waiver of our experience rating, which is a really big help when you're laying everybody off, which most of us don't do. You might have more of it in your group than we've ever experienced, or other people have experienced. But then the PPP is supposed to offer, if you hire everybody back or you're within 25% of your payroll, you're supposed to get the potential for a loan that gets converted to a grant. It's an 8-week period of time. But if you're looking into September or October, if you're not open or you can't work and you can't put these, you can't pay them to, you could pay them to do nothing or to do some minimal things, but are any of your members concerned about they're going to get back in a situation where they get through those 16 weeks and then they still aren't back to work or don't have everybody rehired and that grant goes away and becomes that loan? And then they have to put people out on unemployment again. Is that a thought that your members are looking at?
So yeah, to answer your question, number one, I'm really having a hard time getting accurate numbers on layoffs within the association. Mm-hmm. I sent out a survey to our members, and of all of our members, I only received 15 responses. I hope that's good news and not bad news. I think that a lot of companies maybe get a little bit tight-lipped on that. But what I was counting in the responses was, compared to the 15,000 to 18,000 we have in the workforce, I saw less than 1,000 people that were represented in my survey. So we've been advising our members to hold on to people as long as possible. We're aware that the highway season generally starts on April 15th. So we're really only a day late with that right now. We've been very hopeful that due to the nature of our work that we're going to get back out there and again, talks with ACCD and health department. I think we're getting close to low risk businesses getting back out there. The majority of our office staffs are able to work from home and do 90% of what they're doing. In fact, my office is spread out all over central Vermont at the moment. So the long-term question that you had is a serious concern. And when we've kind of internally been having conversations similar to your question, which is what happens if this keeps going? And that goes a little bit to our response planning that we have, which is we want to make sure that we're doing this the right way. So when we get back out there, we don't get pulled back in 2 weeks. So that's something that we're doing to try to help with that. But on the other end, yes, I believe that the legislature should consider, and I don't know how this would work after the session adjourns, but if there was some way for you to trigger that that employer rating forgiveness to last longer, and I would, if I was going to tie a date certain to it, I would tie it until the end of this executive order. And I mean, really, the argument to extending that is that this although this health crisis affects every single person, it is only one entity that has closed down the businesses. So that we believe, you know, if there is an extension to this and we are forced to stay at home and our government's asking us to do that, then we would also ask the same of our government to support us during that time.
Well, I think that if you look at the bill that passed in the end that the governor signed, it extended it to 12 weeks, but then it also allowed the commissioner to extend it further if he felt he needed to. So I think that piece is already available to continue it on if we see we need to.
Yeah, and to take it farther, I think on the general business health, that's going to be a challenge too. If you know, and again, we're generally going to be working outside this summer, so I think that it's going to happen for us. But I think in the larger economy, I don't think that we're going to see a lot of, and I'm not going to name businesses because it's not fair for me to do that, but I think we're going to see some businesses that are going to have these issues lingering potentially through the year.
It could be a very long time until probably a vaccine is found for this so that people can gather again.
Okay.
Charlie?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Matt, I was thinking about not just the Association of General Contractors, but thinking about your subcontractors. And you work with many subcontractors, I would imagine, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and so they may be more vulnerable than your association members, and I'm concerned about those. Have you heard from your subcontractors about their current situation, about their ability to come out of this, or what are they doing right now to prepare themselves?
So I will start by saying that a number of our subcontractors are AGC members. So, you know, for example, our board is comprised of contractor members. We have affiliate members. We have who are professional services. We have associate members who are supply chain people, and we also have other associate members who are subcontractors in a number of different ways. So internally, it's very easy for us because we're supplying these training and this advice to everyone. And within this training, one of the expectations that we've set forth is that when subcontractors become involved, and I do believe that ACCD is going to require this across the board. We are in talks with them, and with this rollout is going to include enhanced protocols that businesses are going to have to follow. So we are going to, we are advising our members that when they do work with a sub, they should follow the protocols that we put together in our plan, which include, and some of it's very challenging in terms of contract requirements. So you have a contract requirement that I'm going to deliver a service. Let's say I'm going to have somebody come in and professionally paint. They're on a timeline to do that. 3 people get sick. They have to go home. We have to have protocols in place to deal with those contracts. So number one, people are getting paid. Number two, people are following, issues like workers' comp and unemployment insurance, that they're actually classified correctly, that the delivery schedules, people coming and going from buildings, is going to mesh appropriately. But really, it's going to be at the general contractor's discretion which subs that they're going to work with. And the expectation is that the subs are going to live up to at least the base minimum of what the general contractor protocols are, or further their protocols for safety. So we've thought about that, and it's, we're at this point, we're supplying our training for the next week to the AGC members, but after that, we're going to expand it and offer it out to the larger population of contractors and subcontractors through the state, so that we can get ahead of and deal with any of those relationship issues.
Yeah, what I was trying to really get at is their financial survivability right now, more than following the training that you're talking about in terms of being financially vulnerable. It's those smaller contractors that typically do not have the resources to fall back on. And that was my concern, is it's just financially, are they going to be able to, as we emerge from this, be around?
I think that's a very good question, and it's certainly going to be dependent on the individual sub. I mean, we have subcontractors that are multi-million-dollar companies, and we also have subcontractors that have a magnet on the truck. And I think with some of the multi-million-dollar companies, I think they're a little bit more, they can weather the storm a little bit better. And some of the smaller subs, I think, are going to benefit from the ability to apply for unemployment through self-employment through that. Thank you, by the way, for that. But there is going to be some pain for them, because these folks do have loans for their equipment. They do have operating expenses that they're going to have to continue. At this point, I haven't got a letter from Green Mountain Power that we're not paying our bill anymore here. We're still paying our property taxes. We're still paying our bills. So your question is very good. And I think that's, again, why I would suggest, if we can put something together and get more work out the door this year, that could potentially make up for this month of lost work for some of those people.
Matt, have you had any discussions with Alice Emmons, Corrections and Institutions, or on the Senate side, Senator Benning?
I went before them last week for the criminal background check bill, had a conversation about that, but I haven't specifically discussed with either one of them opportunities within institutions. But thank you for that.
Yeah, I'll reach out to Alice also, and maybe to Chris Cole too, and maybe everybody. I think it's a great idea that we have vacant buildings now, and if repairs need to be done, it's a great time to do it. It's easier for the workers to get in there and get it done in a lot faster fashion than trying to work around people. So we'll see what we can do. We can have the discussion anyway.
Well, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Any more questions for Matt? Great, thanks, Matt.
Thanks for all your work.
Thank you. Mr. Driscoll, how are you?
Oh, not bad, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for this opportunity. What I'd like to do is sort of walk through some of the impacts and issues for manufacturing. So far, we have initial impacts, ongoing issues, starting to look at reopening and recovery, and then maybe some longer term considerations. And then I'd also like to speak briefly about what we've been doing to help connect manufacturers with the state to provide critically needed PPE and other supplies. And I know that Adam and Bob and other folks can talk more about that also when they come up. So I'll just run through, basically what these issues have been, and maybe take questions when I get through the list, or certainly, Mr. Chairman, you can, if you're watching the hands, you can stop me as we go. I think for the initial impact of manufacturing, I think one of the first things we saw was the supply chain disruptions from China. Obviously, that's where you first had some initial company shutdowns, and that did create a ripple effect for manufacturers before there were any other impacts here in the country. And ironically, that actually started to ease right at the time as everything else was catching up with the United States and Europe. Like many other employers, trying to manage the unemployment system in terms of trying to manage and help their employees with shutdowns or partial layoffs was challenging. Manufacturers were working to come up to compliance with the OSHA and CDC guidelines that were distributed early on in terms of maintaining a safe workplace. Childcare, obviously a concern. For manufacturers in particular, I think, and not that it's anyone's fault per se, but I think just it was inherently novel and precipitous how we moved into closing down non-essential businesses and understanding who's critical and who's not critical. I think for some manufacturers, it was very clear, depending on how directly they were involved with certain sectors, particularly healthcare, defense, and other things like that. But for a lot of manufacturers, they might be in a generic category that's not broadly deemed critical, but because of their specific product or customers being in a critical supply chain, they were. And we did have some initial uncertainty and concerns about companies, whether they were critical or not. And even some Vermont manufacturers having issues with their supply chains partners and whatnot, shutting down, not realizing that they were critical. And I think a lot of those were able to resume operations once communications kind of cleared things up. But that was certainly a difficult issue initially, and I think it still continues to be one that does affect some folks as well as we move forward. In terms of ongoing issues, obviously, just like other folks as well, trying to secure the right financing to survive the shutdown period, but also getting through even limited operations as a critical business. I think we still need to see how the current programs play out in terms of effectiveness. I think certainly Adam and Chris, I believe, can talk about some of the issues of initial applications and getting the financing and seeing how effective that is. I think going forward, flexibility and sustainability are going to be the biggest needs. Like other employers, there are challenges with making use of financial assistance when it's tied to maintaining employment at a certain particular point in time when you may not have customers or may not have customers returning in any meaningful amount for some period of time. That can be challenging. Another thing for manufacturers in particular, a lot of manufacturers in Vermont are part of multi-state and even multinational corporations. So even though they might seem to be small businesses in terms of the thresholds for a lot of assistance here in Vermont, in fact, they are part of much larger corporations, and so they don't necessarily have access to everything that some other companies do. There has been some confusion or uncertainty, particularly in that regard with foreign-owned corporations. We have a lot of Canadian-owned companies here and other international companies. And I think there has been some clarity recently, or movement toward clarification of how the U.S. affiliates of those companies qualify. Again, maybe Chris might be able to speak to that as well too. Ironically, some of the manufacturers that are still operating because they are critical businesses, because they're critical and because of the nature of the products that they're supplying, a lot of them have actually seen an increase in demand for what they produce. And they have had challenges meeting that demand with their current workforce, or even trying to attract additional workers in order to meet that increased demand. So that's an ironic problem or challenge under the circumstances for some folks. But beyond that, like other employers, there are challenges in maintaining workforce over, understandable, concerns about health concerns for workers. Also, you've heard obviously some of the balance of temptations, if you will, or pros and cons from employees' perspectives as to whether or not they would be better off on UI or continuing to work. Because of the higher wages and benefits in manufacturing, that's not That doesn't affect as much of the workforce for manufacturers as it does for others, but we're not immune from that dilemma as well. I think one of the other things that folks are dealing with is continuing not only initial OSHA and CDC guidance for workplace safety, but as that guidance evolves, manufacturers are very familiar with dealing with hygiene and hazards in the workplace, and so PPE and other things like that are not new issues for them, but they aren't necessarily normally using the kind of PPE that's required under these circumstances. So issues of finding suppliers and maintaining supply of that kind of equipment to maintain safe operations is an issue for the private sector, just as is an issue for the public response as well. So, trying to find those sources and maintain that supply is a constant issue, and one I think hopefully as the state's efforts continue to grow and continue to be successful in securing that, sort of helping the private sector either by supply or by reference for suppliers is an ongoing need. There are some issues here and there as well in terms of managing supply chains still. Obviously, there was the initial impact of the shutdowns in China, but as other states and other countries have their own approach toward what's a critical business and what's not, trying to maintain contact with suppliers in other states or in other countries. I know there have been some concerns raised about Mexico in particular being relatively restrictive, and at least on paper, in terms of what they're directing companies to do in terms of maintaining operations. Trying to maintain those supply chains it can be challenging. I think as we go on, there's been some initial feedback or direction from ANR and other regulatory agencies about how you maintain compliance with reports and other regulatory requirements in this context. I think as this period of shutdown and other conditions is prolonged, I think we'll be trying to work with ANR for further clarity on that on an ongoing basis, OSHA and VOSHA as well on that. I think one concern, which is a growing one, especially as we do look to seeing different states taking different approaches toward either relaxing restrictions or even the ongoing prolonged effect of having different criteria currently. I think there's going to be a growing concern, one that we're trying to reach out to companies to get a better handle on, is the potential of Vermont companies losing out on suppliers or customers if there are companies or competitors in other states or other countries that are able to either look for other suppliers or replace them as the suppliers to customers down the line of supply. But the Vermont company is not able to operate and therefore not able to compete. That could represent a loss of business that could be fatal for some companies going forward. Again, we don't have a handle on how to quantify how pervasive or extensive that is, but I think it's going to be an increasing one as we move forward in different states, different countries, maybe become more relaxed or more open in their operations than Vermont might be. That's just something to be aware of and try to consider. I think that's sort of a segue into looking forward to reopening and recovery issues. Certainly, we're a manufacturing association. It's not surprising that we'd be advocating for the safe reopening of manufacturing as soon as possible. I think that does make sense for manufacturing insofar as if to the extent that we're able to recover operations, that's going to have the biggest positive impact for the economy and state revenues. It also, frankly, will do the most to relieve pressure on UI and other public benefits, given that the manufacturing being a high wage, high benefit sector, Conversely, that's a bigger cost for these state programs when our employees need to rely on them. And again, manufacturers are used to dealing with hygiene and hazardous conditions in closed environments. And so I think those are all factors that argue in the favor of looking to try to recover manufacturing operations sooner rather than later, again, within the context of safety. And in doing so, I think, especially looking at the experience of going into the stay home, stay safe order and the whole concerns over being critical or not critical and whatnot, I think regardless of when reopening might begin and what the pace might be, I think getting down to clear planning, clear criteria, clear communications as soon as possible, so that companies are really prepared and understand how the process is going to proceed, is going to be very, very important. And whether that's done in coordination with other states, as it sort of has been in the news recently, I think there are certainly benefits to doing that. But trying to have a clear plan in place as soon as possible, I think would be very, very important. And while I think reopening manufacturing broadly should be the overall goal, if there is prioritization, I think there are areas that we can look at in terms of sort of first steps or initial focus. Certainly looking at Vermont's criteria for a critical manufacturer, we can continue to review that in terms of federal guidance in other states. Look at areas where Vermont might emulate them where we are currently. There are many manufacturers that are currently operating partially because some of their product lines are critical and some of their product lines are not. And generally, those companies have only been operating on the critical product lines, but in doing so, they've been gaining experience in operating safely under these conditions. And those might be the companies that are best positioned to broaden their operations to the currently non-critical products, because they already have the practices in place to do that safely. And I guess the third priority references to what I was talking about before. If we can find companies that really are in risk of losing customers or losing suppliers that might have a serious long-term impact on Vermont's economy, I think looking at ways to see if we can help them return to operations and be able to compete before that happens, I think that would be an important focus, I think, to have. Just broadly, again, regardless of how things are prioritized or the timing, making sure that we are able to address the needs for PPE supplies, potential assistance for companies that have been shut down, but if they're looking at reopening, are going to have to come up into compliance with the OSHA and CDC guidelines. Looking frankly at work-based testing is going to be a critical issue for maintaining a safe workplace as companies get back into operations, and this virus is not disappearing, obviously, until vaccines and other more significant measures are put in place. So helping companies with their PPE needs, helping companies with their employee testing needs is going to be something that will be an important part of reopening and ongoing operations beyond reopening. So those, I think, are the main things that we're dealing with now and looking to in the near to medium future. I think longer term, we're simply continuing a lot of that. I think looking far to the future, I think, Vermont has had its competitiveness challenges and business challenges already. I think as we look toward longer term recovery issues, I think the more we can do to make clear that, the state is going to be looking at, stronger, more clear business retention policies, economic development policies, the kind of things that this committee has looked at, for a long time now. I think trying to be very clear that Vermont's going to be focused on business retention through the recovery period and the economic challenges that we're going to be facing. I think that's going to be helpful to give companies confidence that they have a future here. I think that will be key. So I think I'll just pause there for a moment, see if anybody has any questions before I talk about the efforts of connecting companies to provide state needs.
Hey, Zach?
Thank you, Bill. And thank you, Chair. Bill, I was just wondering how many of our businesses have been able to shift their focus on some of the essential manufacturing essential goods, and if they're able to move some of the employees that otherwise would have been laid off because they're not working on essential products towards manufacturing of whatever those essential products are. So I'm just curious how flexible our manufacturers have been with that, and if that's something we can expect more of.
So I certainly know that certainly does happen. I couldn't give you like numbers or percentages in terms of how often that's happened. But obviously, to say a company makes 5 different things and only one of them is critical, there's obviously many of them would have the potential to move workers onto the critical productions to meet an increase in demand. That's not always possible though, either because there may just simply be limits in the capacity, the production capacity on a certain line. You can't necessarily, quadruple production on 1 out of 5 products just because of the demand is there. And then sometimes there are cross training issues as well in terms of whether employees, what you need to do in order to have an employee shift up. But that's certainly obviously something that companies are doing to the extent that they can.
Patricia, is that part of, is this something that you're talking about in a bit? You're muted right now.
Sorry. Yes, I can cover those, cover my points later.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. Charlie?
Yeah, thank you, Bill. I was waiting to see if you were going to talk about businesses having experience with workers that left the job because they thought there was an unreasonable risk of them contracting COVID-19 because they weren't following best practices from the CDC or OSHA or State Health Department. And I know that was voiced as a concern among folks in the manufacturing industry in particular, but I didn't hear you say it, so I'm assuming then it hasn't come to be a real issue.
Right. So I think in manufacturing, just as in other sectors, there are certainly employees who have decided not to come to work because they are concerned. It hasn't risen to the level that we are hearing that in itself is a critical issue. I think sometimes there is a general problem of some employees, and again, I've heard this more from other sectors of employees not coming to work anymore and not necessarily telling their employer why they're not coming. And I'm sure a lot of that is motivated by general concerns. But in terms of maintaining a safe workplace and the whole concern of unreasonable risk, I think, again, the general practices in manufacturing have already provided a pretty good basis for addressing those kind of concerns. And there has been a lot of guidance out there from OSHA and CDC about how to improve practices to address COVID specifically. And I think generally speaking, manufacturers that are in operation are doing a good job of that. I'm sure it is happening on a case by case basis, but in terms of a general trend, I have not heard that that's a critical problem so far, at least.
It's good to hear. Thank you.
I mean, I know at least some companies, especially, just to address general anxiety or general questions, I think there are certainly companies that both the company themselves and their employees wanted, are also sort of seeking clarity that whether or not they're critical and they're a critical business. I think, I think that gives confidence clarity on that helps give confidence both to the employers and the employees that that they're needed, frankly, and that there's a value in that, and then also that there are guidelines and steps in place to make sure that they can operate safely.
Bill, do you know the manufacturers that are still able to function? Have they increased the pay for their workers? Like, we've heard a lot of people talking about hazardous pay or risk pay, or have you seen that within the manufacturing world?
I think I've heard about that a bit, and I'm sure it's happening, on a case-by-case basis. I don't have any sort of sector-wide sense of the extent to which that's happening. Obviously, again, I think in some ways we're dealing with a lot of companies and a lot of workers who are already fairly highly compensated, and I think so. Not that there isn't value to increasing compensation in any case, but they maybe aren't facing the same kind of needs of their employees or pressures on their employees that some other sectors are. In that sense.
Okay. Anything else for Bill? Any more questions? Bill, did you have any more that you wanted to?
Yeah, just briefly, and I think this will be a good segue also into Adam and Bob and others. Just want to talk a little bit about on sort of a positive side, I think, in terms of helping Vermont manufacturers connect with the state to provide critical products and needs. We reached out early on to the state about talking about how to connect manufacturers and other companies that could either donate supplies, refer their own suppliers for PPE and others, or either themselves manufacture or convert to manufacture needed goods and services. We developed a survey early on that we sent out broadly with the help of VMEC and the RDCs and eventually the Vermont procurement folks. And that survey helps identify state priorities, what the state is actually looking for in terms of contracting. As you might know, the state BGS takes lead on contracting for goods, both for the state response and also UVM and Dartmouth hospital networks. So that survey both again identified folks who can donate, refer, supply, or convert to supply, both specifically what the state is actually looking for, and that's been an evolving list over time, but also provide information about what they can do for products or services that may not be currently identified as critical, but could be useful down the road. And I think that's been very helpful. Those responses, we've had nearly 70 or so companies responded to that so far. And it's a wide range. Some companies have a product that can pull right off the shelf. Some companies simply have the capacity to manufacture things if they are given the right supplies and designs. That information has been given directly to BGS and also shared with VMEC, because a lot of these companies, if they don't have off-the-shelf products, they may need help, technical assistance in terms of designs and connecting with supply chains and whatnot. And so the RDCs and VMEC have been great partners in both getting that survey out and dealing with companies once they have some interest. I know that there have been a number of successful culminations of that. The state has entered into a number of contracts with companies to supply necessary goods. Unfortunately, I wasn't organized enough to check with all of them to talk about them, but certainly Revision has been in the news about what they're doing, and there have been other companies as well that have made progress. And as part of that, also, not only have RDCs worked directly with companies, which I'm sure Adam can talk about, but VMEC has set up an online platform to help make those connections and help companies work together to meet the state's needs. And I have no doubt that they'll be happy to talk at great length about that. So I think it's, one would hope that, although obviously we're going to be dealing with COVID for quite some time, it's not going to go away in a month. but whether it's dealing with COVID long-term or being prepared for the next disaster that might happen, maybe it's 100 years, maybe it's 2 years, the next one. I'm hoping that this experience that we've gone through in terms of the networks we've established, the connections we've established, and the mechanisms that we've put into place to make these connections, I'm hoping that we can integrate that into disaster planning in Vermont going forward, so that whether it's a disease outbreak like this or even a natural disaster that may have different needs, that we're able to activate these relationships much more quickly and help address needs locally as much as possible.
Good point. Any further questions for Bill? Bill, thanks a lot. We appreciate you taking the time. Adam.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Chair, I worked out earlier that I'd be able to do a bit of a screen share halfway through. So I've got a few slides I want to present later on. First off, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today on the perspective of the RDCs of Vermont. I'm Adam Grinold, the Executive Director of Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation, and serve as the current President of the RDCs of Vermont. Last week, the RDCs issued a letter to the federal delegation that covered concerns, issues, and suggestions regarding the COVID-19 response. This committee has received a copy of that, as has the legislative leadership. So I'm happy to answer any questions of the contents of that letter, but want to speak more broadly to some of the other gaps that we've seen beyond just the focus of that letter, which was primarily around PPP, EIDL, UI, and other things like that. So again, if you want to interrupt, please feel free. Otherwise, I'll sort of just keep going through this until I hear you interrupt me. I also occasionally am battling my coworkers here at home for bandwidth as they do their schoolwork. So if I lag, please just wave and I'll stop my video, and that seems to help. So I'm confident that everyone in this meeting and on this committee is aware of the PPP and the EIDL programs and some of the pitfalls, and really want to focus on the gaps that the RDCs saw developing in the immediate aftermath of the announcement, the governor's declaration. And leading up to that declaration, and certainly since then, RDCs have been in very close communication with the large employers in each of the regions, as well as small and medium employers. And these days were frantic days for everyone. Understandably, extremely overwhelmed ACCD. They're taking thousands of calls and they just could not respond. Those calls quickly turned to the regional development corporations, and appropriately so. When your neighbor calls, you answer. So we had a lot of just one-on-one conversations. Probably most significant and different is the number of the small and medium employers who found their way to RDCs. You know, we have a daily relationship certainly with many of the largest employers in the regions, but this has been greatly expanded in recent days. And as we move from that sort of early response more into the dissemination of information, the role for the RDCs changed. Suddenly we were out having to gather that accurate and timely information in regards to many of these federal and state programs in close partnership with the Agency of Commerce and Community Development, Department of Labor. Thankfully, we have a long history of those relationships, and we have what we've always referred to as the one-stop shop. So we had embedded in the RDCs, the SBDC, Vermont SBDC, the PTAC, and those relationships and partnerships allowed us to work very closely with folks like with VMEC, who were trying to get information out. We were collaborating on documents that would have consistent information that would be timely and accurate. And in the early days, that was really critical to have that regional relationship with the business, to be able to have good, solid information, as there is so much wrong and inaccurate information out there. But despite all of that cooperation, we began to see cracks in the early days, and these cracks have widened. And those cracks really revolve around the lack of access to capital. So we understand intuitively that the smaller the business, the less liquidity they're likely to have, the less ability to get new capital. But what is probably less obvious than the size of the business is also the impacts that, depending on what sector you're in. So I think perhaps here's where I'll ask if we can do a slide share or a screen share. How do we execute that, Amy?
I think that you can share your screen because I made you a co-host.
Okay, great.
So go down to the bottom and see that green screen share button. Okay.
Great. Okay. So what I want to talk a bit about here, and this has been already referenced a few times, but it's just some of the impact that we're going to see from this. And we, of course, know the immediacy that we are experiencing. At the BDCC, we've begun doing some research. This research was really based on some understandings from Brookings Institute. Brookings Institute is using methodologies that were being used by Moody's and the Boston Group to help understand the risk and assess risk at a national level. So we've taken this national data, we've laid it over the Wyndham Regions data so that we can understand what the immediate, near-term, and long-term risks are by sectors, and how many employers and employees are in each of those sectors. Sorry, I'm trying to advance my slide here. Okay, so as you see here, some obvious immediate hits were to accommodation, food service. But as you start to look down, you'll see that the size of the employment and the number of establishments in these near term are greatly reduced, as then therefore is the wage impact to the regional economy. When we move over into near term, again at the top, you see a large number of establishments, large number of employees, large number of wages. So these are, and when we look out to the long term, again at the top, and I see my internet is unstable. At the top, we see a large number of employment, large number of establishments. So in this slide, what we see here is just the sort of what we're headed into. You know, we are going to see some frantic closures, no doubt, coming out of the immediacy of this. But what this tells us is that this is, in addition to what we're seeing in the short term, we're going to see some longer term impacts that are going to keep hitting the economy in waves. So there is some good news here. We see that Vermont is really good at creating jobs, creating new businesses. We're in the top 10 here. But we're also, one of the challenges with this is that, and what this is, what you see here from the business actualization, that is the percentages of businesses that make a payroll within the first 8 quarters of their formation. So we've historically been great at starting a lot of small businesses, but we're not always great at creating jobs with those. We see here for our region in the state that Vermont is 47th in the nation for the presence of the new employers among all firms. So while in our region we were very focused on creating new manufacturing jobs, we're sort of anticipating as we look forward that we could see some sector shifts, as well as growth within emerging sectors pre-COVID. Challenge to this that we see as we look back at the history of our recovery from recent recoveries is this slide from Matthew Berowitz shows the United States recovery coming out of the 2007 recession, and then Vermont's. And then if you take Vermont and you exclude the Burlington NECTA, which is it's a term used for New England metropolitan areas instead, for that don't have counties or county government. So you see here Vermont is very flat and barely getting back to pre-recession status. So that's a troubling fact that as we think forward as post-recovery, what can we be doing to ensure that we're retaining those jobs? As we look here to this slide, again, it's just a reminder of the total of Vermont. We see the bottom of for Windham County specifically, but it just shows us where these folks are employed with 4 or fewer workers, 5 to 9 workers, and 10 to 19 workers, and really where that impact will be felt as we understand or try to understand who's at the greatest risk. So I'm gonna stop sharing my screen here. Okay, I'm having trouble stopping this. Apologies. There we go. Okay, and I can't seem to get my video back on, so apologies for that. That'll come back, I think. So in summary here, when we're looking at our current situation and assessing what we might do to ensure strength going forward, we're really starting to look at how we can make sure that we have the resources available for those folks who need it today. So that's access to capital for those small and medium employers. A lot of the PPP programs did not benefit those folks with few employees or those folks who cannot reopen. A lot of the idle programs are not designed for some of our smaller businesses. So what we're seeing is actually a large group of Vermont businesses who are not going to have access to any of the current federal programs aimed at assisting in that stabilization and recovery. So that's a big concern. We're hopeful that there will be, in addition to the incentives already available to Vermont businesses, some additional incentives that will support the retention of businesses and employees. Without the employers, we don't have the employees. And we really want to make sure that they have those opportunities. So continued support of the existing veggie program, training programs, but also looking for new opportunities to support the retention of our existing employers. I think I'll pause there, see if there's any questions.
Okay. Before questions, Adam, could you send your slides to Amy so she could post them too?
Absolutely. Oh, and my button is back. There we go. Okay.
Great. Questions for Adam, Lynn? Trying to see who's first.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Reading your letter to the delegation, you actually raised an issue that I had a conversation with, that is a concern to me that I already raised with AGC, and that is that 10-day, the lack of flexibility that seems to be built into PPP as far as people trying to use that and get it converted to a grant. I had a conversation with Rebecca Ellis. Gee, the weeks go by, it might have been a week or 2 ago, but it was that issue. And, that's an important issue for a lot of small businesses because the loan option when you put the thing together, it's a lot of money. And, you know, it would do it as a grant is really a much more effective tool to make sure you get to rehire these people back again. So I'm glad the RDCs did that.
Yes, you know, what we're seeing is a lot of the advice and recommendations were to firms to consider it a loan and not a grant because of, as the time of application, they were so unsure of the rules regarding the forgiveness. And even today, if you ask the banks exactly what those will look like, there's still questions to be answered. So I think a lot of people went into it eyes wide open, hoping that they would be able to make that a forgivable grant instead of a forgivable loan instead of a loan. And we're, you know, we're watching, of course, the federal conversations about additional funding. I understand we're really just a day away from depleting the funds at a national level. I know Vermont has been extremely successful in drawing down those dollars on a per capita comparison to other states. And I think that's a testament to the great work of Vermont's SBA, of VITA, of ACCD, of the RDC networks, anyone and everyone who is supporting this effort. And first and foremost is the banks who put all that through. You know, they did tremendous amount of work in a very short time frame. It's amazing what they did.
Yeah, because my impression is that if this is not a convertible to a grant, there will be just a lot of people who won't bother to get involved with it at all. They'll just lay the people off, take their chances, and that's not what I think. I mean, that was not the intent of the legislation, and that's not what I think a lot of people want to do. I think they want to come back and reopen and keep their employees and move right along. But this has got this funny criteria that might not make that possible.
So I have 3 businesses of my own, 2 of which I'm primarily responsible for. One I'm a minority partner in. And for 2 of those, we applied for both PPP and EIDL. And I did pull my PPP before it was funded after the extension of the stay at home, stay safe, because it's a seasonal business. And I will not be able to bring my employees on in time to fully deploy within that 8-week period. So I'm really hopeful that they fund this again and that they modify the way in which the time frame for bringing people back in industries that are precluded from operating currently.
Yeah, I understand. That's exactly where I see it. The town hall that they had for the delegation, was it a week or 2 ago now? The restaurants are really, I mean, anybody who's in a close personal situation on Main Street is restaurants, bars, gyms, beauticians, the optometrists, the dentists. There's a whole bunch of people who are in this category who could be really discouraged or in difficult shape if they get into this situation and then have to pay back this huge loan.
Yeah.
Stephanie.
Adam, I just wanted to say thank you for looking at these smaller businesses. It's been my concern all along that the small businesses are so dramatically affected by this. And in the rural communities, I think that we have a huge amount of just 1 and 2 person businesses. I had long conversation with the Vermont Small Business Development Corporation, and during those conversations, it was reaffirmed what I was also thinking, that these small businesses are so many of them are just unable to take on any more debt, and so these loans are, you know, obviously a problem to take on, even though they're a low interest. But many businesses just are unable to take on any debt at all, and also that these businesses have sort of a lack of financial literacy, and I think both Matt and Bill talked about that, like, so with these smaller businesses that maybe one or two people, but there's not really any planning, there's not any business plans, there's not, everything's sort of done week by week or month by month. And so this kind of crisis has really brought it to the forefront that there needs to be a lot of training and help for these smaller businesses. And I don't know how that happens, but it's clearly if your statistics are right and we're going to lose a quarter of our small businesses, it's going to be a pretty drastic reality when we see that they're gone. So anyway, I just want to make a comment about that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I agree. You know, the training that is going to be needed for small businesses is crucial, and in the relationship that the RDCs and other similar groups have, you know, the role that we do is the mission won't change, but the way in which we're doing it has changed. So we're going to, it is the work now of the RDCs every day to wake up and reach out to their employers in their region and make sure those employers have the most current information, that they know how to access the tools that are available, that we help them sort of, you know, make it through this next few months so that they have the liquidity at the other side of the new normal, and that they're ready to operate as we come through this. And that's only going to come through the continued partnership with all the different state agencies, but it's always regional, and getting down into that one-on-one conversation with the businesses is really an important role that we see the RDCs continue to play.
Okay, great, thanks.
You're welcome.
Any more questions for Adam? Anything else, Adam?
No, thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and I'm learning a lot, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bob?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Morning.
My name is Bob Zeider, and I'm the Director and CEO of the Vermont Manufacturing Extension Center. For those that may be listening in that don't know who we are, we're a public-private partnership. I've been in Vermont for over 25 years now. We're hosted by the Vermont State Colleges, and we're also part of the MEP National Network, which is under NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology. So we have the benefit of having partners across the United States that do work similar to what we do. They may look a little different, have a different name depending on who they partnered with at the local level. So that has been invaluable in the chaos and the crisis that we've been going through to get that national level perspective, what's going on in other states, to see how they're handling similar challenges. We are learning rapidly from one another. While focusing on the immediate crisis, we're trying to also collectively look forward as to what that might mean, so we can take some of those best practices and feed them to the extent possible into what we're doing here in Vermont, which is always informative. I want to first say that I thank the preceding folks that have contributed here, Matt and Bill and Adam. I don't disagree with anything they've said. I think that we're all on the same wavelength. Manufacturing may be a little different in terms of the fact that they make a product rather than primarily deliver a service, but fundamentally they are businesses, so they face the same kinds of issues and challenges that have been discussed here. And so they're having to deal with the SBA loans, EIDL, PPP, all of those same issues on top of trying to figure out things that are unique to manufacturing. And so as Bill indicated, while there is still some consternation about sort of the designation, what's essential, what's not, that is an ongoing issue that hopefully, in retrospect, we can look at that, how those decisions are made and so forth. Construction in many ways is similar to manufacturing. It's just that we are making things sort of more within a confined environment. However, I think that many of our manufacturers are very sophisticated, many are not, but some of our leading manufacturers have experience, and one in particular is on my board. He was sharing just the other day at our meeting about his experience. He has a large factory in China. They have factories in Europe, factories in Mexico. And so they have been actually following this wave of the COVID-19 and in real time experiencing what works, what doesn't work, and bringing that back here to Vermont. So there are some reservoirs of good knowledge, best practices and so forth that we are trying to see how we can collectively tap into and get the benefit of that. From our perspective, we're a small center. We have 11 folks. Most of those folks are out in the field all the time working actually in manufacturers across the state of all sizes and in all different industries. So we have a pretty good feel for what the pulse is in manufacturing. That's what we do. That's what we think about day in and day out. When this thing really started to break, like all of you, the chaos that went along with that, typical in any crisis, was overwhelming. Email overload, just dealing with the crisis of the moment. At the same time, trying to figure how we could be of assistance in helping the state meet some of its needs in PPEs and the healthcare issues that were being confronted. And once again, the inability of folks to sort of get the information they really needed to respond. Everybody's willing to do what they can, saying, I can do this, I can do that. And so trying to triage that became a major function of what we did for our first few weeks. And the days still have been long. The staff's worked 7 days a week, mostly 12, 14 hours a day. Until last weekend on Easter, we said we've got to take a break. We can't sustain that. But everybody's been busy like you have, I'm sure, trying to do our very best. So without being repetitive on what's been said, I think one of the things we recognize, and I'm going to have Patricia Giavara, who's the assistant director, chime in just a few minutes. We recognize that one thing we are good at is knowing what manufacturers can do, can't do, how we can bring them together, and be able to perhaps establish new supply chains, create new supply chains where the traditional ones have been broken. And clearly the traditional supply chains are broken. And the reality is that as we emerge from this, they will remain broken for some period of time. New ones will have to be established. There will be companies that won't make it after a short period of time. And just as was indicated by Adam's presentation and Bill, there will be waves of failures that naturally will occur. And that's really unfortunate, but that's the environment in which we have to work right now. So one of the things we decided to do is we're triaging how we can try to get some order in the way we're responding. Is we recognize that if we could get information that was clear, that was accurate, compiled in one place, get the manufacturers starting to talk to one another with ease, because manufacturers are problem solvers. They're doers. They're used to working and solving issues. If we can get them together talking and innovating, oftentimes they will come up with novel solutions, and we don't even have to be involved. We can just then support, encourage, coach, that type of thing. So anyway, out of that came an idea to form what we've called the Manufacturing Exchange Vermont. And in 2 weeks, using agile sprints, we were able to go from an idea to an actual living concept that is now actually on the air, if you will, live in the cloud. It's a cloud-based platform built on social media concepts. So it's not like a traditional website, but what its goal really is to help the primary mission is actually, just as I read it here, connecting people and supply chains to deliver solutions. And it also allows the manufacturers and suppliers to post their needs and also post potential business opportunities. So we're finding as we move forward in this environment that it has aspects of this that are really very powerful in being able to get groups together, whether they be the construction industry, whether it be RDCs, whether it be other entities that we normally partner with, to be able to set up a forum that could be an open platform where they could actually moderate it, if you will. And out of that could be formed very quickly subgroups or working groups. They can be private, they can be public. There's all kinds of options there where folks could begin to get together and deal with problem solving and how they would look at it. For instance, as we look at recovery, you could have under that umbrella, if you will, a number of different specific areas. How are we going to deal with at-risk problems? How are we going to deal with working in a post-COVID-19 manufacturing environment? And so here we can gather folks together that have a passion to deal with that kind of issue, that have information and knowledge they can contribute, that they can post into the forum. They can post videos, they can post information. It is a moderated forum with somebody that's taken responsibility to sort of be a gatekeeper to an extent. Those could be by invitation only, those particular forums. It could be around any problem or topic. The idea is we see in innovation, as you get diversity, people of different thought come together with stimulus, with information that's been posted. We find that that's where you really get meaningful, unique innovation. So that's the concept behind this. And so we're building that out now quickly, literally in real time. It is a work in progress. We believe that it's going to be something that will help us communicate more rapidly, real time, and help to solve problems as we move forward. Because the way we do business, I think we all understand, Vermont 2.0 is not going to be the same as it has been previously. So the other thing I would just want to mention is that in a couple of things that, as I think about this, that I think would be helpful as we move forward. Number one, immediately, I think we really need to consider a way to be able to get some type of grant funding for retooling. There are some companies, and Patricia will mention that, are already beginning to retool. Some of them are very small. They're pivoting very quickly. They can make a meaningful contribution, but in some sense, they're encumbered because they can't afford $3,000 to $5,000 or $10,000 to get the equipment they might need to make that happen. And so there's an opportunity to reemploy people if they could make that additional small investment, and some of them are constrained by that. So that's number one issue. I think number two, we need to look at the Vermont training program, make sure that is fully funded. We also need to do whatever we can very quickly to try to lower the barriers of any red tape that might be there to open the spigot, because involved with this pivoting that's going to be taking place within manufacturing, there will be, along with that, needs to retrain and get people up to speed in various areas. I think as we move out of this, we're going to see more dependence and more trending over time here towards using digital technologies, what we call Industry 4.0 technologies. It may be cobots, it may be automation, it may be artificial intelligence, wearables. Many of the tools that are out there that are actually coming into manufacturing very rapidly could be deployed sooner rather than later in Vermont as we begin to look at how we move in this new environment. And so I'm going to have Patricia talk about PPEs. Before I do that, though, I just want to communicate at our board meeting, we have an advisory board that has 14 members. 11 of those members are CEOs or very senior leaders in some of well-known companies in Vermont, all the way from global foundries down to some very small operations. It was a very sobering meeting where the folks really opened up about the gut-wrenching problem, and you all know what it's like. I know what it's like to have laid off people in manufacturing and how terrible that was. Some of these companies have never experienced that before. And so with that came a lot of real open sharing, and it was really inspiring to see, number one, the compassion that to a person these folks had for their employees. They were really concerned about their employees and what was going on, and they found themselves in a different way, not just the employee that comes to their plant, but they were dealing with family issues. And so how are they keeping some of those families afloat? Maybe with a helping hand loan fund they're doing, everything they can do. In some cases, a well-known company sitting there and they're saying, you know, we're not considered essential. So I've got 26 people that could actually be working, and we know how to do that in this kind of environment. So there's those kinds of frustrations and emotions that we're all aware of. But I think to a person, and they knew I was going to be talking to you folks today, and I said, what message do you want me to deliver? So I'll write down just a couple things, and I'll be a good servant and a good soldier here just to deliver the message to you. And really the overriding message is most manufacturers will do the right thing. Okay, they want to be open, they want to do the right thing, and they will do the right thing. One comment from a leading manufacturer said, don't use a weed whacker where a scalpel will do, particularly regarding closing down manufacturing companies. Okay, and the other thing universally was, you can trust us, allow our plants to reopen, even if it means having prescribed requirements. They're willing to deal with, we want to know what we need to do to keep those plants open and safe, and we will act accordingly with that, but trust us to do the right thing. So I've delivered that message. That has obviously many facets to it. And I'm going to turn this over to Patricia now. She's been very involved, her expertise, she's been with the center for 17 years, chemical engineer by training out of RPI and other things. But she came in to help us at the time with a supply chain issue that we had. We were involved in a DoD defense initiative across New England. And so that's her background and expertise. And so she was queued up and ready for this crisis, because we put her point on some of these supply chain issues. So Patricia, I'll turn the camera over to you.
Okay, just
yes,
one second. I just want to make sure there's no questions for you, Bob, before we.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll come back around if you need to.
Okay. I don't see any hands up. Okay, great. And on those two little pieces that you gave us at the end, have you talked to the administration and let ACCD know what the manufacturers are thinking? And
yes.
We will try to reinforce that when we can.
The other point I didn't make, and just so I get the point in, I really think it's time right now, especially because of the critical impact of manufacturing, our largest private sector contributor to the GDP. Average wage is 25% more than the Vermont average wage. The job multiplier effect, every manufacturing job contributes another four jobs. When you look at any lever you could pull right now to kickstart our economy, manufacturing has to be an important player in that equation. So I really think we really need, it's time to have somebody that it's either on the cabinet as a manufacturing a cabinet member, or an advisory group of manufacturers that could help advise folks on issues. Somebody that's really focused all the time, looking at the legislative impediments or whatever, always got manufacturing on their mind and is looking at it through that lens. ACC does a great job, but they've got many other things to do as well. So just a point to make there.
Thank you. Tricia, good morning.
Good morning, Patricia Giovara, Assistant Director with VMEC. I'll try to be brief. I do want, before I talk specifically about PPE, I do want to say that the strength of the partnerships, working in collaboration with AIV, with the RDCs, with ACCD, and in particular, specifically the PTAC program there, and many other partners is just been really terrific over the last several weeks. Even anyway, just it's always there, but it's really shining. And I just wanted to emphasize as well, I know it's been mentioned, but in manufacturing, there are a lot of standards and regulations, quality management systems, safety systems, lean management systems, process and systems thinking and problem solving that really equip the manufacturers and all of their employees to address, take on, problem solve what is needed to work in this new environment we find ourselves in. So VMEC, again, VMEC, AIV, and PTAC are partnering to gather information about companies that are able to retool or convert their operations. VMEC, I'm taking point, working with the primary point of contact within the state of Vermont, procurement in buildings and grounds, and with the primary point of contact at UVM, Medical Center and Health Network on the medical pieces. So we're VMEC's role and our partner's role in this is to bring manufacturing proposals on how we can produce medical personal protective equipment here in Vermont. There are, and as you've read, you've read about some companies that are really stepping up on their own, others that we've reached out to try to make this connection and make them aware and guide them through making a proposal to the state. There are lots of challenges, as you can imagine, because some of these items, like making medical, surgical face masks, it's difficult to source the material. Hundreds of thousands are needed, and they're needed at a price that is workable for the state and for our hospitals and first responders, et cetera. So a lot of challenges there. Vermont is not set up to make low cost, fast, high volume production on most of these items. So so when companies do step up on, making surgical masks, face shields, for example, and we're working with a few now, companies that have cut and sew capabilities on other needed items in that gown, sort of isolation gown category. The challenges of sourcing material, so helping with supply chain, trying to come up with a proposal of how they can manufacture it at the right cost. So the piece that I just want to highlight, as Bob mentioned, on in some of these even small grants right now would make a big difference. So where a company that hasn't made face masks, now they're making hundreds of thousands, and they need to be able to cut that small metal piece. A machine like that is not expensive, but it's a hurdle. And so or a company that maybe has 5 sewers or 10 sewers, but if they had 5 more sewing machines, industrial, of course, could make more. So or a company that's working on prototypes. So in addition to the immediate PPE, there are some other more development type projects going on, which I think have even sort of bigger opportunities, let's say, for Vermont manufacturing going forward, because these are higher value items that do require innovation and maybe more patentable kind of opportunities. But there, companies are having to make prototypes, and that has cost associated with it. So here they are already struggling because some of these businesses are working, some of the ones that are working are suffering where they may supply, say, the aerospace industry. You can imagine that they've, what has been a growing business for a long time is now dropped off 50% at least because of those industries dropping off. So there are multiple different problems. Some of the companies are shut down. So having some support to develop prototypes and/or in some cases it's not a lot of money. Small grants would go a long way to encouraging some of that activity. Let's trying to think here. I just want to, yeah. And then there are also, companies are, have stepped up to take things on their own. You read in the paper about J.K. Adams, for example. I mean, they just, they make wood products, but they just jumped in and, extremely high volume. I'm going to say extremely, but very high volume, right? Tens of thousands of items per week that they're, producing. So, that's a great example. And then, as I mentioned, some other manufacturers, we have some number of cut and sew in Vermont, but not a lot. And much of it is more high-end kind of production and, high value, smaller quantities, et cetera. So we're working to encourage those companies and help them put together business plan proposals that can work for everybody involved, and source materials that are going to work medically, get to pricing that's going to work for the state of Vermont, and then a business plan that's going to work for the company. And of course, underlaid with all of that is keeping people safe. So I'll stop there and if people have any questions.
Any questions for Patricia? Charlie?
Yeah, thank you. I hope the sound comes through okay. Is the sound all right?
Yes.
So and I can appreciate that it is a lift for these companies to retool and to try to figure out what kind of equipment do they need. They have to stop doing what they've been doing, start doing something they haven't done. And Bob had talked about fully funding the Vermont training program and some funds or grants for retooling. And what I'm just wondering is that in that transition is the most painful, because essentially at the end of it, they should be selling products that are going to recover their costs in the production and give them an operating profit, I would assume, unless they're selling at substantially lower margins to meet the price points. And so they're not going to make as much money. So I'm just trying to balance the need to help them make that transition, and then what is largely their responsibility for being sustainable after that, which is not what we want to fund necessarily going on. Is saying we're going to continue to induce them to do that. So just trying to get a feel for what you think the right thing is there. Is it a grant? Is it a loan? So what does it look like?
Right. So there are a lot of factors here. So this one company that I mentioned, well, and I can say their name because they were in a recent news article and mentioned, for example, Portabrace, right? So they stepped up to make lots of surgical face masks. They are incurring, some cost to do that. Of course, they've entered into a business arrangement, so right. They're not, doing this to lose money. But, they, will they continue that business long term? Probably not, right? But they stepped up to help the state, who said, we need PPE and we want it manufactured in Vermont so that we, have it close in. So they stepped up to answer the call. Is this the business opportunity that fits their business model? No. They are having their employees, there's a lot of different pieces to it. So that's just, one example. I also just think, so yeah, I don't know, there's a balance. There's a balance because I think some of these companies, they are entering into a business deal for sure, but they're taking some risk. They're trying to answer the call, be responsive and responsible. And when I say small grants, I mean, even, some of these are in the, $5,000 would make a difference to some of these companies in terms of being able to help. So, and again, I think some, to encourage some of the real innovation around, some of the medical devices and products that UVM Medical Center may want. So it's a balance, I think.
And Charlie, to your point, I think at some point, it may be a short-term solution to keep the company viable, to keep the employees employed and moving them through this particular period so that they can get to pivot either back towards what they were doing or maybe new opportunities have opened up too. Longer term, it's clear to us, and looking at the national perspective from the feedback I get, that there will be considerable over time reshoring that is going to be happening as a result of this. There will be opportunities for Vermont, and some of these companies are learning a lot. They're breaking out of the old, and they're saying, hey, we can do this. We can pivot. We can be flexible. We can be agile, and so it's allowing them to think outside the boxes perhaps they never have before, and that's empowering to them. So anyway, it's hard to say what the long-term perspective will look like versus the short-term. But as you probably know, being a businessman, sometimes you have to just sort of get through that dark place. And the valley of death so that you can fight another day.
Thank you.
Bob or Patricia, do you have any numbers, a range of how many manufacturers may fit into this conversion that we might be able to talk about and maybe look for some money that could be possible to help in those conversions?
I don't think we don't have any specific numbers. It's only really what we're learning on the fly, and Patricia can contribute to this too. But I think at first there were some companies that stepped up and sort of entered into the fray, and I think they became frustrated very early because they couldn't get specs, they couldn't get information, and without that was part of the triage that we were trying to solve through the exchange that we've set up now. That at least they can go to one place. We have a section cut and sew. We have a place for helmets. We have a place for ventilators and that type of thing. They can get the most current information, and they can see and start a discussion. We're also hopeful of soon feeding into that forum information that we get through a program called Supplier Scouting, which is nationwide through our network. And there are a lot of opportunities coming there. So we want to feed opportunities there that could allow these companies then to get opportunities outside of Vermont at the right time and start production on new areas of business opportunity. So Patricia, do you want to put on that?
Just a couple other things I'll add to that. So, there's this immediate sort of retooling to address Vermont needs. There are some companies that are retooling because they see they're able to do it and they see business opportunity in Vermont, the United States, and around the world. And I want to mention two more sort of categories, right, of things that are happening. One is the UVM ventilator, for example. And I know we were asked, in that, we're transitioning to, working. We've got several manufacturers involved in that project. That is a product that actually doesn't require a lot of retooling, except for perhaps some injection molded parts. But many Vermont manufacturers would be able to make a product like that. I also just want to say that, as we move into thinking about recovery, I think there are even greater expenses that manufacturers are going to be faced with as they have to change a lot of practices. And I'm going to say move, what we talk about as Industry 4.0 technologies, talking about more automation, maybe using virtual reality to do training, because in the manufacturing workplace, I'm sure this also happens in construction and many other industries, you're working side by side when you're training someone, and if we're social distancing, we're going to come up with new ways to do that one-to-one training on, here's exactly how you do something at your workstation. So I think that even bigger, that there are going to be even greater needs to keep our manufacturing sector strong and growing and contributing to our economy, as Bob mentioned.
And I think too, there is an opportunity for Vermont when you think about it. I think there are probably going to be many manufacturers and folks that have gone through, like in New York City and other Long Island and so forth. They're going to say, boy, I wish I was in the country, so to speak, somewhere. So I wish my business were there. And so there'd be opportunities for Vermont if we really make a clear message that we're open to manufacturing. You are important. We embrace you. We want to work with you. And that's part of what I'm talking about, showing that we're ready to take a step and say, we've got a czar of manufacturing, we've got a secretary, whatever it is, somebody that's really, really about manufacturing. So I think there'll be an opportunity to see some of those companies perhaps want to transition into the lifestyle that we can offer uniquely in Vermont if we're smart about taking advantage of that.
Well, maybe it's time that we start thinking about more manufacturing in the United States, and where we have a better reliance on our own than relying on China.
Absolutely.
And we haven't talked about, food manufacturing, and we don't have time to get into that, but we are keeping a close eye on the needs and concerns of food manufacturers as well, and that we just have to keep a close eye on that as we go forward.
Zach?
Thank you, Mike. Bob, I have a question for Bob, and then I think I have a question for Patricia as well. But I was interested in the Industry 4.0 technologies and wondering if there are any policy hurdles that are preventing sort of rapid deployment of these types of technologies that we could possibly waive in the short term, so that these things can get out quickly. And my other question for Patricia was in terms of whether we're reaching out to specific companies about manufacturing PPE. I was specifically curious about SKIDA, and if we're experiencing any issues with trade secrets as part of the challenges in getting some of these things manufactured here, if that's an issue, and if that's also something that we can overcome. So sorry, there's 3 questions, but I'll
go in reverse order and let Bob think about the policy question. So you mentioned specifically SKIDA. They've been a client of VMEX, and we have talked with them in the last few weeks. So I don't want to specifically talk about that company, but let me answer. I'm going to take the opportunity to answer that question a little bit more broadly. And I have to tell you, I forgot one of the questions you asked, but there are also many companies that are stepping up to produce cloth masks, right, that you've read about. So this would be the non-medical PPE in a sense, right? So this is non-medical personal face coverings, cloth masks. There are many companies that have stepped up to do that, some in smaller ways, some in bigger ways. I've seen a couple of, I know of a couple of companies that are working on low cost, high volume, that they could produce low cost, high volume. They're working on the business case, but we've got a couple of ideas here in Vermont that could produce per week hundreds of thousands of masks. So if those 2 ideas, and again, they're looking at, can we make the business case work? But they could be producing face masks that could be at grocery stores, all the schools. I mean, just full coverage in Vermont very fast. Anyway, I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but some companies are like have found their calling in a sense, right? Have found some specific customers and their mission, they've kind of directed their mission a certain way.
I think you actually got right to the heart of my question, which is, we're seeing a lot of community or like individuals that are making these face masks, and that's key to its business model, as is they have individual people out sewing these masks together, and so they already have this structure in place. But you really got to the heart of it, which is the issue is really the medical grade masks, which is what we're looking for. But the other issue was, in terms of manufacturing these essential goods, are we running into any trade secrets issues? That was my second question.
Oh, yeah, trade secrets. I think the not any that I'm immediately aware of. I mean, there is one device that if you go to the new manufacturing exchange, mxvt.org, as Bob mentioned, you'll see one of the forums is saying, hey, we'd like to look at making this, we're calling it like the bubble helmet, a ventilator hood. You've seen them in Italy. So, I mean, that's we've got one company that's stepping up to say, hey, I'm going to make some prototypes. Can they though get past the patent issues at some point, right? So those things will come up.
Yeah. And my other question for Bob was just about any policy hurdles in terms of implementing some of the Industry 4.0 technologies. Thank you, Patricia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Not that I'm aware of really at this time. We have a number of companies that are well along that path of Industry 4.0. Others that I think will be forced to look at it or are going to be open to it. Just by virtue of the fact that we're on computers all day long now, the way we're communicating, that's a step into that whole new world. Part of the challenge that we have early on recognized that companies don't know what they don't know, and how do we continue to educate them and let them know that there are great opportunities here. People think of automation right away. They say, oh, that means job layoffs. No. That means sort of reorienting perhaps the way your staff are deployed, how they're used. It creates other job opportunities and allows greater volumes of production, improve the quality, a whole number of aspects of working remotely, working 24/7. So it opens up new possibilities really that are ultimately good for the company and for our economy.
Just one other issue I just want to mention, since you brought up the technology and IP issues, another set of issues is around liability. Having companies that have never made medical devices or products before. So just addressing that and working through that. So that's another set of costs, right? Because even if there's supposed, immunity, you better have your lawyers involved, right? So that's another set of costs that people are facing.
Okay, Lynn?
Yeah, thank you. Bob already brought it up, but one thought that occurred to me for all of the people here with us today is the change we need to make in our supply chains that's coming forward, what opportunity or what impact they're all examining and what's going to happen with that. And then the second thing is Bob brought up something that we've actually had in committee before, and that is the need for a Secretary of Manufacturing, somebody on the cabinet level, a department or something that's more, it's never gone anywhere, but it's been brought up and it's been brought up in legislation. And I agree. I think this is a good time to look into that again, but to talk about the supply chain situation that we've been facing and what we can do to fix that, because I think that's going to be something nationwide that we're going to look at.
Yeah. Well, I think we're going to create new supply chains here because we'll have no other choice. Mm-hmm. And that's part of what we're trying to do to get the companies to communicate, to understand the opportunities. Once again, they're problem solvers. They will recognize that they're going to be out of business in some cases unless they figure out how to get a new supply chain, how they can partner perhaps to make a piece of a product, and they can partner with another company. They might not know that there's a company, within 30 miles of them that is able to do something or has a capability that they never knew about. So that's part of this ability that we need to make connections of people and around particular problems or issues or product needs. So part of the exchange, we have an opportunity, they can post needs like a classified, they can post, here's an opportunity for somebody, give me help, or I can help in this way, we can volunteer. So it's connecting people, a lot of this, and then oftentimes they can run with it. So
I also related to that is the MEP national network that VMAC is part of. And also Pat Moulton sits on the advisory board of that NIST MEP. So that it truly is a network. So as we're building new supply chains and we have needs here in Vermont, we're able to, have that communication using a methodology that's been in place for a long time called supplier scouting to reach out to our colleagues in all 50 states and Puerto Rico to work together on rebuilding those supply chains. So there will be, tied in to at the national level too, for sure. So we clearly can't do all of this in Vermont. And also regionally, we have, we work, well regionally as well.
Does someone want to talk about the Secretary of Manufacturing?
are you asking us?
Well, Bill, you, whoever, it's been an issue. It's come before our committee before.
Yeah, that's probably a long-term discussion that we'll start thinking about again. My thought is more of a Department of Manufacturing within
Yes.
yeah, it's something that we need to keep on our radar, I think, as we go forward, especially if it is our desire to bring more manufacturing back to the United States and back to Vermont. Thank you. So we are at the end of our allotted time, but we haven't got to Chris yet, and I do want to hear what our banks last couple of weeks. I don't think they've been sitting around by any means. So, Chris, if you could let us know how SBA loans are doing these days.
Sure. I'd be more than happy to tell you. And I'll also give you a heads up that tomorrow at 1 o'clock, I'm going to do a briefing for the full house. So I will maybe just give you a couple of updated things this morning. The breaking news this morning is that the Paycheck Protection Program has run out of money and they are no longer accepting applications in the portal. We've been getting a kickback on everything that has been submitted this morning. At this point, nationally, I can tell you that there's been 1,625,000 applications submitted and have gone through the system. 347 billion has been allocated. They're holding back some funding for administrative purposes, and that is through 4,975 lenders. In Vermont, the applications were 4,886 over a 2-week period. $853.7 million has been allocated through those approved applications. And I'll go back to closings in a minute. And when you look at that, as far as across the country, Vermont ranks 3rd in per capita for capturing the PPP funds. And I'm going to brag just a little bit that my folks account for about 85 to 90% of that activity in that program. So I'm very proud of what they've been able to do. But the problem is we're out of money. And at this point, anybody who is sitting on the sidelines or comes to the door with an application is going to have to wait until Congress allocates some additional funding. We learned last night that the talks continue, but they are breaking down in a few areas, if you will, add-ons that some folks would like to include in the package. The 250 billion is secured, if you will, but there's additional funding for state and municipals to help with the revenue losses they've been experiencing, as well as about 150 million for, excuse me, 150 billion, small rounding error, I guess, 150 billion for medical supplies that are desperately needed. So at this point, we've gotten everything into the system that we can. We're now getting rejection notices from the E-Trans system through SBA. I said 853 million allocated or approved. So we are actively moving toward closing those loans. We have started under the guidance that we received from Treasury that we have 10 days to close the loans. So if you go back to Friday, April 3rd, we had 10 days, so April 13th, that we had to close those first round of loans. And that's just going to be a continual closing process. So if you will, anything that went into the system very early this morning or overnight will close within 10 days from now. That's the obligation that we're under with the program. So I feel confident in saying that 10 days from now, we'll have $853 million back into the economy to help small businesses. Is it everything they were looking for? No. Everything they need? Absolutely not. We had a number of businesses who said, you know, I'm not going to be able to open because of the executive order that we're under here in Vermont. So, you know, I don't want to take the money right now. Well, unfortunately, they're on the sidelines and they're going to have to wait till additional funding comes into the program. I keep going back to it's a paycheck protection program. So it was designed to keep people employed and off the unemployment rolls. But that's the business's decision. That's not our decision as financial institutions. It's a mess behind the scenes. And I think for us, the challenges, the immediate challenge is closing the loans within those 10 days. I've got one bank that has to close 800 loans in 6 days, and they can only do 100 a day. So they will not meet the 10-day guideline, period. And we're hoping that there will be a grace period, if you will, or we can extend that 10 days to something more reasonable. So that's one problem immediately. But I think the next biggest problem that we're going to face, aside from not having guidelines to deal with sole proprietors and independent contractors, not having guidelines on how to calculate payroll for those individuals, not having guidelines for this or that or whatever else, is when we get to the 7 or 8 week period and we've got the masses coming to our door saying, we want our loans forgiven. And I can tell you at this point, we have no information from Treasury on how to do that. And that's frightening for us. It should be frightening for the business, because you fill out an application, you do some calculations, and you walk away with an expectation of what you think might be forgiven. That, I will say, is what's unique about this program. If you use the funds that you got in PPP according to the interim rules in the CARE Act, if I apply it all to payroll and I apply 25% or less to, you know, mortgage interest or rent or utilities, I'm going to walk away with 100% forgiveness, theoretically. And that is what's unique about this program. The other thing I'll tell you, it's not only the PPP that's run out of money, it's also the EIDL program. That's the one where you directly apply to, believe me, Charlie, it can get worse. I see you holding your head. The program, 4 million plus applications, $10 million that was allocated to it. A group down in Texas under the SBA banner that's been doing it. And they've been slow in responding, I think, because they're just completely overwhelmed. And again, the program's out of money. So I think you're lucky if you get something out of that. You probably won't get everything you wanted. Again, hopefully you get at least the $10,000. That's the forgivable portion of that program. So, you know, I guess that's the uplifting portion of the sermon this morning from my perspective. It's not a lot of good news, at least today. But that said, we have helped, you know, 4,886 businesses out there through this program. I will leave you with this and then take questions. long before PPP came along, our banks were working with businesses to try and figure out what they can do to help them. And we're going to continue to do that, even if PPP funds don't get appropriated by Congress. Will it be as meaningful? No, capacity is limited, capacity is stretched. And when you're dealing with thousands and thousands of individuals and businesses coming to your door for assistance, you can only do so much for everybody. So that's a significant challenge. There is a new Main Street lending program that has come out. We're looking at the Fed term sheet to see what, if anything, can be done with that program here in Vermont. It's got higher thresholds for employment levels, but we may have some manufacturers and others who can take advantage of it. And then obviously we've been in communication with our delegation right along, and they know the drill. We need the money and they're on board with getting the money. So we're just continually keeping them up to date. So I'll stop there and happy to answer any questions, and I'll go into more detail tomorrow.
Zach?
Thank you, Chris, and I hope everybody in your household is feeling healthy and well. I was, and I'm looking forward to hearing from you tomorrow. I was curious about what we can, how our small businesses can start to prepare for the next round now. It sounds like they've shut down the application process, but I was reading an article in, I think it was Wall Street Journal yesterday, that was talking about that the majority of businesses whose funds were approved, loans were approved, had relationships with their banks. So I'm curious if small businesses should start, if they don't already have a relationship, start building those relationships with their business with their banks, and what other steps they might take to prepare for the next round of loans now.
Great. First of all, everybody in the house is awesome. Thank you for asking. Move past it, and so far we're all co-working together quite well. The message to your constituents and small businesses: get your application together, get your documentation together, establish that relationship if you don't have one, get your paperwork into the bank, because what I'm recommending just within the last half hour to my members is to set up an internal queue with those applications, so that when the system is back up and running, because I do have hope that Congress will appropriate more money, when the system is back up and running, the banks can begin to input those applications again. So don't wait until Congress takes action. Get that material together and get it into your lender or a new lender if you're establishing a relationship. I want to just add to the new lender relationship comment. We are doing our best to meet the needs of the folks coming through the door. I think I may have mentioned this to you. We are required under the PPP program to follow what's called Bank Secrecy Act guidelines of knowing your customer. So when we are working with you, Zach, and you're an established customer, we've already got the documentation that we needed to vet you and to make sure you are who you say you are, if you will. That is not the case for a new customer. They've got a higher bar to go through to get over in providing that additional documentation. So not impossible, but they've got to collect that material based on what the bank is requesting. No way around it. Federal guideline, got to do it. New customers, no relationship with a financial institution, are certainly able to go to the banking system or credit unions. It's just a higher lift for those individuals to get into the system, and they'll be in the queue like everybody else.
Charlie.
Just a simple question. Chris, I did have a constituent who did apply for the EIDL loan and got it in advance. And the advance he had asked for, of course, was $10,000. He got an advance for $1,000. And the advance was tied to the number of full-time employees. Of course, he had filled out the paperwork wrong, and it should have been 5 employees, but it was 1. So that was part of the kind of just way that it rolled a little bit, so that he got that $1,000 advance. So, and now that that money is out or gone, I don't think we'll be advising our constituents to, should we be advising to apply for even the EIDL loans at this point if they're out of money as well?
Yeah, that's unfortunate. The application was filled out wrong because you can get up to $10,000 of that forgivable money. That's too bad. Unless there's new money allocated to EIDL in a new package, then that program is basically out of money. They won't be able to accept new applications. So I would at this point say not to advise people to go there because there's no funding. I think people need to pay close attention to the news, and if there is funding that comes out, try and get an application in as quickly as possible. But at this point, there's no money to apply for. I think
Okay.
they'd have to switch over to the P program if that's feasible for them.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Well, thank you, Chris. We will certainly be listening to you tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Looking forward to more information. I think it's unfortunate that we're out of money, but the fortunate thing is that we have $850 million back into the economy, into the state of Vermont, and helping our businesses try to make it through this difficult time. I want to thank everyone, all our guests this morning. I really appreciate you taking the time to speak with us. I think we received some good information. Matt, I will have a conversation with institutions and corrections. And I think I have some ideas on in starting a discussion on maybe a manufacturing conversion grants or something. There might be some places that we could look to see if we could repurpose some dollars that we already have in the budget. So we'll have those conversations. Committee, please keep watching your email as we go forward. There's some things that may be coming up that we may need to work on. We will see, but everyone, please stay safe, stay healthy, and we'll talk soon. Thank you all very much.
we as a committee have been, we asked Mike O'Grady to write a letter to the administration in particular regarding the farmers market situation. And we went through a number of options and we all agreed on a third option that I think struck a really good tone and everyone on the committee agreed to. Linda, is that online? Did we,
Yes. It is
we-
online.
Okay.
Under the
Can you tell me
committee
where
today.
to find it? Because I'm having a, okay, yes. Okay. 'cause
It's under today's documents.
Okay. Okay. I was having a little bit of a hard time finding it. Anyway, so momentarily, the governor is going to be giving, yeah, Linda, could you put that on screen? Linda just chatted with me and I offered to put it on screen. But I will say that in just in a matter of minutes, the governor is going to be doing a press conference. And I heard at his last one, unfortunately, I was on another phone call or Zoom meeting when he was doing his last meeting, but he did, I kind of ran into the room where the radio was on and I heard mention that potentially the governor was going to be addressing the farmers market situation. I know I've gotten I've gotten a number of emails from people outraged about farmers markets not being open. And I share that sentiment to a degree, but I also know that it's really important for people to maintain social distance, and the administration wants to move carefully, and I really appreciate that. So I know I've gotten emails from people who feel that things should be gone back to fairly quickly as they were. I know that there's concern about people taking money individually, and I appreciate all that. But what we were trying to do is come up with a strategy and protocol. Well, we weren't coming up with the protocols. It's really the administration that needs to come up with the guidance. So we have the letter before us. Mike, I don't know if you wanted to kind of go through that with us for the sake of us as well as the public.
If you would like me to, I can do that.
Okay, that would be fantastic. So why don't you go ahead?
Okay. So the first paragraph is just setting the context. The letter is from the chair on behalf of the committee regarding the guidance that the agency issued prohibiting the operation of farmers markets during the stay home, stay safe order. The committee understands the difficulty that all of the entities, the governor, Secretary Tebbets, Commissioner Levine, and Commissioner Sherling face in responding to the virus in a manner that maximizes protection of Vermonters. However, the committee believes the guidance prohibiting operation of farmers markets is overly broad and could be revised to allow operation in a manner that protects public health. Then the next paragraph is basically excerpts from the stay home, stay safe order on why it was issued and the basis for it, including the fact that people need to stay at home except to leave home for essential reasons. Among the essential reasons is to leave home to shop for groceries, pick up goods curbside, and obtain meals or beverages. And the Agency of Commerce's guidance provides that businesses that provide essential services, including food distribution, may continue to operate. Then it goes on to say that the committee believes that farmers markets are essential services, that a farmers market supply fresh local food, that they also sell prepared meals, beverages, and other goods, and that farmers markets serve as a necessary source of food for persons participating in food assistance programs such as 3 Squares. And then to the committee, farmers markets are more than essential. They are necessary services that should be exempt from the stay home, stay safe order. Then goes on to reference the Agency of Agriculture's guidance about farmers providing food from their food stands with appropriate social distancing, and that the committee believes farmers markets can implement similar appropriate protective measures. Then you ask the relevant agencies to develop clear guidelines or practices that farmers markets can implement to protect public health. We believe that with such guidelines, open air markets can operate as safely as indoor food providers, if not more so. Then you reference the difficulty that the state is facing. It's extraordinary times. People are anxious. Unemployment is high. The economy is suffering. You, as a committee, recognize and respect that the state is making difficult, novel decisions every day. And the committee understands that the state must take unprecedented action to protect public health and safety. You applaud the state's work. However, the committee requests that you revise the policy prohibiting the operation of farmers markets and allow farmers markets to operate subject to appropriate social distancing guidelines. Such an action would provide an essential service, protect public health, and avoid additional negative economic impacts on farmers. In addition, the operation of farmers markets with social distancing could signal a return to relative normalcy and comfort that all Vermonters currently would appreciate. And then you repeat your request to revise the policy as quickly as possible so that farmers markets and the farmers that participate in them can work to implement the social distancing guidelines so that markets can reopen quickly. And then there's the ending paragraph, thanking them for their work, appreciating their efforts, thanking them in advance for their time in reviewing and responding to the request, and an offer to contact the chair if they need additional information or have questions. Allison Eastman emailed me yesterday and said as soon as the governor's proposed revisions to the policy are public, she will send them to the committee. I'm kind of expecting them as we speak, but I have not received them yet.
Okay, thanks. And I really haven't been able to check my email to see if they've come yet. So I understand, and Mike, you can feel free to report to us because you may have been at the meeting yesterday of the Senate Agriculture Committee. They did, Senator Polina had asked me for a copy of the letter, which once all of you had approved, I did give my consent to Mike or me. I can't remember who sent it to Anthony, but at any rate, he did have a copy of it. And I understand, did they discuss this yesterday, Mike, in committee?
They discussed the concept of sending a letter. The letter was on their website, but they didn't actually walk through it because Senator Starr had a conversation with Secretary Tebbetts either on Wednesday or late Tuesday regarding the policy and whether it was going to be revised. Secretary Tebbetts, according to Senator Starr, Secretary Tebbetts had indicated that the policy was going to be revised today, and Senator Starr said he wanted to wait and see what the governor proposes before writing a letter.
Okay, thanks. Well, I'm wondering if we as a committee, and we can do this just, I think, with thumbs up. I don't think we have to do any roll calls or anything, but would we as a committee want a half an hour or so to see what happens and to have the letter ready to go? Mike can email it to folks, but to wait and see if the administration does revise the guidelines and move forward with allowing for farmers markets to function, knowing that there are probably going to be some serious restrictions, that farmers markets are not going to be social gatherings, there's not going to be music, and there'll be some restrictions that some vendors are not happy with, but that it may be a start and an opening of the door so that our farmers markets can move forward. So I would entertain any comments from folks or nodding of heads or whatever in terms of waiting for that strategy. We might need to have another conversation. Vicky's thumbs up, Sharon's thumbs up. Any other? John O'Brien's hand is up. John.
Just getting back to that, what you said earlier, Jackie, about the Shelburne Farmers Market canceling for the whole season. Did you hear reasons for why that happened, even if there were revisions of the governor's order?
I did not. I think that came up during the Senate Ag meeting, and I think Maddie Kempner was the person that made the comment that Shelburne was closing for the year. So I don't know why they decided to do that. There was no explanation, unless Michael knows of something else.
So Grady?
Could you repeat that question?
Do you know, do you have any idea why Shelburne Farmers Market decided to cancel their season, basically? Was that brought up in the Senate at all?
No, I don't recall that it was.
Okay. All right. It might have been at a meeting that you were not attending. I think Maddie Kempner might have said something about it, according to Jackie.
She may have mentioned it yesterday. I've got like 3 screens in front of me right now, and I'm getting bombarded with stuff, and sometimes I get distracted. So
Understood. I know exactly how you feel. I've said it before. I feel like an air traffic control person here between chat and chat thingies and trying to keep I've got 3 devices going right at the moment. So, and Sharon, what is that you're using? Because you're half blocked off. Is that little slidey thing that we got in the mail? Yeah, right. Yeah, you were half blocked, not completely. So watch what you're doing over there when you're only half blocked. Any other feelings from committee members as to whether we should wait to see what the governor has to say today? Sharon?
I think it makes the most sense to wait and see. And you know, why would we send it if we know he's going to say something about it? And we don't know what he's going to say yet.
Okay. I'm getting a thumbs up from Terry. Vicky's hand is up. I saw Rodney's thumb up as well. The thumbs up only last for about 20 seconds. So Vicky, you're up next, and then John Bartholomew.
I was just thinking that being that our constituents are contacting us quite upset about the guidelines so far, and that they may change today, hopefully, but maybe we can still issue a letter, just revise it to just kind of more or less say thank you. We've really been having a lot of discussion about this issue. We really want to see the ability, for our farmers to keep functioning and selling and making their products and produce available, but maybe just have a revision of the letter. So it's letting our constituents know we've been working hard on this and trying to advocate for them.
Yeah, thanks, Vicky. I think folks know that we've been working on it because I've been hearing from them. What I'm not 100% clear on is whether or not we should wait until the governor says something and then decide whether we feel that it's adequate or not, and then potentially move forward one way or another. And if the governor issues guidance similar to what the Bennington Farmers Market used, which, as you will all remember, remote pre-ordering either by phone or online, and then curbside pickup, and they had an incredible protocol in terms of keeping people in alphabetical order, and everything was boxed and one person took the money. They really did a good job at that. If it's similar to that and we feel that these farmers markets can move forward, then maybe we don't need to send the letter at all, but it is on our website. So the farmers who have been concerned about this will know that we've been working on this, that we've been trying to push for guidance on this for at least a week. John Bartholomew's hand is up.
I'm wishing we'd been able to get this letter out a couple days ago, so we wouldn't be wondering if it is too dated. But I'm wondering if we wait and we're not happy with what the governor comes up with, our delay is too long. How can we get out a response more quickly?
Well, I think a part of I appreciate that, but part of the problem was getting our committee members to agree on a draft of this that struck just the right tone and what have you.
Well, I appreciate that and I understand, but if in the normal course of events, if we were waiting, we would meet this afternoon and come up with something new. But now we're talking, it might be next Tuesday before we would do anything again. And that seems like the delays are really long.
Well, would it be inappropriate for me to ask that folks, hold on one second, that we listen to what the governor has to say, that we maybe hear from Mike O'Grady, and this of course would have to be offline because we don't have a Zoom meeting scheduled for this afternoon. I don't know if we can have an emergency one scheduled, but that we wait and see, we hear from Mike O'Grady, and then if we feel that it doesn't address the situation to the degree we would like, that you all could give me a thumbs up or whatever, authorizing me to send it in any case. All right, I'm seeing John O'Brien's hand is up. Vicky, is your hand still up or did you? Okay. All right, John.
Oh, to be clear, Carolyn and Mike O'Grady, I just wanted to know who say at AAFM saw the third draft of this letter, because if Allison Eastman saw it or Anson, it seems to some extent it's done its purpose as far as the administration certainly knows that House Ag had these feelings and wanted to apply pressure to have them change the guidelines.
Mike?
So the agency has been listening to your meetings and has reviewed, as everyone who's been listening has reviewed the letters when they've been posted. Allison Eastman just emailed me to say she's listening to the House Ag testimony and wanted to let the committee know that Secretary Tebbetts plans to email the guidance to you as soon as the governor is done speaking. Apparently he is speaking right now on the issue.
Okay. Maybe I should put the television on and listen to the television. Yeah, a fourth device. No, I'm not going to do that. John Bartholomew's hand is up again. John?
I guess the point I was trying to make before is, depending on what he says, we might have to completely redraft the letter. And again, there'll be a delay until next week before we can deal with a new letter. It's not just a matter of send it or not. It's does it say the right thing after we learn what he says.
Well, unfortunately, this is one of the drawbacks of us all being in many corners of the state instead of being in our cozy little room 32 with a beautiful view, and having to do this all remotely and observe open meeting laws as to the best of our abilities, and et cetera, et cetera. So let's, and I'm going to apologize to Mike in advance if we have to have yet another version of this letter, but yeah. You are such a good sport.
It's what I'm here for.
Yeah, I know, but you seem to have unlimited patience, and for that I am very thankful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Vicky's clapping hands. I appreciate that. John, your hand is still up. Do you want to speak again? Okay. All right. So we have another 13 minutes until 11:30. I don't know. Mike, did you get the idea that Allison was going to email you after the governor was done with the entire press conference, which sometimes these things go on for quite a while, or just after he addresses the farmers market issue?
There really isn't that type of detail. It just says after he's done speaking. It doesn't
Okay.
really kind of parse it that way. Sorry.
No, that's fine. I'm trying to find channel 3 here to see if I can. Oh, no, they don't have his thing on. It's The Price is Right. Oh, no, he's on, guys.
On that list. So with that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Pichette.
Oh, sorry. All right, I feel weird watching television while I'm on here with you guys.
Yeah, I've been watching it on my other computer, and he hasn't talked about farmers markets yet. He's in unemployment insurance right now.
Oh, okay. All right. So why don't we potentially leave it like this? We'll hear from Allison and Mike. Mike, would you be willing to? I might get it as well. You all might get it. But once we hear what the governor has to say, would you all like to email me individually, not reply to all or anything, and let me know how you're feeling about us sending the letter or not? That work, Mike? Is that okay?
Yes, I basically it's an individual communication between a member and you, and then if you want to convene the committee again to make another decision, you can do that.
Okay. Do you think that we could potentially have a very quick meeting this afternoon if necessary? Maybe this is a question for Linda as well in terms of setting this up.
Yes, I'm checking right now with the leadership of the Legislative Council to see whether we can schedule a meeting this afternoon. I have not yet heard back.
Okay. I just got the from Anson. It says farmers markets will be allowed to open May 1st. Final guidance pending and will be sent along when complete. This will allow markets to plan for spring and summer markets. So I guess for the next 2 weeks, they will still be not allowed to operate, but May 1st, they can start, subject to guidance that the state will issue, but is not yet complete.
Okay, folks, how do you feel about that? Tom feels good. Vicky feels good. A thumbs up. May 1st, John O'Brien. I'm seeing thumbs up everywhere. John Bartholomew, was your thumb up?
Are you asking how we feel about what he's saying or what we should do with the letter?
I'm asking about how you're feeling about what was said May 1st.
I'd be happier if things were moving along a little faster, but yeah, that's fine. But I still don't know. Does that mean don't send the letter? I'm guessing it means wait.
Yeah, that means send the letter. Knowing that they have already seen the letter, it's on our website and they know how we feel about this.
So send it. That's what you're saying.
Don't send it.
Don't send it.
Right.
Okay.
How do the rest of you feel?
Could you be more specific? Like the question is, should we refrain from sending the letter?
That's correct.
Okay, good.
refrain from sending the letter at this point. I'm seeing a lot of thumbs up. All right. One of the things I like about this is that I've also heard from folks, in particular, Alice Emmons reached out to me, and they're concerned because Mother's Day is coming, and it's a huge opportunity for our farmers markets and farm stands in general. I know that there were times when we'll off if we were meeting around Mother's Day just to be able to meet the demand of, and of course, a lot of that is hanging baskets, but I think as long as folks are providing the proverbial potato, food and vegetable starts, they should be okay in terms of selling their ornamental baskets. Mike, is there anything additional or any guidance on that? The ornamentals?
No, and I think that is probably, let me step back. There's going to be a lot of detail and probably some nuance in the final guidance that they issue. So I think you will probably want to review that when it's issued, because it may address things like that markets can only sell food, or markets can only sell starts and not ornamentals. So I think you still have some questions for the agency and the state, because it's still a little unclear what they're going to allow.
So, okay, so Linda has chatted with me to say that we can call a meeting for this afternoon if we want. Like, you don't need to, but Ledge Council said it's okay if we want to. Now, so Mike just brings up something, another thought, and that is perhaps we revise the letter yet a fourth time and suggest some of the things that we've just been talking about regarding ornamentals, regarding what can be sold, and the fact that the hanging baskets are important. We understand you can't go wandering through greenhouses picking them out, but you could pre-order them. John O'Brien's hand is up, and then Sharon. John.
Just three quick things. One, I think the letter, by being out there, sort of did its purpose, whether we get complete credit for it or not. Certainly the administration heard about it, and I think that may have helped change their plans. Another is that, right, maybe it would be in this future letter or just back channels that we would encourage the administration to work with NOFA or Farm to Plate as far as protocols go, because it seems like people like Maddie Kempner and Ellen Taylor know a lot about successful farm markets that are continuing on with the right safety protocols, and they would have some good examples there. And the last thing was, what's going on with nurseries, because there's certainly agriculture and things like seed starts you could buy. It seems like apple trees, there's a lot of gray area with nurseries as far as, and thinking about Mother's Day too, how it's such a big deal at nurseries.
Okay, so Sharon's waving her hand, and looks like she wants to say something. And then
I know, oh, sorry, I was going to say, John, I know that Arcana is, where we get our hot starts. I know that they're in operation. So I know at least for the agricultural piece of it, for food items, that greenhouses have the full go. But I don't have the answer for your ornamentals or trees.
now, Sharon, what do you mean by a hot start? And I know that we not had a meeting.
Hots, the anything that needs heat, like, so our peppers, tomatoes, eggplants. So that's what I meant by hots. But they're food, they're produce starts.
Yes, right. So Jackie's hand is up. Jackie?
This is so strange. Thank you. You know, just on behalf of the greenhouses and nurseries, I know you had that great discussion with Will Stevens, and I would like to give you folks credit for keeping the pressure up to get the farmers market resolved. And I think it would be a wonderful idea if as you discuss whatever is going to be in the next iteration of this letter, that you go the next step and talk about ornamentals and greenhouses, because they are working right now. The Houghton greenhouse is actually, they've got an ad up that they're opening April 25th, God willing. Obviously, that's not going to happen, but people are itching to get those plants, and farmers are growing them. And I think if you could just remind folks that you are also, now the next step, we've got farmers markets somehow. Let's see how we can get the ornamentals and nurseries open. The Vermont Flower Farm down the road here, Georgia Africa, with all of his lovely lilies and hostas, he has been sending out Facebook posts every day that we're salivating over at the beauty of these things that he's growing. And I think that the next step is logically greenhouses and nurseries and ornamentals and landscaping. I think that's a good way to go on behalf of our farmers.
Yeah. So I know that as long as you're selling some vegetable starts and potentially produce, you can create a pre-order curbside pickup. And I think that that's what Will Stevens was in the process of doing. He and Judy had worked out some specific protocols. So if some of these other garden places are selling vegetable starts, it would seem to me that they would be permitted to set up a pre-order curbside pickup sort of scenario. Am I wrong about that, Mike?
I think that I'll confirm this with the agency, but I think that that's what the agency was providing as an option. But I can confirm. So if a nursery can implement appropriate social distancing, that they can still be selling their goods.
Yeah.
But I thought it was if they had food, because Georgia Africa was only flowers. So that, I know he's doing pre-orders and mail order, but I'm not sure. I guess I would need clarification that if he's doing pre-buy, somebody could still go to his place and only buy the flowers. He doesn't sell starts or plants or anything else.
I will
And I'm not-
confirm my understanding with the agency.
Okay, thanks, Mike, and thanks, Jackie. And maybe he should get some tomato plants to sell.
Nasturtiums, right? I remember saying that.
Nasturtiums. Put a nasturtium plant in every hanging basket. They're edible and delicious. So Terry has his hand up. Sharon, is your hand up still? Or okay, so Terry, why don't you go and then Sharon?
I'm not going to mention any names, but in case they're illegal, but my nephew has a large garden center, and I know they've been putting on Facebook that they're taking orders for hanging baskets for Mother's Day. So I'm looking at their website, and they said we are open for no contact curbside pickup Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. They have all kinds of mulch, topsoil, things like that, and high mowing seeds. And you can order the hanging baskets right through there. So I know he was very concerned back about a month ago when they had to order their landscaping trees because that's a huge part of their business, and they decided to not do any landscaping this year, but they built another greenhouse, and so they're already got their plants already started, so anticipating being open eventually. So I'm guessing that since he was so concerned, I'm sure he double checked before they had the no contact pickup.
Okay.
I'm thinking they're fine.
Okay, thanks, Terry. Sharon?
So a quick thing for Jackie. Lilies and hostas are edible. In Japan, they eat hosta. And I've certainly enjoyed lily flowers, but something that John O'Brien had said, I think in our last committee meeting, or maybe the one before that, if we're going to send a letter advocating for farmers markets or the protocol, I think I really latched onto what John O'Brien said, that there should be consistency for what we are asking from our grocery stores, our dollar stores, and our farmers markets, so that if we shouldn't be asking for more or less from any of them, because the virus behaves the same way regardless of what the name of your or what type of retail operation you are. And I think that consistency is parity that's really important. And I just wanted to bring that up.
Okay, so we've actually run out of time. I thank everybody for being here, but just to sort of circle back around, should we ask Mike to do option 4, which thanks the administration for allowing this to happen, but then also requesting in their guidance that some of these other things be included, as long as there can be social distancing, limited person-to-person contact, and curbside pickup, whatever you want. Should we do that?
I think so. If we can express that we want parity between what we're asking of them and what we're asking, or what the administration is asking of them, as well as grocery stores and the dollar store. Like I guess
I think that that's going to be maybe a bridge too far, in that grocery stores are not doing curbside pickup, and that may be a necessity for this to start with. It may not seem fair. I've heard that.
I thought grocery stores were doing curbside, but I haven't been to a grocery store in 3 weeks.
Yeah. Well, Hanford may be doing curbside, but that's not how you can go in there. You can wander around. I understand there are now one-way aisles, although not so much in Brattleboro. So I think there are a variety of modes of doing business at the various stores. So,
yeah.
Rodney's hand is up. Rodney?
Yeah, I was just thinking about this letter. We don't even know what the guidance is for now. I mean, it may cover all these things. So should we wait till we know what? If it doesn't cover everything, then have Mike write the letter, or just go to write a letter anyway, even if it's already been covered?
I think that my impression would be that we would be, as Jackie said, we would just be encouraging that they consider some of these different situations, because there are a lot of different situations, and do it. I mean, we're not telling them what to do. We're just asking in a respectful way. And as Mike pointed out 2 or 3 weeks ago, greenhouses are agriculture. So, things that are produced in greenhouses are agriculture, even if they are hanging baskets. So, and this is important because many farmers, like Will Stevens, for instance, he makes money on produce and vegetable starts, but I think Mother's Day is huge with ornamentals. So by the time this guidance comes out, and in preparation for May 1st, it might be, we've seen how long it took to get to this point. I would just say very respectful way, we ask them to consider these other things.
I understand, but I make my money selling milk and call animals. We're not sending a letter to anybody asking them to open up those markets.
Open up what markets? The milk markets, Rodney? I didn't quite, you dropped out a little bit. I couldn't quite hear you.
I said, I make my money selling dairy milk and call animals. And we're not sending a letter to anybody to encourage slaughterhouses to open back up or for dairy processing to make more products.
Well, actually,
but we want to encourage everyone to open up farmer markets and flower shops and all this other stuff. I mean, I don't think we're treating the economy fairly.
well, I would just, I see Mike O'Grady's hand is up and I'm probably going to go to him, but I would say that so far, everybody's been doing their thing. We don't like what's happening with dairy. We don't like the fact that people that, you know, Smithfield got COVID and that there are other packing plants that got COVID. But I think we actually have been trying to do our best to get the word out about dairy and buying more milk and getting milk into more people's hands. Jackie was just talking about the voucher program. So I don't know, I would respectfully disagree a little bit, Rodney. Mike?
So I emailed Allison to ask about the whether or not nurseries are providing could sell subject to remote distancing. And she emailed back that she was listening to your discussion and she knows that the guidance that the agency is going to issue will provide clarity, that the agency is aware that this is still an issue that needs further clarity. I then emailed her back and asked for a timeline for the guidance. So the guidance is going to address these issues and hopefully provide clarity. And I can let you know the timeline of that whenever Allison gets back to me. Okay.
All right. So why don't we leave it this way? We will wait until Allison gets back to Mike. We're gonna have to wrap this meeting up because we're already 10 minutes over. And if, you know, we've gotten the word that farmers markets can start on May 1st. And if we find that the guidance isn't, or there isn't total clarity for us about what's going to happen with the ornamentals, which I suspect that we won't, then maybe at our meeting on Tuesday, we can bring this up again and talk about potentially sending a letter, just asking, first of all, thanking them for responding to our concerns and our requests, and then asking them to also consider other options here in terms of folks who are not necessarily selling things that are edible, even though we all know now that hostas, lilies, and nasturtiums are edible. Mike, your hand is up. You just didn't lower it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So do we want to look that way for now, folks? Can I have a thumbs up or a shaking of a nodding of heads? Yeah. Yeah. Are we good? Okay. All right. I'm seeing a lot of thumbs up. All right. Excellent. Terry? Everybody's practicing thumbs up. Yay. Okay. All right. John O'Brien, this will have to be the last question.
Carolyn, can you or Mike or somebody, and I'm sure this has already come up with advocates, but just articulate to the agency the sort of incredible gray area that you run into with with rules on is it edible or is it ornamental? Because it seems like why a tomato start or an apple tree is okay, and something that's inedible, another plant is not. An ornamental crab tree, for your mother is not a go. And so if it seems like they should just once again say all nurseries and flower farms are open as long as they can meet these safety protocols. It would just be a lot easier than having, say, the flower farm sell a 1-inch tomato start with flowers just to beat the system. If we could convey that to them, I think that would be great.
Okay, well, if we do a letter, then that would be part of the letter.
Okay.
All right. Do people feel good about that concept? Yeah. All right. I'm seeing nodding heads. Okay, good. Biggie, you have that nod down. Thank you. All right, I think we're going to wrap this up. I want to thank everybody for being a part of this. I want to thank the agency and the administration for responding to us and making some progress on farmers markets, because we know they're really important to our economy. And now more than ever, farmers need the income. They're trying to get the seeds in the ground that are going to feed us this coming year. So thank you all. And we're going to exit. I hope you all have a good weekend. You stay safe and get the word out about this voucher program once it gets going. All right. Thank you. We're done.